Welcome to the intermediate section of Rigging Isn't Scary. You are now climbing out of the rigging valley of confusion. By carefully working through all 3 levels of the course, you'll gain solid experience with the fundamentals of rigging and develop a broad understanding of all main rigging features. This ensures that you will no longer feel lost when dealing with rigging, because now you will have a map of the entire area. There will be nothing that you truly do not understand. Of course, this will not be the end of your journey. In many ways, it's just the beginning of a far more exciting one, where rigging is no longer intimidating, but exciting and enjoyable. We'll talk more about that at the end of this section. For now, let's focus on conquering the challenges of the intermediate rigging level. The goal of this level is to create a fairly advanced rig. If you've worked with Rigify or other professional rigs, our rig will be comparable. Compared to level 2, it will feature an improved spine rig, more advanced twist mechanisms, IK-FK switching, limb isolation, an even better foot rig. Additionally, you'll learn new concepts like properties, drivers, shape keys, and how to apply them to your rig. We'll even create a shape key based face rig. Thanks to our gradual and methodical progress, this section should not feel overwhelming. It will be slightly longer because complexity tends to grow, but we'll break it down into manageable chunks. Like the rest of the course, the intermediate lessons are designed to deepen your fundamental rigging knowledge. That's what this course is all about. You'll notice that the videos in level 3 are longer than in levels 1 and 2. That is because in order to optimize the release for YouTube, each intermediate video actually contains 3 course chapters. That is a lot of information, so take breaks whenever you need. And as always, feel free to ask questions if you get stuck. Now let's get started. We'll be rigging this character. You can get it from a download link in the description box down below. There are some license considerations, please read carefully, and I'll close this window. And for the intermediate section, my Blender version is 4.3. If you're using Blender 4.1 and up, you should be able to follow this course 100%. As before, I've tweaked my preferences and I'll be using Tap for Pie menu and extra shading pie menu items. Just like in level 1 and level 3, we'll start by checking our model. In level 1 and level 2, the character was already prepared, and I just showed you the steps that I would take to make sure that everything is fine. At this level, however, I decided to start with a character that needs some attention, so that we can get actual practice with preparing a character for rigging. And this is your first challenge. Pause the video and see if you can find everything that is wrong with this character and fix it. This character has props, which won't be the main focus of the course, but we'll use them later, so make sure to tweak them as well. The process of checking and fixing the character may take a while, but I promise you that this time is not wasted. A huge number of rigging problems people ask me about are simply due to skipping the model check. Most of these issues could have been avoided by checking a few basics, such as the model size and orientation, applying transforms, and verifying symmetry. We haven't covered symmetry in detail yet, but it's coming up shortly. Okay, here is what I would do. I'll press Shift S, cursor to world origin, to move the cursor in the center of the world. Then from the front view, I can see that the character is sinking through the ground a little bit, and it is not aligned with the center line. So I'll grab it and align it with the center line as close as possible. I can switch to wireframe view and align the center of the character so that it overlaps with the blue Z axis that I see. Then zoom in on the feet, G, Z, and make them align with the floor. From the side view, I'll press G, Y, and slide the character back a little bit so that the middle of the foot is in the center of the world. Now I'll switch to the measure tool and measure the character, and it's about 3 meters, which is almost double the normal human size. I'll measure about 1.8 meters with the measure tool, and now I want to scale down the character, So one thing you'll notice is that the origins of all of the meshes are not in the center of the world. This is not a deal breaker. You can rig the character like this, although personally I like to set all origins in the center of the world. If you want to keep the origins exactly where they are, you can select everything, switch your pivot to the 3D cursor, and then scale down the character. Okay, but personally, I'll press Ctrl A and apply all transforms, and that will place all origins in the center of the world. Then I can switch to bounding box center, and because all origins are at the same place, all parts of the character will scale down from this point, and they'll stay perfectly aligned. Because I scaled the character in object mode, it has unapplied scale, so I'll press Ctrl A, all transforms again, to apply the scale. Now let's talk about symmetry for a second. There are two types of symmetry. The character is generally symmetrical, meaning that it has two even legs, a fairly symmetrical body, and a symmetrical head. And even though the arms are clearly different, they are about the same size. But there is another type of symmetry, which I would call true symmetry, which means that for every vertex on the left side, there is an exact mirror on the right side. Having a character which is truly symmetrical makes rigging, and especially weight painting, a little bit easier. But one of the goals of this section is to show you that rigging a slightly non-symmetrical character is not such a big deal. But that said, I know that the head of the character and some of the head props are perfectly symmetrical. I made sure of that. And to make use of this symmetry, we have to make sure that the center line is not just close, but exactly in the center of the world. So here is how you can check for perfect symmetry and how to fix it if necessary. Select the head of the character, go to Edit Mode, select all vertices with A, and enable the X symmetry option. I'll isolate the head, press G and move the mouse, and now if we had perfect symmetry, the center line of the character should stay in the center, and all of the left side vertices should move to the left and right side vertices to the right. Now this is almost happening aside from some vertices in the eye area. So to fix this, keep all vertices selected and go to Mesh, Snap to Symmetry. Now when I press G, all vertices from the left and right move in their respective direction. So this is perfect symmetry now. So let's go to object mode, select the head and do the exact same thing. Enable symmetry, move, and this seems to be fine already, but if it wasn't, I would go to snap to symmetry. The mask is fine as well, and the glasses also seem to be fine. So snap to symmetry is a truly magical tool, but only use it when you're absolutely sure that the mesh is supposed to be symmetrical. If it wasn't, then Blender may find symmetry when there is none and actually mess things up. So for example, I would definitely not do mesh to symmetry on the body. The character is now ready for rigging. If you have any doubts about your model check, I'll provide my verified model at this date, just in case, so that you can start with the same model I'm using and get the same results. Now I can go ahead and add the initial armature. Don't forget the best practice. Place the 3D cursor in the center of the world by pressing Shift S, cursor to world origin, and then Shift A, armature. And do not move, rotate, or scale this armature in object mode. Moving and animating the finished rig in object mode is okay, but while rigging, just keep it right there in the center. As always, go to the armature tab, enable in front, and let's go to edit mode. Now we'll continue with another challenge. Create the base armature for this character, which will look like this. This should be really easy for you at this level. Keep in mind the techniques and best practices we learned in level 2. Precise bone placement using anatomy references as a guide. Pay attention to bone roll. Don't forget the slight bend of arms and legs. Some things may not be straightforward, but that's okay, we'll do it together as well. But as a hint, since the left and right arm are different, Align the bones to the right arm for now and symmetrize it. We'll tweak the left arm later in the course. We also know that a root is a feature of every rig, so we'll create it from the start. Also parent your bones in a logical hierarchy and make sure the root is the top of that hierarchy. Alright, first I'm going to hide the props. We don't need them for now. And as always, I'm going to use my default bone to build the spine. So press GZ and move it up and then scale it down. And then from the side view, I'm going to start aligning it. So one way to do this is to align this one bone to the whole body, then select it, right click, subdivide. And now let's see how many bones we're going to want for the spine of this particular character. I want to make the spine more flexible than the one in level 2, so I'm going to give it 5 bones. So I'll need 4 cuts. Now the bottom 2 bones will represent the pelvis and one half of the so-called lumbar spine. And the remaining 3 bones will be the upper half of the lumbar spine and 2 bones for the chest. Let's name the bones right away. The bottom one will be pelvis, spine 1, spine 2, chest 1, and chest 2. And I'll extrude the neck to just below the ear and then the head bone straight up. From the front view, let's create a new bone and align it with the shoulder area, just like we did in level 2. Usually I work on the left side first and then I symmetrize it to the right side, but here we're going to favor the natural arm. So I'll be working on the right side of the character first. Let's name this bone shoulder.r, Shift D and duplicate it, scale it up to encompass the whole arm, right click, subdivide, and let's align it from the top view as well. Here is the slight bend in the shoulder, and from the front view, the arm is completely straight. Now I'm going to extrude the hand bone and align it. And now let's create the finger bones. So I'll grab the hand bone, Shift D and duplicate it. I'll use the volume snapping technique that I showed in level 2. Switch snapping to volume. And what I actually like to do is to keep snapping disabled like this. And then if I select one part of the bone, move it and hold control, snapping will be enabled while I hold control. And this is awesome because you can just keep snapping disabled and only activate it when you need it. So again, I'll select the end of this bone, hold control and snap it at the end of the finger. Let's duplicate 4 bones for each finger and snap them at the knuckles and then at the tip of each finger. Check your bones from various angles to make sure they're aligned correctly. Let's duplicate this bone and align it with the thumb, like this. Now select all of your finger bones and the thumb, right-click, subdivide with 2 cuts. Select all of the middle phalanges and move them slightly from the front view to create this curvature of the fingers. But also, let's carefully snap each joint where it belongs. So for example, this joint should be aligned with this texture detail because that is where the finger is supposed to bend. You can also enable wireframe and that will give you another indication where the joints need to go. Okay, now the fingers are aligned with the joints, and we have a nice curvature. And as a finishing touch, you can use scaling to make these bones completely straight on this axis. So select all 3 bones of a finger, switch transformation to normal, enable the scale gizmo, and scale on the Z axis, and then press 0 and enter to make the bone completely straight. I'm going to rotate it and move it slightly to align it perfectly. And I'll do the same for all fingers. From the front view, I think I can move these knuckle joints slightly higher. At this level, we'll also create palm bones. Palm bones are a subtle but still very important part of a nice hand rig. So I'll grab the hand bone, Shift D and duplicate it, scale it down a bit, and I'll make 4 copies of it. These are palm bones, so I'll use the volume snapping technique to snap these bones inside the palm of the character. I'll make the hand bone a little bit smaller because it is not as important when we have palm bones, and it also gets in the way. All the palm bones are now snapped inside the hand or the palm of the character, and each one is pointing towards one of the fingers. Now let's name the arm bones. I'm going to name the palm bones palm 1, 2, 3, and 4, starting from the pinky towards the index finger. Under the Armature tab, there is a handy option to show the bone names in the viewport. I don't like having it on all the time, but you can enable it and check your bone names. My bone names look okay so far, so I'll disable the option. Let's create a new bone for the leg. In front view, I'll rotate it and align it roughly with the leg. Then from left orthographic view, I'll make some additional adjustments. I'm keeping anatomy in mind when aligning this point. I'll subdivide the bone, align the knee joint with the knee and give it a little bit of a bend. Extrude the foot and the toe. And let's see what we have from the front view. I may want to move this toe a little bit to the side. This gives me the ideal leg alignment straight from the front view and a slight bend in the knee. Let's name these bones. Now I can symmetrize the bones by selecting everything, right-click, symmetrize. Here I'm going to enable X symmetry and do the parenting. I'll parent the thigh to the pelvis, the shoulder to the second chest bone, keep offset, upper arm to shoulder. Let's parent all palm bones to the hand bone, and then each finger to the palm bone closest to it. And the thumb I'll also parent to the closest palm bone. Check your parenting in pose mode. And the left arm will need to be adjusted because we have this mechanical arm, which is slightly different from the organic one. But that's okay, we'll keep these bones like this for now, and we'll make adjustments when we get to rigging the mechanical arm later in the course. Let's go back to edit mode, add one more bone, call it root, rotate it, and I want to rotate around its head. So I'll switch to individual origins, press R, type 90, and press enter. And I can scale down this bone a little bit, and then parent the pelvis to the new root bone. Now the root bone moves all of the other bones. There wasn't a lot of new information in this video, but get ready, because starting from the next one, we are diving straight into creating rig mechanisms, and they will be more advanced than what we did in level 2. There will be plenty of fun challenges along the way, but as always, I'll be here to demonstrate and explain every step and every decision in detail. Whenever you're ready, let's move on. It's going to be fun. The first mechanism we are going to work on will be the advanced twisting, but before that, let's quickly look at our axis. Here I'm going to zoom in and show you what my rig axis look like. And if your axes are different than mine, you can copy my axis. Again, you have to go to edit mode, select any bone or many bones, press Ctrl R and roll the bones to adjust their axis. So if you need to adjust your axis to be exactly like mine, here I'm zooming in on the hands. We may tweak the axis later in the course, but for now this is what I have and it should be a good start. Okay, now to the twists. Until now we kind of went with the flow, we created the basic skeleton that made sense based on our understanding of the character we are rigging and its anatomy. Then we noticed issues such as the candy wrapper effect on the wrist, and we fixed them as we went along. Now that we have more experience, it's time to get more strategic with our rig creation. For example, we know that we are going to want twist bones. In level 2, we used a single twist bone, which by itself was somewhat insufficient. So we had to use the preserve volume option to improve the lacking deformations. There is nothing wrong with preserve volume, although I'm not a fan of the bulging problems, even though we managed to fix them. On top of that, preserve volume cannot be exported out of Blender, so if you're working on a game rig, it is not something you can rely on. Therefore, we want to create more complex twist mechanisms using multiple bones. This will be based on the simple twist mechanism that you already know, so it will be only slightly more complex. Now the question is, how many twist bones do we want? I want to save you the time and trouble of testing it yourself, and I'll give you this rule of thumb. 1 twist bone was obviously not enough. 2 twist bones are still insufficient. With 3 bones, you're going to start to get nice deformations. 4 twist bones is where we start to get really nice twisting deformations. 5 twists will only look slightly better than 4, so we are starting to get diminishing returns. And as you add even more than 5 bones, you will probably not be able to tell the difference. Of course, these numbers are meant for an average human, such as our character. If you have a character with very long limbs, then more subdivisions may be beneficial. And also in advanced rigging, the twist bones are also used for squash, stretch, and cartoony deformations. But anyway, for our character, we are going to go with 4 twist bones, which is optimal in my opinion. So we want to take the forearm and the upper arm and subdivide them into 4 bones, like this. So I can select the bone, right click, subdivide, and give it 3 cuts, and that gives me the twist bones that I want. But this way we lost our main lower arm bone. Working only with the subdivided bones can become a little bit abstract. So what we want is to keep our main bone, but also have these subdivided bones. So let's undo. And so, of course, what we want is to make a copy of this bone. And I have X-axis mirror enabled, so I'm making a copy of the opposite side as well. I'm going to undo because the mechanical arm does not need twist bones. Disable X mirror, and now I'm going to press Shift D and duplicate this bone, right click to cancel the movement, right click again, subdivide, and give it 3 cuts. Now I can enable X-ray here to see my bones, or you can disable it, go to the Object Preferences, Viewport Display, and choose Display as Wire. This way your bones will always be see-through, and this is a very useful and commonly used display mode for rigging. Now to the actual mechanism. As I said already, it will be based on the mechanism we built in level 2. So as a challenge, try to set up the same mechanism from level 2 only on our first twist bone. So keep in mind the parenting, the constraints, and the constraint options that we need to use. Feel free to watch the video from level 2 again, although ideally you should learn this mechanism by heart. Part of becoming better at rigging is building a library of mechanisms that you know. For one thing, you'll be able to reuse them really fast, but also by building this library, your mind may start to combine them in new and original ways without your conscious awareness. Okay, so I want to parent this twist bone to the main lower arm bone. And actually this makes sense for all of the twist bones. So let's select them all. Shift select the main bone to make it active, Control P, keep offset. Then in pose mode, I'll hide the main bone, select the hand bone, Shift select the first twist bone, Control Shift C, copy rotation. In the copy rotation options, I'll switch to local space and local space, and then Control Shift C again and use dump truck. And this is our basic twist. Now, what do we need to do to set up the remaining twist bones? Currently, I have this first twist bone, which basically copies the Y rotation of the hand 100%. For the remaining bones, we basically want the same thing, except that there will be a fall-off in this direction. So the second bone will copy around 66%, third bone around 33%, and the fourth one 0 or a very low number. So I can set up the exact same constraint for the second bone. Select the hand, Shift select the second twist bone, Control Shift C, copy rotation, local space. By the way, you can click here and press S and that will switch to local space, and W is world space. So local space, and also dumped truck. And to make this bone twist only 66% with the hand bone, we can adjust the influence slider here. 66% will be 0.66. Now the first twist bone rotates fully with the hand, and the second one rotates a little bit less. I can set up the third and the fourth bone the same way, but there is a better way. I'll select the second twist bone and press Ctrl, Alt, and C. This is a new shortcut which removes all constraints from a bone. It only works in pose mode. Then I'll select all of these twist bones, and lastly I'll select the first twist bone which has the constraints, then go to Pose, Constraints, Copy Constraints to selected bones. Now all selected bones will get the same constraint as the active bone, and now all I have to do is go through each of these constraints. For the second twist bone, I'll set influence to 0.66, third bone 0.33, and for the first one, I can set it all the way to 0. I can even delete this constraint or disable the eye icon, but I'm going to set it to 0.1. So there will be a slight twisting, but not a lot. I think especially since this character has a jacket, this will give us a very nice twisting effect. This is our twisting now. I think you can clearly see the fall off of the twist bones. But to actually test it, let's apply automatic weights. I'm going to press Alt-H, unhide this bone, and I want to make it non-deforming. Because we now have these 4 bones along the length of the lower arm, we don't need the main bone. It will only be used for mechanisms. So in a second, I'm going to rename it. But for now, let's go to object mode, select all meshes, shift select the rig, Control P, automatic weights. Go to pose mode, twist the hand. I'll disable overlays. And check out the twisting. It is really nice, and we are not even using preserve volume. Okay, let's take a second to rename these bones. I disabled the deformation of the main lower arm bone. So now it is an MCH bone, a mechanism bone, which we talked about in level 2. The twist bones, I'm going to name lower arm, twist, a number, and .r. Good, now we can move to the twisting of the upper arm. Let's go to edit mode, select the upper arm bone, Shift D to duplicate it, right click to cancel the movement, right click, subdivide, and give it 3 cuts, which means 4 new bones. The advanced twisting of the upper arm will also be based on the simple one we did in level 2. So again, revise if you have to, and make sure that you know and understand the simple twisting mechanism. As a challenge, implement the simple twisting mechanism to the first twist bone in the shoulder. For our shoulder twist bone in level 2, we parented a single twist bone to the shoulder or clavicle bone. So let's do this again. Control P, or rather, this bone was already parented because keep offset is grayed out. Then we went to pose mode, selected the main upper arm bone, shift selected the twist bone, Control Shift C, dump track. We set head tail to 1 so that the twist bone points at the tail of the main bone. We then added a copy location constraint so that the twist bone moves with the main bone. But we had to adjust the order of these constraints to get a more stable rig behavior. Now let's hide the main bone and let's see what happens if we just copy this same setup to the remaining twist bones. Select all twist bones, make sure the one that has the constraint is active, and go to pose, constraints, copy constraints. Alt H, and it kind of works. All of our twist bones rotate and move with the main bone, but they do not twist with it. Is this what we want? Let's apply weights and test it. I'll make the main upper arm bone non-deforming. Go to object mode, select the jacket, shift select the rig, Control P, automatic weights to recalculate the weights. Now for moving the arm up and down and back and forth, this looks okay. But when we twist the upper arm, this is not at all what we want. We have the entire upper arm completely static and not twisting at all. What we really want is that the bone at the shoulder does not twist, but the remaining twist bones do need to twist progressively with the main bone. By progressively, I mean that the second twist bone will twist slightly, the third one more, and the fourth one will fully twist with the main arm. Any ideas how we could accomplish this? Well, we could use copy rotation constraints so that the twist bones follow the main upper arm bone and play with the influence of the constraints to create a fall-off from the elbow towards the shoulder. So select the main bone, shift select the last twist bone, Control Shift C, copy rotation, and this one can have full influence. Then set up the next twist bone, Control Shift C, copy rotation, and set influence to 0.66 or so. Next one, 0.33. And the last one we can leave without copy rotation, or we can give it copy rotation with a very low influence, such as 0.1 or so. Now, if I twist the arm, we're getting the fall-off twisting effect from the elbow towards the shoulder. and it is looking really good just with automatic weights. And this setup works, and you can use it like this, but as usual in this course, I'm trying to point out things that can help you figure out and understand better what is actually happening. So let's look at our constraints. We have this copy location constraint, which copies the position of the main upper arm bone. And that makes sense for this first twist bone, but the second twist bone has the exact same constraint, yet it doesn't go to this position. Any ideas why? Well, if I go to edit mode, these bones are parented and connected because we created them by right-click and subdivide, which creates connected bones. So connected parenting overrides the copy location constraint. These twist bones are all connected to each other, so they cannot jump to the position of the copy location constraint. And that's totally fine. One thing you can do is just go to pause mode and delete the copy location constraint for these three bones. But let's go to edit mode. I'll hide the main bone, select all of the twist bones, press Alt-P and choose disconnect bone. So that will keep the parenting, but it will make it disconnected. Now if I go to pause mode, all of the twist bones will jump to this position because now they can move based on the copy location constraint. Now, can you think of a way to keep this disconnected parenting, but still fix this? And I'll give you a hint. You can keep the constraints exactly as they are, but you need to tweak something in the copy location constraint. Here is what we can do. I'll go to edit mode. We can make the copy location of each of these bones copy the location of the previous twist bone, and it has to copy its tail in particular. So let's go to pause mode. And now all of these bones are overlapping, so they're hard to select. A trick you can use is go to the armature tab and switch to rest position. Now all bones will be in their rest position regardless of constraints and so on. Now I have this bone selected. I'll go to its constraints. And now I have to switch the target bone to be the previous twist bone, which is currently named upper arm R001. I'm going to copy this name and paste it in here. And now I also need to switch the head tail slider to 1. Actually, let's go back to pose position. And now as I slide the head tail to 1, you'll see how this bone goes to the position it is supposed to be in. So if I click a couple of times, I should be able to select the upper arm R.003, and I have to set its copy location constraint to point to the previous bone, which is 002, slide head tail to 1. And finally, let's try to find 004 here and set its target to 003 and slide head tail to 1. So even though we had a simpler solution with the connected chain of bones, I wanted to show you this one because it is actually a basis for more complex setups, especially when you want to have squash and stretch and cartoony effects. So I believe it will be useful to you anyway, and also it was a nice opportunity to dive deeper into the constraint settings. So next we're going to go to the legs and set up the shin and the thigh in the exact same way. So the shin setup will be exactly the same as the lower arm setup, and the thigh setup will be very similar to the upper arm setup. So if you want a challenge, try to do it yourself. Okay, the setup is basically the same, so let's do it as quickly as possible. I'll go to edit mode, select both of these bones, Shift D and duplicate them, right click and subdivide them with 3 cuts. Then for the lower leg, I'll select all twist bones, make sure that the main shin bone is highlighted, Control P, keep offset. Then in pose mode, hide the main bone, select the foot, Shift select this twist bone, Control Shift C, copy rotation, local space, and Control Shift C again, dump track. Then select the remaining twist bones, select the one that has the constraints, pose, constraints, copy constraints. Let's set up the fall-off. The second bone will have the copy rotation influence of 0.66. Next one, 0.33. And the last one, a very, very low value. I'm going to want almost no rotation. Now for the thigh, let's go to edit mode. I'll hide the main bone, select all twist bones, press Alt P and disconnect bone, so that we have the disconnected setup, so that we have to set up copy location. Go to pose mode. You can check the arm constraints, they're the same. So we need copy location, dump truck, and copy rotation. So let's set up copy location, dump truck, copy rotation. Okay, now for the copy location of the remaining twist bones, we have to set it up so that each bone copies the location of the previous twist bone. So let's select this bone, shift select the next one, Control Shift C copy location, and set head tail to 1. Then same for the next two bones, copy location, head tail to 1. And this bone and the last bone, Control Shift C copy location, head tail to 1. And now I want to set up dump truck and copy rotation the same way as on the first bone. You can set it up manually, but if you go to Edit Preferences, Get Extensions, and ideally allow online access, search for Copy Attributes menu and install it. Now this add-on will be enabled, which means that I can select a bunch of bones and shift select one that I want to copy some constraints from, press Ctrl C, and that will give me a special menu. Without this add-on, you won't see this menu. And you can choose copy selected constraints. And I'll choose dump truck and copy rotation and press OK. Now the selected bones kept their copy location constraint, but on top of that, dump truck and copy rotation was added to all of them. So that is a nice automation. Now we just have to set up the fall off. The first bone will copy the rotation of the main bone 100%, so influence of 1. Second one, 0.66 or so. And we got a little weird rotation. That is because the head tail slider of dump truck needs to be set to 1 for all of these bones. Okay, now we can set the fall off. This bone will have influence of 0.33, and the last one 0.05. Now when I twist the main thigh bone, we have this twisting with a fall off, which has not taken effect yet. I need to disable the form for these main bones. Apply automatic weights again. And now we have this twisting in the shin and in the upper leg. Now, the twisting in the shin is actually not realistic. You don't need it for realistic characters, but I decided to do it for practice. And also, as I mentioned earlier, these twist bones also become the basis for squash and stretch mechanisms in more advanced rigging. But really, you cannot twist your foot like this. It's physically impossible. What happens when you twist your foot is that the whole leg twists with it. And that is why, if you remember, in the IK setup, we always parented the pole target to the IK target, and that gives us this exact behavior. But anyway, let's rename our bones, symmetrize them, and we are done with the twisting mechanisms. So what I need to rename is the main upper arm bone. It will become MCH-upper arm.r. Then the twist bones will be upper arm twist, a number in .r. The thigh becomes MCH thigh. The twist will be thigh twist, a number .r. Shin is now MCH shin.r. Shin twist number.r for all of the twists. Now I'm going to want to symmetrize the leg, but not the arm, because the left arm is mechanical and it won't twist. So we don't need any twisting. So select the left leg in edit mode. Make sure that X mirror is disabled. Delete all bones, Alt H, and then I'll select all bones of the right leg, right click and symmetrize them. And then I'll recalculate the weights by applying automatic weights again. And now we have working twists in the legs as well, which will create very nice deformations when twisting the leg. Alright, that was quite a step up from the twist bones in level 2. This kind of twisting is actually what you get in professional rigs, so awesome work. Next, we are going to be working on a more advanced spine rig. In fact, it's going to have similar functionality to a Rigify spine rig. This spine rig will be slightly more advanced than what we did in level 2, but it is still fairly simple. Compared to the twisting mechanisms we just did, the complexity is fairly low. Let's get into it. So similar to level 1, we want to create a separation between the upper arm of the spine and chest and the lower part of the torso, which can bend left and right, and forward and back from this point. In the lower part of the torso, which again will bend and twist from this point, but in the inverted direction, so that the character can shimmy, twerk, and so on. Before I start building the mechanism, I may want to even out the length of these bones. I base their initial position on anatomical references, but as we discussed in level 2, armature bones do not just represent anatomical bones. They also affect the muscles and cloth and so on, and so their influence tends to even out. So I'll go for something like this. And I feel like this point here should go a little bit lower. Ideally, you should place your main bones perfectly before starting to build the mechanisms. Because once we have these twist bones and so on, moving parts of the rig becomes more difficult. But if you absolutely need to do it, you'll have to select all bones in the upper leg and switch to a pivot point like bounding box center. And global transformations. And now I can lightly scale this bone and move it up and down. And I also want to symmetrize this change, so I'll enable X symmetry, press G lightly, and that will symmetrize the left side. So now this is almost perfect, but one of the bones is slightly offset. So I could go to edit mode, select the whole lower leg, switch orientation to normal, enable scale. This is the same thing we did to straighten the fingers. And then I'll scale it on the x-axis and press 0 and confirm. Now these bones are perfectly straight again. And you can also squash on the z-axis just in case. And let's do the same for the upper leg. Okay, this was a little precision tip for tweaking complex rig parts. Although ideally, you shouldn't do this and you should have everything laid out perfectly from the start. But the world is not an ideal place. Now let's focus on the spine. First, I'm going to create the mechanism for the lower part of the spine, which will be the most difficult part, but nothing to worry about. So let's go to edit mode. And in level 1, we had a single pelvis bone, so we just flipped it and used it in its flipped state. We could do the same here by selecting these bones and pressing Alt F to flip them. And again, we have to reparent the bones because the flipping messes with the parenting, but I'm going to undo because I don't want to flip these bones. I want to keep them like this because this is a best practice. Even though we're not building this rig specifically for games or another specific purpose, having the deformed bones with this logical orientation is ideal for various purposes. So instead, we'll select these bones, Shift D and duplicate them, and then press Alt F to flip the copies. And now we want these flipped bones to become our controls. so the original deformed bones need to move with them. If you want a challenge, try to do it yourself. The only tip I'm going to give you is that it's not a complex setup, so try to think of the simplest possible solution. Okay, let's go to edit mode, and all we have to do is parent each original bone to its flipped counterpart. Control P, keep offset, and then select the pelvis, shift select the flipped pelvis, Control P, keep offset. Now in pose mode, we have the flipped bones controlling the original deformed bones. Nice. I want to add one more level of automation on top of this, and let me hide the original bones to make this clearer. I want to add a control that rotates both of these bones, and as they rotate, they'll create a nice natural curve. Let's go to edit mode, select the first flip bone, Shift T and duplicate it. I'll switch orientation to global and pivot to individual origins, and then scale up this bone so that I can distinguish it. Then go to pose mode, select the new bone, shift select the first flip bone, Control Shift C and choose copy rotation. And then again, select the new bone, shift select the second flip bone, Control Shift C, copy rotation. And we have to switch our copy rotation to local space and local space for both bones that we created. Now, when I rotate this new control bone, notice how it rotates the first bone and then it also curves the second bone. Actually, I can do something else. Instead of using copy rotation on this bone, in edit mode, I'm going to select it and shift select the new control bone, press Control P and keep offset. And this gives us the same effect. The reason I decided to change the approach is that a bit later in the process, we'll add a main torso control. And with this setup, parenting the whole spine to the torso control will be simpler. So what's happening is the first flip bone is rotating with the control bone, and the second flip bone is parented to the first bone, so it rotates with it, but it also gets copy rotation from the control bone, and so it rotates a little bit more, creating a little bit of a curve. And that is exactly what we wanted. One final tweak I'll do to this copy rotation is to set mix to add so that I can also rotate this bone manually. So I can rotate the main control and then choose this one and also tweak its rotation manually. I can also do this for this bone. Now we are going to create almost the same curving mechanism for the upper three bones. So in edit mode, select the spine 2 bone, Shift D and duplicate it, make it slightly bigger, parent spine 2 to the new bone that we just created. Then in pose mode, select the new bone that will be our control, shift select chest 1, Control Shift C, copy rotation, make it local space and local space, mix to add. And I want the exact same constraint on chest 2, so let's select chest 2, shift select chest 1, pose, constraints, copy constraints to selected bones. Now this control bone curves the upper spine. So in edit mode, I'm going to make it even bigger. The size doesn't really matter, but by making it this long, I'm indicating that it controls these 3 bones. Once we give it a custom shape, it will be even clearer, but for now this is also very nice. If you find that the spine curves too much with this curving mechanism, you can reduce the influence of the copy rotation constraints. This will be a matter of taste. Personally, this looks good to me, so I'll keep it like this. So now I can rotate this left and right, front and back, and even twist it, and this will give a very nice twisting motion. This control has the exact same effect, except that it will become really useful when we implement the IK mechanism. Once we have the IK and the legs stay in place, just rotating this bone will create the pelvis movement. There is one more thing that I want to add, and that is a torso control, just like the one we had in level 2. So in edit mode, I'll select the root bone, Shift D, duplicate it and move it on the Z axis, scale it down, and the bones that curve the lower and upper part of the spine are also the parents of each part of the spine. This is why a bit earlier I changed my mind and I decided to use parenting instead of a copy rotation constraint in the spine setup. This makes parenting the whole spine to the torso control very simple. An important point here is that there are many ways to achieve the exact same effect. At the end of the day, if it works, it's good. But if you can make the setup simpler and easier to understand, that's a plus. Because, for example, it can make troubleshooting your own rig easier. Now to set up the parenting, I just need to select the top and bottom spine control, shift select the new torso bone, and parent with keep offset. And that will give me the torso control, the lower body control, and the upper body control, as well as individual chest and spine controls. If you have used Rigify, for example, you just created something that functionally is very similar to the Rigify spine. Now I'm going to name this bone torso. This bone will be the chest control, so for now I'll name it chest control. Later I may change these names. And this one will be the hips control. And the individual bones in the hips area, I'll name hips 1 and hips 2. Yeah, I'll press Alt-H to unhide the hidden bones. I also noticed that I accidentally named this bone just MCH. It should be MCH upper arm.R. Also, after parenting the body bones to the torso bone, I lost the root function of the root bone. It just doesn't do anything, so I have to go to edit mode, select the torso, shift select the root, Control P, keep offset. And now again it moves the whole character. It doesn't move the mechanical arm, that is a weights issue and we're going to work on it. Do not worry about it. As always, take a moment to congratulate yourself for your progress. You just created a nice, fairly advanced and highly practical spine rig. Next, we are moving on to something completely new. We'll make all the limbs of this character work in both IK and FK mode, and we'll set up an automated IK-FK switching mechanism. In level 1 and 2, we kept the legs exclusively in IK and arms only in FK. This setup works well because it's simple to create and covers about 80% of basic animation needs. But now we are taking a step toward a more professional rig. In the next few videos, we are going to build a solid IK-FK switching mechanism. This means you won't be stuck with just one or the other. You'll be able to switch each arm or leg to whichever mode fits your animation best. If you're wondering why IK-FK switching is so useful, first, as a general rule, IK is ideal for animations where the legs or arms are attached or interacting with something. FK, on the other hand, works best when the limbs are swinging freely. Here are a few examples. For many common animations, such as standing, walking, running, even dancing and so on, the legs will often interact with the ground, so IK is necessary. The arms will mostly swing freely, so FK is a good choice. For animations such as pushing, pulling, or picking something up, the arms will interact with the object being pushed or pulled, so IK arms will be essential. If the character is swinging on a bar, IK for the arms is amazing here because it makes it easy to show the character holding onto the bar. And for the legs, FK gives you a natural swinging motion. Finally, if the character is flying through the air, both the arms and legs are moving freely, so FK is your best option. So IK-FK switching is essential in a professional rig. Fortunately, it is not difficult to implement. The main challenge is that we need to create and constrain a couple of overlapping chains of bones, which can get confusing if you try to rush it. That's why we'll take it slow, step by step, until it all makes sense. Now, I'm going to save my file here and start a new general file. This will allow me to demonstrate an important technique that we'll be using in the IK-FK setup. If you have any objects in your scene, delete them and then create a new armature. Go to edit mode, select the default bone, and make 2 copies of it. Now I'll go to pose mode, select the first copy, shift select the first bone, and press Ctrl-Shift-C to add a new constraint. And I'll use the copy transforms constraint. We already included copy transforms in our list of basic constraints, but we haven't used it so far. You can think of copy transforms as copy location, copy rotation, and copy scale all packed into a single constraint. Using copy location, copy rotation, and copy scale individually will give you more control, but if you just want one bone to follow the transforms of another bone, the simplest and quickest way is copy transforms. So I'll click on it, and now it will look as if our original bone disappeared. You probably understand that it has not disappeared, but because of copy transforms, it moved to the location of the target bone, because copy transforms also includes copy location. If I play with the influence of this copy transforms constraint, you'll see how the constrained bone goes to its initial location, and the stronger the influence, the more it moves towards the target bone. We also want to constrain the first bone to this other bone, so it will have 2 copy transforms constraints. But before that, let's learn how to work with overlapping bones, such as what we have here, because overlapping bones are very common in advanced rigs. Go to the Armature tab, Viewport Display, and switch Display As to B-Bone. B-Bone means bendy bones. Bendy bones are an amazing advanced rigging feature, which we won't be using in this intermediate section, but B-Bone Display Mode is useful regardless because I can select all bones and press Ctrl, Alt, Shift and S and change their thickness. I can also select an individual bone and press Ctrl, Alt, Shift and S and change the thickness only of the selected bone. Now if I switch to wireframe shading, I'll be able to see the individual bones even though they're perfectly overlapping. This thickness is only for display purposes and it doesn't change the function of the bone. In octahedral mode, the bones are still perfectly overlapping. If I switch to any shading other than wire, the bones will not be transparent, so I could go to the Object Properties, Viewport Display, and switch the display of the armature object to wire. Now this armature will always be see-through regardless of other display settings. Okay, so now I want to add another constraint to this thinner bone, and the target will be this bone. So let's select it and press Ctrl, Alt, Shift and S and make it slightly thicker. And now I want to shift select the thinner bone, but unfortunately I won't be able to do it directly. This is something that is being worked on, and hopefully in one of the next Blender versions you'll be able to just select this bone that you can clearly see. But currently it is not possible, so here are a few workarounds. One is to select this bone and press Ctrl-Shift-C and make it thicker than the other one. Now I can easily shift select it. Another way, which I use very often, is to simply hide this bone that gets in the way. Now I can shift select my bone. Yet another way is to point at the overlapping bones and press Alt, Shift and click. And now I can select any overlapping bone from this menu. And here I know that I want bone. Okay, yet another way is to switch to rest position, which displays the bones in their unconstrained state. Now the bones are not really overlapping, so I can select this one and then easily shift select the other one. So hopefully all of these workarounds will not be necessary very soon, but until then, they are essential, so keep them in mind. With these bones selected, I'll press Ctrl-Shift-C and copy transforms, and then switch back to pose position. Back in pose position, the constraints will now take effect, and now the constraint bone is fully controlled by this bone. So I can move, rotate, or even scale it, and the constraint bone will move, rotate, and scale with it. And that is because we have these two copy transforms constraints, one over the other, and they are evaluated top to bottom, so the second one overrides the first one. If I switch the influence of the second copy transforms to 0, now the first one takes effect, which means that this bone is fully controlling my constraint bone. And this setup will become the basis for our IK-FK switch. In edit mode, I'm going to move this bone in the center so that it overlaps with the constraint bone, and this one also roughly in the same area. I'll press Ctrl, Alt, Shift, and S to make it slightly thicker. And now by just playing with the influence of the second copy transforms, I can determine which bone controls the constraint bone. And if you imagine that, for example, this is the IK and this is the FK, this will be the basis for our IK-FK switch. Of course, the final mechanism will be applied on a chain of multiple bones, but as long as you understand this basic principle, you can keep going and you should be able to understand the full setup. So let's go back to the actual rig and set it up. Now for the actual IK-FK switching setup. And as a little overview, what we want to do is create two copies of this entire leg chain, one for FK and one for IK. And we are going to constrain each bone of the original chain to the FK chain and then also to the IK chain, using copy transforms, just like in the simple example we just saw. And by turning the bottom constraint of each bone on and off, we'll switch between IK and FK mode. And of course, we don't want to switch each constraint manually, so we'll use something called properties and drivers to automate the whole setup and make it easy to use. Okay, so in edit mode, select all of these bones, thigh, shin, foot, and toe, press Shift-D, and actually I'll cancel and press Ctrl-Z, and I want to turn off symmetry. I'll only work on the right side and then I'll symmetrize the left side. So Shift-D, make sure you're in global mode, so X, and then I'll type -0.3 on the numpad, then enter to confirm, and that moved this new chain of bones exactly 0.3 units, or -0.3, on the x-axis. I did this because later I'll want to bring this chain back to its original position, overlapping exactly with the original bones. So when I want to do this, I'll move it again on the x-axis and type 0.3 on the numpad, and that will bring it back to this position. Now I'll cancel this. Now I want to rename this new chain of bones. This will be my FK chain, so I'll rename it to thigh fk.r, shin fk.r, foot fk.r, and toe fk.r. Now I'll select everything, and I want another chain for the IK. So again, I'll press Shift-D, X, and -0.3, and enter to confirm. And now I want to rename my IK chain, and for that, let's use batch rename, which you can find under Edit, Batch Rename, or the shortcut is Ctrl F2. Switch your type to bones, and then using Find Replace, find FK, and replace it by IK. Okay, now these bones are renamed to thigh IK-R, but they also have this 001 suffix. So select all bones, again, Ctrl F2, and find .001 and replace it with nothing. Just leave this blank, press OK, and that will effectively delete the 001 suffix. So batch rename is extremely important in rigging. Keep it in mind. Okay, next we want to constrain our original chain to the FK chain. So what I want to do is first select the thigh of the FK chain, then shift select the original thigh and press Ctrl-Shift-C, copy transforms. And now the leg will jump to this position because of the copy transforms constraint. So let's go to the armature tab and switch to rest position, which is the technique that I just showed you. And now I can keep constraining and my bones will not jump around. So constrain the shin bones, then the foot bones, and finally the toe bones. And then do the same for the IK chain. So select the thigh in the IK chain, shift select the original thigh, Ctrl-Shift-C, copy transforms. Then the shins, then the feet, and finally the toes. Now if I switch to pose position, the whole leg will be overlapping with the IK chain. Because the second copy transforms constraint is pointing to the IK chain. Actually, let's go back to rest position and name our constraints. This is something we haven't done so far, but it can be done. For example, I can name this copy transforms FK and the lower one IK. And this is another level of organization which can help you make sense of your own rig later, because things may seem obvious as you do them, but then later you may be asking yourself, what did I even do here? So any type of organization is good. Let's do this for all of these bones. First one is FK, and second constraint is IK. And now I want to bring the IK and FK chain back to their original position. But before that, let's place them on individual collections, because once they're overlapping, they can be hard to select. So select all FK bones, press M, new bone collection, and let's just call it FK for now. And the IK chain, M, new collection, call it IK, and click create. Now I can easily hide and unhide these collections. Now in edit mode, select the FK chain, press G, X, and 0.3 and enter to confirm. Then the IK chain, and then press G, X, and 0.6. By the way, if you didn't use exact values when moving these bones, here is what you could do. I'll undo, slash to isolate the rig, switch snapping to vertex, G to grab this bone, then hold Control and point it to the original leg chain and then click to confirm. This will also place it at the exact position I want, and slash to go back out of local mode. Now we have these overlapping bones, so let's use our B-bone display to make things clearer. I'll switch to B-bones, and all bones are pretty thick by default, so select everything and press Ctrl, Alt, Shift and S, and let's make them reasonably thick. Now I'm going to start the IK chain and make it much thicker. Then remove the star and enable it for the FK chain. And Ctrl, Alt, Shift and S to make this chain thicker. But if I enable IK as well, I want it to be slightly thinner than the IK chain. Okay, now I'll unstart everything and disable IK and FK. Now, if I switch back to octahedral, I'll select the thigh, shin, foot, and toe. These are the original ones. And then back to B-bone, I'll press Ctrl, Alt, Shift, and S and make them slightly thicker. So now the twist bones are the thinnest. The original leg chain is slightly thicker. The FK chain is slightly thicker than the original chain, and IK chain is slightly thicker than FK chain. So I understand that this can still be a little bit confusing, but it's much better than having everything overlapping. Right, so now in pose mode, the IK copy transforms is at the bottom, and I'll have to switch to pose position, and now my IK chain is controlling the leg. If I start my default bones, I'll be able to select all of the original leg bones, go to constraints, and if I hold Alt and reduce the influence of copy transforms IK, that will disable this constraint and allow the FK constraints to take effect. So now the FK chain is controlling the leg. Now at this point, both the FK chain and the IK chain are actually FK chains. So this is obviously not the full setup. What we need to do is now focus on the IK chain and set up the IK exactly as we did in level 1 and level 2. So I'll press Alt-R here to reset the IK chain, and I'll star it to focus on it. I'll go to Edit Mode, select this connection at the ankle. If you want to switch back to octahedral, that's fine at this point. Then press E, Y to extrude a new bone. Select it, Alt-P, clear parent, name it IK-Target.R. Go to pose mode, select the target, shift select the shin. And by the way, we have an even faster way to set up IK, and that is the shortcut Shift and I. So IK is the super constraint and it has its own shortcut. Press to active bone. Go to your constraints, set chain length to 2. Extrude the pole target, unparent it, GY to move it away, name it leg IK pole.R, and I'll have to name this bone leg IK target.R. And then set the pole target, pole angle to 90, parent the pole to the target, and now we have our basic IK setup. Now if I start the default bones, I can select all of the main bones, Alt and click on the influence and set it to 1. If Alt and clicking doesn't work for you, you can set it to 1 and then right click, copy to select it. Now the IK chain will be controlling the main chain, which means that when I move the IK controls, the leg will be controlled by it. There is still work to be done on the individual IK and FK mechanisms, but the basic switch now works. So let's review what we did. It's important that everything we did so far is clear before moving on. So let me clear the transforms, and I'll switch to B-bones so that I can see the full mechanism and start the default bones. So here we have the initial or main leg chain, and the twist bones are fully parented and constrained to it. Then we created 2 copies of the main leg chain, one for FK and another one for IK. And we constrained the main leg chain to both of them. So the main chain itself will never be animated directly. It will be controlled either by the FK or the IK controls. The cool thing is the twisting mechanism will work in both IK and FK mode because it is controlled by the main leg chain, and the main chain is controlled either by IK or FK. This gives us a really clean separation between the different parts or levels of the rig. So if we want to tweak the twisting, we'll focus on the main chain and the twist bones and tweak things on this level. Then we could focus separately on the IK chain and create whatever additional automations or mechanisms that we need to, such as the advanced foot setup that we'll work on shortly. And everything will work just fine as long as we keep these 4 main bones intact, because the main leg chain is constrained to them. And similarly, we could focus on the FK and add more mechanisms there. We'll add the so-called limb isolation mechanism. But before that, let's make the IK-FK switching more user-friendly. The obvious problem now is that in order to switch to IK and FK mode, we have to tweak this influence slider on 4 bones. And that is just for one leg. We also want to have an IK-FK switch on both legs and both arms. And that makes switching quite tedious. And a slightly deeper issue is that this main leg chain is MCH, which means that it's supposed to be hidden from the animator. We are going to resolve this by learning the basics of two new rigging tools, custom properties and drivers. This will allow us to create an automation which switches between IK and FK with a single slider. Let's start with custom properties because they are really not that difficult. A custom property in Blender is just a number, just a custom value that you can use for whatever you like. In our case, we are going to create a custom property and we are going to tell Blender that this influence value on all four bones is equal to that custom value. So by just tweaking one value, all four constraints will be affected. Another benefit of a custom property is that it can appear in the interface, so we'll be able to hide away these MCH bones. The main thing that can be confusing about custom properties is that they appear in different contexts or different modes. So, for example, we have object mode, edit mode, and pose mode for our armature. So even if I don't go to object mode, I can go to the object properties, and at the bottom, I'm going to find custom properties. And these are custom properties for the object level of this armature. I'll click the new button, and that gives me a new property called prop. I can click on the gear icon, and for now, I'll just change the name to object prop and press OK. There are no custom properties under physics or constraints. These are the object constraints. Then under data, you will find custom properties. So let's press new here, click the gear icon, and let's name this data prop. Then under bone, we again have custom properties. And the important part here is that when I create a new property at this level, it will be attached to the active bone. If I select any other bone, it won't be there. If I select my MCH thigh.r again, here I have my new property. And something else that you have to keep in mind is this is now a pose bone property. If I go to edit mode, I'll have the exact same bone selected, but no custom property. So I'll click new again to get a new property on the edit mode level. I'll click on the gear icon and I'll call it edit prop. And then back in pose mode, I'll edit the name of my pose property to pose prop. And these are the main levels on which you can create a custom property. Now, if I go to the End panel, Item tab, Properties, I'll see my pose property exposed here. If I go to Edit mode, I'll have the Edit property exposed. And in Object mode, I'll see the Object property. The Data property does not really get exposed. We do want an exposed property to make our rig more user-friendly. So that means that the data property is out of the question, so I'm going to delete it. So now we have the object, pose, and edit property. We animate in pose mode, so having to switch to edit mode in order to tweak the IK-FK switching does not sound like a good idea. It's not logical. So let's go to the bone tab in edit mode and delete the edit property. Now we are left with the pose and object properties. Switching to object mode in order to change the properties is not such a bad idea, because we could easily expose all properties for this rig on the object level. So this could work, especially with the pie menu, because it makes switching between the modes so easy. But personally, I would like to just stay in pose mode while animating. So I'll delete the object property. And now we are just left with the pose property. Now, the pose property needs to be attached to a specific bone, and the MCH thigh is not a good candidate because it is supposed to be hidden. So I'll have to delete this property and think of a better bone for it. Using the root bone could be a good idea because the root bone is always exposed, but it may not be very intuitive. So here is what we are going to do. Let's go to edit mode, create a new bone, scale it down and make it a little bit thinner, and place it to the side of the character. F2 and name it Rig Settings. So this will be a special bone which will contain all of our custom properties. It will act as a menu for the rig. Later we'll give it a special shape so that it's easily recognizable as a settings button. Now let's go to pose mode and give it a custom property. click on the gears icon, and let's name the property right leg IK-FK. The property type is float, which is basically a decimal. The influence slider on the constraints is also float, so that's perfect. The default value is 1. This should work, although we can tweak it if necessary. The minimum value is 0 and maximum is 1. This is also perfect because the influence slider also goes from 0 to 1. The rest of the settings you can ignore for now and press OK. Now you have a really good understanding of custom properties. Personally, it took me a while to figure out the difference between the various contexts in which properties can exist. So I'm happy to simplify it for you. Just figure out the most logical context or mode for your needs and add the property there. It's as simple as that. The property itself is just a value regardless of the context. Now we can move on to drivers. Drivers can be complicated, but on a basic level, they create connections between different values in your scene. Anywhere in your scene where you see numbers, such as the XYZ location, rotation values, scale values, and so on and so forth, these values can be connected through drivers. So as a quick example, let's go to Edit Mode, Shift A and create a new bone. This will be just a simple temporary bone for demonstration. Then I'll press Shift D and duplicate the bone and go to Pose Mode. Then I'll select the first bone and right-click on one of its values. Let's say the Y location. And choose Copy as New Driver. Then go to the other bone and let's right-click on its Y value. And now I can paste the driver. This is probably the easiest and simplest way to create a driver relationship. The value turned purple, which means that it contains a driver, or it is being driven. So the Y value of the first bone is driving the Y value of the second bone, which means that if I grab this bone and move it on its Y value, the driven bone will also move on its Y axis. What's interesting about driven values is that once the driver is applied, you can no longer tweak this value manually. So I can try to change this value any way I like, but I won't be able to. We connected the Y value to the Y value, but that was arbitrary. I can right-click on the existing driver and delete it. Then I'll right-click on the Z location axis and paste the same driver I copied earlier into it. So now the Y location of this bone will drive the Z location of the other bone. I can also paste the same driver into another axis, let's say the Y location again. Now the Y location of this bone drives both the Y and Z location of the other bone. Or I could delete these and paste the driver into the X rotation. So now moving this bone will rotate the other bone. As you can see, drivers can be used to automate things in the rig, just like constraints. In fact, a long time ago, Blender did not have this powerful set of constraints, so drivers were the only way to automate your rig. Now, copy driver, paste driver is the easiest way to add a driver, but it is a little bit limited. It just gives us a one-to-one relationship between two values, which will kind of be enough for our example, but I want to get a little bit deeper here into drivers because this is meant to be a fundamentals course, and I want to give you the fundamentals of drivers, which will take you closer to being a professional rigger. So let me delete this driver. I'll split a window here, and I'll switch this window here to drivers. Look at that, we have a whole interface just for drivers. Now, with this bone selected, I can right-click on any value, let's say the Y value, and simply add driver. This gives me a little temporary interface, which will disappear easily, but if we look at our drivers interface and click on the new driver that was added, we now have this whole interface which allows us to tweak our drivers. And here in the side panel, I'll switch to drivers. There is a lot going on in the driver editor. We have a graph similar to the animation curves. We have a modifiers tab, menus, and so on. We may come back to some of these other elements later in the course, but for now we'll ignore them and just focus on the driver settings area, because it is the most fundamental one. Type is set to scripted expression, and that is the most common and powerful mode, because it gives you access to this expression field. In it, you can type any mathematical expression that you like, and it will be evaluated, and that will be the result of the driver. By default, Blender gives us var, which is a variable. It's a variable defined down here. Actually, it is not fully defined yet. We'll define it in a second. And then we have +0. So +0 obviously doesn't do anything, but Blender is trying to indicate that here we can use variables, numbers, and mathematical expressions. So we could also type var multiplied by 2.5, 4 minus var, var divided by 4.7, and so on and so forth. All sorts of mathematical expressions are fine. So for now, I'll delete the numbers and just leave var. Var is just a random name that I defined here in this field, and then I can use it in the expression. To finish the setup of this variable, I need to tell it which object it is based on, so I'll choose the armature, and just like with the target of constraints, we now get access to a specific bone in this armature. So I want to use this bone here, which is named just bone. Now the driven bone moved, and that is because the driver is now fully set up, and it is based on the X world location of this bone. The X world location is this here, and so this bone moved on its Y location, which is driven, by the same amount. To set this custom driver exactly as we set it up with the copy-paste workflow earlier, I have to switch to Y location and local space. Now again, moving this bone on its local Y-axis will move the driven bone on its Y-axis. But now that we have full access to the driver expression, I can do fun things like multiply the variable by 2, for example. Now moving this bone on its Y-axis will move the other bone twice as much. Or I can divide it by 2, so the driven bone will move only half as much. This variable has a type, and by default it's set to transform channel, which gives you access to the location, rotation, and scale transforms of the object, and also different spaces. Again, you'll mostly use world space and local space, just like in constraints. There are other types for the variable, but again, most of the time you'll be using either transform channel or single property. So let's switch to single property. It's very important to understand the workflow here. So again, you have to set the object where the property will be found. Again, it will be our armature. Now let's go to the first bone that we're using here. Right-click on its Y-axis and choose Copy Data Path. Go back to the driven bone and paste what you just copied into the path field. Now again, if I move this bone on the Y-axis, the other bone will move according to the expression that I set here. So by using single property, I can also affect transform channels, but choosing transform channel specifically will also allow you to use world space and transform space, so it is a little bit more versatile. But back to single property, I can now go to my rig settings bone, right-click on the custom property and copy its data path, go to the driven bone and paste this value here, and now I can control the position of this bone with this custom value. Now, once you understand this, it should be very easy to automate our IK-FK switch. I'll go to edit mode and delete these temporary bones. Go back to pose mode, select the MCH bone, go to my bone constraints, right-click on influence, add a driver. In the driver editor, I now have this underlined driver. It means that data is missing, so I can just delete it. That was our test driver. And now we'll go to our influence driver. Let's set the expression to just var. Type to single property. Go to a settings bone, right-click on the property, copy the data path, go back to our drivers, select the prop as armature, and paste the path we just copied. Now, if I set my IK-FK setting to 0 and go back to my constraints, you'll see that influence is also set to 0. Okay, the number always corresponds. Instead of setting up all remaining drivers manually, you can right-click on this one, which is already set up, choose Copy Driver, go to the next bone, right-click on the influence, paste driver, go to the next one, paste driver, and next one, paste driver. Now, having this value between 0 and 1 is kind of pointless. I want to set it either to 0 or to 1. I'll move the IK a little bit and the FK a little bit. And so a value of 1 currently means IK, and a value of 0 means FK. But our name says IK-FK, which kind of suggests that 0 would be IK. We could tweak the driver expression to account for this, but probably the easiest way is to just go to the Bone tab, edit the property, and just change the name to FK IK. Now, because we changed the name, the driver will stop working. So let's right-click on this, copy data path, start only the default bones, and paste the path to update it. So I'll have to do this for all bones. Okay, now it's fully updated. And 1 means IK, and 0 means FK. Nice work! IK-FK switching, properties, and drivers are essential rigging tools, so we just took a major step forward. In the next 2 videos, we'll keep building important mechanisms like a fully automated foot rig, FK limb isolation, and an advanced hand rig. In this section, we are going to focus on improving the IK part of the leg rig. The main focus will be on enhancing the foot mechanism. As always in this course, we are building on what we already learned. So there will be plenty of things you are already familiar with, but we are taking things to the next level, adding more complexity, automation, and just an extra layer of coolness. Let's dive in. Okay, I'm going to close the driver editor for now. And since I want to work on the IK mechanism, I'll make sure that the FK IK value is set to 1. This way I'm in IK mode and I'll be able to test whatever changes I make to the IK mechanism. I'll reset the rig and hide all bones except for the IK, and also highlight the IK collection so that any new bones I may add will be added to this collection. I guess we can set display to octahedral because there are no overlapping bones. And now let's finish setting up the foot bone as we did in level 1 and level 2. You should be familiar with this, so try to do it yourself. Okay, so again, the problem is that when we move the torso down, the foot sinks into the ground. So we solve this by going to edit mode and parenting the foot bone to the IK target bone. Keep offset. Now we want to fix the fact that we can disconnect the foot from the shin. And we do that by selecting the shin, shift selecting the foot, Control Shift C, copy location, and setting head tail to 1. Before we move on to the next topic, here is something that I want to mention at this level. I have prepared a special scene and I have set up my IK constraint as usual, but I haven't set up the foot yet, so it sinks through the ground. If I select the foot bone and go to the Bone tab, expand Relations, Here I can see information about the parenting of this bone, and also there are special settings for the parenting. So for example, here we can enable connected or disconnected parenting, which is the same as pressing Alt-P and disconnect bone. And there are other settings. One of them is inherit rotation. So if I disable it and then go to pose mode and then try to move the spine, you'll see that the sinking of the foot is actually fixed. And if I move the spine up, the foot doesn't disconnect. So it may seem like a one-click solution to this problem. But if I select the root and rotate it, you'll see that this foot is not rotating with the whole rig. And the idea of the root bone is that it just moves and offsets the whole rig. This is because disabling this inherit rotation setting makes the foot bone ignore the rotation not only of its direct parent, but from the entire hierarchy, all the way down to the root bone. So while it may seem like a really nice, quick, and simple solution, it has really important negative consequences. I'm mentioning this because you may see this in other tutorials, and so I wanted to warn you why this is not a good idea. So enable inherit rotation, and in general, don't touch this area too much until you really know what you're doing. Okay, back to our main tutorial. Next, we are going to create pivots for our foot system. This will be basically the same as in level 2, except that we'll have 2 more pivots on each side of the foot. So this may be a little bit difficult, but save your file and give it a try. It will work in the exact same way, it's just 2 more pivots that you need to parent. Okay, let's go to edit mode and add our pivots. In level 2, we extruded the pivots. I'm going to cancel this and undo, because that created existing parenting, and then parenting everything together was a little bit difficult. So this time instead, I'm going to select this point here and press Shift S, cursor to select it, and then just press Shift A to add a new bone. With individual origins, scale it down. And this will be my toe pivot. And actually, I don't want it exactly at the bone. I want to align it with the geometry. So like this at the tip of the foot. Press F2 and name this bone foot pivot toe.r. Then I can press / to isolate. Select this bone, Shift D and duplicate it. Set snapping to vertex. Keep snapping disabled. G to grab the bone and hold Control to snap it at the foot. And let's rename this pivot to pivot foot.r. Then I'll go out of local mode, Shift D, and I'll place this bone at the heel and rename it to pivot heel. Then from the front view, I'll duplicate the foot pivot and place it on the inside edge of the foot and name it foot pivot inside. Shift D and place it on the outside and rename this to pivot outside. Actually, foot pivot foot may be a little bit weird, so let's rename this to foot pivot ball.r. And now again, these pivots are just pivots for the IK. So what we want to do is parent the IK to it, and because a bone can have only one parent, we'll do our consecutive parenting. And now we have more bones, so the ball, toe, and heel will be as before. Then the heel will be parented to the inside pivot and inside pivot to outside pivot. All of these pivot bones are not parented to anything, so we shouldn't have any parenting issues like in level 2. So let's parent the IK target to the ball, ball to toe, toe to heel, heel to inside, and inside to outside. Now the heel raises the heel. This bone raises the foot from the toes. This one bangs from the inside and then from the outside. Now we need one more pivot at the ankle itself. So again, let's go to edit mode, Shift D and duplicate this bone, scale it up with individual origins. I'll press Alt P and clear any existing parenting. And then I'll parent the outside pivot, because currently it is the topmost pivot, to the new bone. Control P, keep offset. Now this new bone moves the whole setup, and the pivots act as individual pivots. The original IK target will now be an MCH bone because it is not meant to be animated manually anymore. And the new control that we created will get the normal leg IK target name. One thing that we haven't set up yet is the behavior of the ball roll. We want the toe to stay straight when rotating from this point. So let's go to edit mode. I have my 3D cursor exactly here, so I'll press Shift A again and add a new bone. Scale it down, and if you remember, we solved this by setting a dump truck constraint on the toe, targeting this bone. And again, if you remember, we made a copy of the toe, which is automated, and the original toe stays unautomated and parented to this new bone. So let's parent the original toe to the new copy we created. Control P, keep offset. And let me name this MCH toe IK.R because it is meant to stay automated and not be animated directly. So in pose mode, I'll hide the original toe, select this bone, which will be toe target.R, then shift select the MCH toe, Control Shift C, dump truck. Now the toe stays straight, but I can select the original toe and offset and animate it manually. There is one thing that we still need to do. If I rotate this bone, the toe target should rotate with it. So all we have to do is go to edit mode and parent the toe target to the toe pivot. Control P, keep offset. Let me reset the rig. And so far, we did almost the same as in level 2, except that we added 2 more pivot bones. Now we are going to do something actually new, and it's going to be very cool and make this foot rig a lot more user-friendly. So in the previous chapter, we already had this problem that if I rotate on the toes, the heel stays behind. So technically I can still rotate on the heel, but I'm not supposed to, because now this heel pivot is not really at the heel, and so it doesn't really fulfill its purpose. The reason this works is that once I raise the foot on the toes, I'm not really supposed to rotate it on its heel. That doesn't make any physical sense. So this setup works because each pivot is meant to be used individually and not combined with each other. However, by having all of these bones exposed, we make it possible for the animator to do something that is not realistic. So now we'll add one single control bone that will control 4 of our pivots. Only the ball pivot will stay unautomated for now. Let's go to edit mode, and I'll select my heel bone, Shift D and duplicate it, and scale it up. And this will be our foot roll control. So press F2 and name this bone foot roll.R. Now I want this new control bone to rotate my pivots. Which constraint can I use for that? Of course, copy rotation. So let's select the roll, shift select the heel pivot, Control Shift C, copy rotation. And let's try to set things up only for this bone, and then the rest will just fall into place for the remaining 3 bones. For target and owner, I'll switch to local space and local space. Now when I rotate the foot roll, the heel bone rotates with it. That's nice, but it rotates with it fully. I only want it to rotate on the x-axis. I'm in local mode here, and I can see that This axis is the x-axis. So I could disable Y and Z. Now the heel bone will not react when I rotate the control left and right. But it still rotates forward, which I don't want. So we need another constraint. And it's a constraint that we haven't used so far, but take a look at the list of constraints and see if you can figure out which one it is. It is limit rotation. Limit rotation, as the name suggests, allows us to control how much a bone is able to rotate. By the way, limit rotation does not have a target. It's a constraint that just acts on its own on the bone that it is applied to. And that makes sense because we are just limiting the rotation values of the constrained bone. I'll switch owner to local space because what I care for is limiting the local x-axis of this bone. So let's enable limit x. And now we have a min and max value. Let's go to our roll bone and look at the rotation values. And as always in Blender, the default mode is set to quaternion. Here, switching to Euler will make things much easier for us because it gives us these clean X, Y, and Z axes. The pivot bone can stay in quaternions because it is constrained, so this mode doesn't matter that much. Let's play with the X value. And giving the roll bone negative X values rotates backwards. So for the limit rotation constraint, I'll leave max to 0. So this bone won't be able to rotate forward. And I'll set minimum to minus 90 or so, which will allow it to rotate backwards. Select the roll bone, rotate it back, and the heel pivot will rotate with it. But if I rotate it forward, the heel pivot will stop and it will do nothing. So this is perfect. It already works because we disabled the Y and Z axis. So even if I rotate the control bone left and right, the heel doesn't react. Alternatively, you can also enable Y and Z limit rotation and just leave all values to 0. And then you could enable Y and Z axis and the setup will still work. I'm just mentioning this quickly, hoping that it will give you additional understanding into how constraints work and how they combine together. To set up the remaining 3 pivots, we'll need almost the same constraint setup, except that we'll need to tweak the values on the limit rotation constraint. So let's hide the control, select the remaining 3 pivots, shift select the heel pivot, pause, constraints, copy constraints to give these pivots the exact same constraints, and Alt-H to unhide the control. Now the toe pivot needs to do the opposite of the heel pivot. So its minimum needs to be 0, which will prevent it from rotating backwards. And its maximum should be positive 90, which will allow it to rotate forward. And Y and Z will all be set to 0. Okay, and that is exactly what happens. Rotating this control forward now raises the foot from the toes, backwards from the foot. And now this doesn't work for 2 reasons. One is that the outside and inside bones are not fully set up with their limit rotation constraint. And another is that we most likely have a circular dependency. Let's go to edit mode, select this roll bone, go to the bone tab, relations, and because I copied this bone from the foot heel, it kept the same parent. The parent can be verified here under relations. So the problem is that the foot roll bone is parented to the inside pivot bone. At the same time, the inside pivot bone has a copy rotation constraint which has the foot roll bone as a target. And this is a circular dependency. Resolving dependency loops is not optional. You have to do it right away because they may cause parts of your rig to behave unpredictably, making your rig unusable. Here we can solve this problem by just removing the parent of the foot roll bone. So Alt-P, clear parent. And the problem will be almost fixed. we still have a slightly weird behavior, and that's because the heel is parented to the outside, and the limit rotation of this bone is still not set up correctly, so it rotates backwards with the control, and then it moves its child. So let's set up limit rotation on the inside. We don't want this bone to rotate backwards and forward at all. So I'll set limit X, minimum and maximum to 0. You could also disable the X-axis in copy rotation. And we want this bone to rotate on the Z-axis. So negative Z rotates in this direction. Therefore, I have to set limit rotation minimum Z to -90, and max will stay to 0, so that this bone cannot rotate in this direction. Okay, so we are almost there. All we have to do is set up the outside bone, set limit X to 0, 0, and limit Z to 0 to +90. Okay, now rotating the roll bone in each direction only affects one single pivot bone at a time. So all of these pivot bones will now become MCH, and I'll be able to just hide them and control the foot roll with this single control. But I'll still have the ball as a manual control. So let's name these bones. MCH dash. This toe target is also MCH. And at this point, I guess we can start organizing our MCH bones in an MCH collection. So that we can hide bones that we don't really want to see. Later in the course, we'll do even better organization, but this should work for now. So now we have this really nice foot control. Actually, after some testing, I see that I need to parent my foot roll to the IK target. This way, the foot roll will move with the IK target, which makes more sense. And something else I noticed earlier is that I haven't parented the IK target to the root. So let's do that. Shift select the root, Control P, keep offset. Let's stay on the topic of IK for just one more minute, and we'll learn some advanced rigging tools. I'll hide the main bones and select my IK shin. Go to the Bone tab and find the Inverse Kinematics section. So every bone has special inverse kinematic settings. The settings we'll focus on here are the axis locks. So I'm in local orientations, and if I enable the rotation gizmo, I can see that the lower leg bends on the x-axis. A realistic shin bone is not supposed to bend sideways or spin on its own axis. And so we could lock the y and z axis, and that will make the behavior of the leg slightly more realistic. If I move the IK and disable y and especially z, you'll see how the leg change its orientation to something that is not really realistic, so I may have to tweak it with the pole target. That is why we are locking these axes. Although, of course, if you have a cartoony character, you may want to unlock these axes and achieve more cartoony deformations. And you may be asking, can't we just lock these rotation axes? Or couldn't we use the limit rotation constraint that we just used on the foot setup? And the quick answer is no. IK will disregard these settings, so you may start to notice that even though IK is one of the constraints, it's a little bit special. In technical terms, IK is always evaluated last. So the constraint stack rules are slightly different for the IK constraint. And that is why we have these special IK settings. I think we managed to learn a lot about IK. So let's move on to the next video where we'll create a completely new FK mechanism. It's an important rig feature which we'll call limb isolation. First, let's see what it is and why it's useful. I'm going to unhide my main bones and I want to switch IK-FK to 0 so that I'm in FK mode since I'll be working on the FK mechanism. I'll also hide the IK collection and unhide the FK. So in our rig right now, if I rotate any of the torso controls, the FK arms and legs just come along for the ride. They just rotate with the torso. With limb isolation, we can make the arms and legs keep their orientation while the body rotates. The easiest way to simulate this is to select an arm, for example this upper arm, and go to the bone tab. And as in the previous video, I'm going to disable inherit rotation just temporarily. I'll do it for this arm, this leg, and also for the thigh fk.r. Now, if I rotate the torso, notice the arms and legs keeping their orientation. When I move the torso, they still move along, but they ignore the rotation of the torso. As it turns out, animators like this behavior a lot. They like it so much that many animators may prefer this to be the default behavior of their rig. And therefore, we are going to implement this behavior, but we are going to make it switchable so that the user of the rig can choose whether the limbs should follow the body or not. First, let's re-enable inherit rotation. Just like with IK, we cannot use it because it completely disables rotation from all parents, including the root, so it will cause as many problems as it solves. In here, you may have overlapping bones. Make sure that you have selected thigh fk.r and enable inherit rotation. Let's do some really quick rig organization. I want to mainly focus on the FK bones, but I also want the torso controls to be visible so that I can test my mechanism. So let's select these three main torso controls, press M, create a new collection, call it torso controls, press OK, and disable this general bones collection. Now we'll create the isolation mechanism, and I'm going to show you two ways to do it. The first one will use less bones. It is slightly less convoluted, and most importantly, it will allow us to use and learn some new settings which we haven't touched so far, which will also lead to better understanding of bone orientations. Okay, in edit mode, I'm going to create a copy of the thigh FK bone. And with individual origins, I'm going to scale it down. If I switch to B-bone mode, I can press Ctrl Shift and S to make this bone larger so that it's easier to select for parenting and constraints. I'll also make these bones a little bit thicker to distinguish them from the other bones in the spine. Okay, so now this new bone, which I'll call MCH thigh fk.r for now. This bone was copied from the original FK thigh, so it is still parented to the pelvis bone. And so it will move with the hips. Now, as a little challenge, try to think of a way to change the relationship of the main thigh FK bone to the bones in this area. You can use parenting and constraints and make it so it follows the rotation of this new bone we created, so that when I rotate the spine, it will move with it, but it will not follow its rotation so that we achieve this limb isolation effect. As always, it's okay to fail these exercises, but as long as you give it some honest effort, you will gain a lot more from this course than someone who just clicks where I click. Okay, so we can use a copy location constraint. So I can select this new bone, Shift select the FK bone, Ctrl Shift C, copy location, And now if I test it, the main thigh bone is still rotating fully with the body. And that's because this bone is still parented to the pelvis bone, which is not visible, but it's right here. So what we need to do is go to edit mode, press Alt-P and clear the parent. Now this bone will not have any parent, but it is constrained to this bone with copy location. And there we go. This is the effect we're looking for. And we can still rotate this bone manually, which is important. But now we lost the default behavior of the leg rotating with the body. But we can get this back easily by giving this FK bone a copy rotation constraint. Let's select the new bone, shift select the main FK bone, Control Shift C, copy rotation. Now we can have the default FK behavior, or if we disable the copy rotation, we have the isolated behavior. Nice, but we still have a problem. When we enable copy rotation, we can no longer manually rotate this leg. One way we fixed this in the challenge of level 2 was to set replace to add. Unfortunately, that doesn't work well with world space orientations. So I can try switching to local space. Now I can rotate the bone manually, but for some reason it is not following the orientation of this bone, even though copy rotation is active. Feel free to stop and think why that is for a minute or two. The reason this bone is not copying the rotation of this bone is because the target is set to local space. Local space really means the local rotation of the bone, which means the amount this bone is rotated by itself and not by its parent. As you can see, when I rotate the target bone itself, then the leg FK bone does rotate. So what we can do is change the target from local space to local with parent. Now this setup will start considering the rotation of the parent of this bone, and the FK bone will be oriented to that. And this setup is the simplest solution to this problem. Now we are going to move to the slightly more complex setup, and the only reason is that, in all honesty, I don't usually use these mix modes much, especially not deep in the rig like this. While my guess is that this will work perfectly fine, I'm just slightly worried that there might be some gotcha and the rig won't work correctly in a very specific situation. So we are going to add just one additional bone and create a setup that I have used a lot and I'm very confident in. We are going to use a technique that we already used in level 2. I called it constraint plus child technique. So we want to create one more bone here, and we are going to offset these constraints onto that bone, and then just parent the main FK bone to that new bone. If you feel like it, give it a try. Okay, in edit mode, I'll create a copy of this bone, make it slightly longer and slightly thinner. I want to set it up exactly as I set up the main FK thigh, which means that I have to clear its parent. Then in pose mode, I'm going to select this bone, shift select the new bone, Control Shift C and give it copy location, and then one more time and give it copy rotation. And we'll leave both of these constraints using world space for target and owner. World space is highly reliable. It means that for copy location, this bone will always perfectly copy the location of the other one. And the rotation will always perfectly copy the rotation of the other bone. Now for the main thigh FK bone, we want to remove the existing constraints. Instead of clicking the X button here one by one, we can also press Ctrl, Alt, and C, and that removes all constraints from all selected bones. Then in edit mode, I just need to parent this bone to our newest bone, which now holds the constraints. Ctrl P, keep offset. Now, when I rotate the pelvis, the leg rotates with it. That is because the copy rotation constraint is enabled. When I disable it, I get the isolated effect. But whether copy rotation is on or off, doesn't matter. I can always manually animate and pose this thigh bone, because it is simply parented to the constraint bone, and parenting does not impose any limitations on the movement, rotation, or scale of the bone. So that is the full setup, almost. This will work perfectly unless you decide to do some sort of scaling of your rig. Let's select the root and press S to scale it. And notice the weird scaling, or rather the lack of scaling, in some parts of the right leg. That is because this bone here is now disconnected from the whole hierarchy, and it just uses copy location and copy rotation to follow the location and rotation of this bone. So scaling is ignored. So to fix this, all we have to do is select this bone, shift select the bone that has the constraints, Control Shift C, add a copy scale constraint, and now rescaling will work just fine. Okay, now you definitely have a solid isolation setup that will work in any situation. What we still need though is a custom property so that we can switch the isolation on and off depending on our preferences. So select the rig settings bone, go to the bone tab, custom properties, and add a new property. In the settings, I'm going to call it right leg, and I'm going to call it follow, which is a common naming convention that you'll see in other rigs as well, such as Rigify, for example. Default value min and max are all fine. Steps, I guess we can also set to 1, just like for the IK-FK switch. And press OK. Then right click on this new custom value, choose copy data path. I'll hide the bones collection. Go to my constraint bone, go to constraints, right click on influence and choose add driver. Now I can try to tweak the driver in this window here, but as soon as I move away, it will disappear. So we could again split the screen and have a driver editor, but another way you can do it is right click and choose open driver editor. And this will give me this temporary window that I can use. By the way, right click and edit driver will give you this very flimsy window, which is nice if you want to do a quick change. For more serious work, you can use the floating driver editor. And if you're working a lot on drivers, then split the screen and create a dedicated driver editor. For my expression, I want it to be just var, so it is equal to this thing that I'm going to set up right now. The object is going to be the armature, and actually I need to switch to single property. Here armature is already set up, and then in the path field, I'm going to paste the data path that I copied from my custom property. Now the default behavior is that the leg follows the body. But if I switch follow to 0, it will stop following and we'll see the isolated behavior. And I'll keep this as a default for now, and this is the full setup. Now let me just check if I can give better names to these bones. This bone can be MCH thigh follow.r because it determines whether the follow option is on or off. And this can be MCH thigh parent fk.r because it kind of acts as the topmost parent in this hierarchy. Now, if I switch to octahedral, you'll see all of these overlapping bones in this area. And even if I disable the main bones, we have these 3 overlapping bones here. And this is very common in rigging. The more complex your rig, the more of these overlapping bones you're going to have. And it can get pretty crazy with 4 or 5 or 6 overlapping bones in here. I'm trying to keep this to a minimum in this course, but I also want to at least mentally prepare you for the future of advanced rigging. The way we keep track of all of these overlapping bones and all of the many bones in our rig is through clear naming, varying the size of these bones, and using thickness in B-bone mode. And last but not least, organizing the bones into collections according to their functionality. Nice work implementing this completely new mechanism. Limb isolation can be used in many places. The arm actually benefits from this feature the most. We now have the right leg fully set up with nice mechanisms on both the IK and FK chains, as well as an IK-FK switch. Of course, we want the same on the left leg, which luckily is as simple as symmetrizing the right leg. We'll also want the same mechanisms on the arm. Again, we are in luck because the setup will be 99% the same as on the leg. So it's crucial that you understand the leg setup before moving forward. So let's symmetrize this whole right leg. I'll unhide all of my collections, press Alt-H to unhide any hidden bones, then go to edit mode and again press Alt-H just in case anything is hidden. And now because we may have changed some names on the right side while working on the mechanisms, I'm going to delete the whole left leg and then symmetrize the whole right leg. This is usually the most problem-free approach. However, I'm going to go on a little aside, as I sometimes do, but I promise you that the only reason I'm doing this is because it is important and it's something that can save you a lot of time and frustration. So I want to select and delete all of these bones on the left leg. I'll use circle selection here with C, check if everything is selected, and now I can delete the bones. Currently my X symmetry is disabled, but let's say that it was enabled. I'll enable it, press X and delete the bones. Now because of X symmetry, some of the bones that did exist on both sides were deleted on the right side, which of course I didn't want. So this may seem like not a big deal. I can just press Ctrl Z and then disable symmetry and delete again. All seems fine, except if I go to pose mode and hide these bones, you may notice that my twist bones are not green, which means that they don't have constraints. They used to have constraints. That is what created the twisting mechanisms, but the constraints are gone. Crazy, right? So what happened was when I deleted these bones in edit mode and then I pressed Ctrl Z, that restored the bones, but any properties and constraints on these bones were deleted. So this is a crazy behavior of Blender's undo system, and it hasn't been fixed in more than 15 years. I hope it will be fixed, but until then, you have to know about it and you have to keep it in mind. So anytime you delete bones and you realize that you actually didn't want to delete them, don't just press Ctrl Z once, press it as many times as you need. So I'll keep pressing undo until before deleting these bones. And then I'll go to pose mode, hide these bones, and you'll see that the constraints are back. So again, after deleting bones by accident, undo more than once and check if the constraints and properties are back. And under Edit Preferences, System, I would advise you to crank up the undo steps to the maximum of 256, which should give you enough undo steps for most cases. Okay, special segment over. Now we can delete the left leg. I'll go to edit mode, make sure that X symmetry is off. Press C for circle select and select all bones on the left leg. X to delete them. Then I'll hide the root bone and select everything on the right leg. Right click and symmetrize. Now we have the whole leg and all mechanisms symmetrized, but there is still some work to do. I'll start the main bones collection, select the thigh for example, go to constraints, and the driver from the influence of the copy transforms IK constraint is not there. Okay, on the right side we do have it, but on the symmetrized side we don't. Unfortunately, Blender does not symmetrize drivers, but we can restore them easily. First, I'm going to copy this driver that I already have on the bones on the left side. Here is something that was added in Blender 4.2 and can save you some time. I'll select all left leg bones and then shift select the right thigh because it has this driver that I want. So I could copy this driver and then go back and paste it on all of the bones. But in 4.2 and later, I can also right click and choose copy driver to select it. And now this automatically pasted this driver in all selected bones. This is probably based on the constraint name here. So if your names are different, then it may not have worked. If you're using an older version of Blender or this simply didn't work for you, then of course you can still use copy driver and then paste driver. Okay, so now if I unhide my IK controls, I'll start the IK collection and try to move the IK controls. The leg is not reacting. That is because the FK IK value is set to 0, which is FK. If I set it to 1, then my IK will be active. However, this is supposed to be the property for the right leg. So we have to add a new property. Let's select the settings bone, go to the bone tab, scroll down and add a new property. I'll enable the properties for the right leg FK IK and copy the name. And then for the new property, paste this name and just replace right with left and change step to 1 and press OK. Now we have a new property. So I could copy the data path, but I don't necessarily have to. I'll hide the IK collection and select all of these bones that have the driver. Go to Constraints, right-click, Open Driver Editor. And because I have all of these bones selected, in the drivers editor, I'll see the influence driver of all 4 bones. So I can just click on each individual one, go to the path, and replace right with left. Okay, now that this is working, I'll copy the entire thing and then paste it for the remaining influence drivers. Okay, if anything is wrong with what you entered in the path field, let's say I have a typo here, the field will become red, which indicates that there is a problem. So I just need to fix this typo and it will work again. All right, so now we have an IK-FK switch for the left leg as well. Okay, all set up in the legs. Let's unhide all bones, select everything, Alt-R, Alt-G, Alt-S to reset the rig. And now we can focus on all the mechanisms of the arm. Again, I'll be working on the right arm. So let's go to edit mode. I have X symmetry disabled. I'll only work on the right side. So I'll select the upper arm, lower arm, and hand. And now again, I want to duplicate this arm and offset it up or sideways. And so I'll switch orientations to global. With global orientation, I can just press Shift D and then Z to move the bones only up in world space. And then I'll type 0.2 and enter. This gives me an exact offset of 0.2 units. Now I'll rename these bones. Upper arm fk.r, lower arm fk.r, and hand fk.r. Then select the bones again, Shift D, Z 0.2. Now this will be the IK chain. So let's press Ctrl F2 for batch rename. Switch to renaming bones. Find FK and rename it to IK. And then one more time, Ctrl F2, find .001 and replace it with nothing. Now our IK chain should be named properly. We already have collections for FK and IK. So let's select the FK bones, M, and move them to the FK collection. Then select the IK bones, M, and move them to the IK collection. This will allow us to easily hide and unhide these bones. Now let's set up the constraints. First, we'll constrain every bone of the main arm chain to the FK bones, and then again to the IK bones. So select each FK bone, Shift select the corresponding main bone, Ctrl Shift C, copy transforms. And to prevent this movement of the bones, let's switch to rest position. And then keep constraining. Lower arm to lower arm, hand to hand. Then the IK chain. The main reason we are offsetting the bones like this is for the constraint process, because when the bones are overlapping, it becomes difficult because of the way bone selection works in Blender at the moment. But after constraining and after separating the bones on collections, we can move them back in their place. So let's go to edit mode, select the FK bones, G, Z, and minus 0.2. Select the IK bones, G, Z, and minus 0.4 and enter. Okay, now I'm going to start the IK bones and set up the arm IK. This will be almost the same as the leg IK setup, but instead of having the IK target sticking out like this at the wrist, we'll have it as a copy of the hand bone. With that in mind, I recommend that you save a file and as a challenge, try to set up the IK yourself. Okay, for the IK target, I'm going to duplicate the hand bone and with individual origins, scale it down a bit. And let's name it hand target ik.r. As always, Alt-P and clear the parent. The pole target will be created as usual, E, Y, select the bone, Alt-P, clear the parent. Because of the orientation of these bones, the pole has a little bit of a roll. You can just press Alt-R and then GY to offset it backwards. And let's name it arm pole ik.r. Actually, the target can also be arm target ik.r. Now select the target, shift select the lower arm, shift I, to active bone to set up the IK. I'll set chain length to 2. Now to set up the pole target, I can actually use this eyedropper, and that will set up the armature. And until recently, it wasn't possible to use the eyedropper on bones, but since Blender 4.3, it became possible. So eyedropper and click on the arm pole. Let's switch back to pose position. And the arm will be flipped because of the pole target. So we have to adjust the pole angle. It looks like it's going to be about minus 90. Let's zoom in and enable and disable the constraint. And I can see a very slight flipping. So I have to play with the values. I'll try minus 91. And that gives me even bigger offset. So let's try minus 89. And yeah, this is almost perfect. Maybe minus 89.1. Okay, the offset is gone. And here we created the IK target oriented the same way as the hand. I believe this will be better for animation. To complete this setup, I'll select the IK target, shift select the hand, and press Ctrl-Shift-C and use copy transforms. Now moving the target moves the IK arm, and rotating it rotates the hand. And something else we'll do differently in the IK arm setup is that we won't parent the pole to the target. Because the arm has a lot more flexibility, and unlike the leg, just rotating the hand does not automatically rotate the elbow and shoulder. So instead, I'm going to unhide the main bones, and I'll parent the pole target to the shoulder bone. Okay, so now I can move the arm, rotate and twist it. I can adjust the elbow. And adjusting the shoulder will affect the elbow a little bit, which should feel natural. And that's the arm IK setup. Let's unstart everything and start the FK now. And now we want to create the exact same isolation setup as for the legs. So I know that I'm going to want 2 copies of the upper arm bone overlapping exactly at the head. So let's go to edit mode, select the upper arm, Shift D and duplicate it, switch to individual origins, scale the new bone down, Shift D, Duplicate it, right click to cancel the movement, and again S to scale this bone slightly larger. Let's name these bones with the same naming conventions we used on the leg. So this is MCH thigh parent FK.R. So this would be MCH. To make the name shorter, I'll delete upper and just name it MCH arm parent FK.R. And the slightly larger bone will be MCH arm follow FK.R. So now let's revise the setup. The smallest bone will be parented to the shoulder bone. And it already is because we duplicated it from the FK arm bone. The slightly larger bone and the main FK bone, we are going to disconnect from this hierarchy by pressing Alt-P and clear parent. The upper arm FK bone will be parented to the MCH follow bone with keep offset, and the follow bone will be constrained to the parent bone using copy location, copy rotation, and copy scale. Let's go to pose mode, hide the big bone, select the MCH parent, shift select the MCH follow, Control Shift C, and give it copy location, then copy rotation, and finally copy scale. I'll press Alt H and start the torso controls to make them visible. Now I'm not really testing the FK arm because I am in IK mode. So let's unhide the main bones. Select the upper arm, lower arm, and hand. Go to constraints. Set influence to 0 for the active bone, and then right click and copy to select it. Now I'm in FK mode, and we are going to create the FK IK switching property in a second. So unstart the bones. Now I'm able to test the mechanism. Now the FK arm follows the body, but if I select the constraint bone and disable the influence, we'll get the isolated behavior of the arm. Nice, the mechanisms are in place. We just need the custom properties and drivers to automate them. I'll start the main bones, select the settings bone, go to the bone tab, custom properties, and I'm going to want two new properties, one for FK IK switching and one for follow. And now I realize that I didn't create the left leg follow property, so we're going to come back to it at the end of the video. I'll create two new properties. Name the first one right arm FK IK, switch step to 1, and press OK. Then the second one, right arm follow, step to 1, and OK. As you may notice, the properties get organized based on their name, which works well for us. Okay, now let's right-click on right arm FK IK, copy data path. Then I'm going to start only the default bones collection. Select the upper arm, go to constraints, and before we set up the driver, let's name the constraints as before. The upper one is FK and lower one IK. Okay, on the upper arm, IK influence, I'm going to right click, add driver, and let's tweak this right here. The expression will be var, object is the armature, type single property, and paste the data path I just copied. Then select the hand, shift select the lower arm, and then finally shift select the upper arm, and then I could right click, copy driver to select it. And verify that I have the driver on all bones. Now switching this value to 0, should switch it on all constraints. Okay, next, go to right arm follow, right click, copy data path, star only the FK collection, go to the constraint follow bone, right click on the copy rotation influence, add driver, expression var, single property, object is the armature, and the path is what we just copied. Now let's test the rig. I'll move the IK a bit, rotate the FK bone, and now if I tweak IK-FK, I should switch between the two. Nice. And now in FK mode, I'll try to rotate one of the spine bones and then tweak the follow option. And it seems to work. Awesome. Okay, let's also add the follow option for the left leg. Select the settings bone, give it another bone property, name it left leg follow, step to 1, and OK. Right click on the new property, copy data path, isolate the FK collection, find the constraint bone, add driver for copy rotation, and set it up like this. Okay, now let's initialize our rig. In other words, set the default values. I want my legs in IK by default, arm in FK by default, and all follow values to 0 by default. Looking good and great progress. We could symmetrize the right arm to the left arm, but because the mechanical arm is slightly different, I'm not going to do it just yet. Next, we're going to focus on the hand and set up some nice simple palm and finger automations. To appreciate what we are doing here, let's take a look at the progress we are making. In level 2, we didn't really have a hand rig aside from a single thumb bone. In level 2, we added basic finger bones, but without any automation. Now in level 3, we are going to be building a hand rig that is comparable to an advanced armature like Rigify. It will feature finger automation and palm bones, which are also automated for easier animation. Let's dive in. We'll start with the fingers, and let me quickly show you what we are going to be building. We are going to have a special control bone for each finger, which when rotated, rotates the finger, and when scaled, curls the finger. This is a very common setup in Blender rigs, which you may have seen, for example, in Rigify. This mechanism using scaling to curl the finger is not entirely intuitive, and intuitiveness is an important aspect of a rig. But this setup is so common in Blender these days that I have no problem showing it to you. By the way, when we set up the shapes, it will look like this. So very much like Rigify. Of course, you will also have the ability to tweak each of the individual phalanges. Okay, let's build it now. Let's quickly verify that the bone roll of our fingers is set up correctly. I'll select all finger bones, enable the rotation gizmo, switch orientation to local, and pivot point to individual origins. And the main axis of rotation of these bones seems to be the z-axis, and when I rotate all of them on the z-axis, I'm getting the deformation that I expect. Now what about the thumb? The thumb seems to be rotating on the x-axis. As we did in level 2, we want to unify the axis so that when I rotate all fingers and the thumb on a specific axis, they all act in a logical manner. So I'll go to edit mode, press Ctrl R to roll these bones, and type 90 on the numpad. After rolling 90 degrees, The rotation of the thumb will definitely be aligned with the z-axis, which is good. Now we just have to verify if both fingers and thumb rotate in the same direction, and that seems to be the case. If your finger is curling in and your thumb is curling out, then you have a problem and you'll have to go back to edit mode and roll this bone 180 degrees. My bone is fine, so I'll just cancel here and I can keep working on the mechanism. To better focus on the hand, let's select all finger bones, all palm bones, press M and create a new collection, call it hand, and I'll star it so that I only see the hand bones. So for the mechanism, as we saw in the demo, we're going to want a special control bone aligned with the length of the finger. We can create it by copying the base of the finger, and with individual origins, let's scale this bone up so that it has the appearance of a control. And let's name it pinky.r. And we want this control bone to rotate the entire finger, which can currently be done by the base finger. And the easiest way to have the base finger follow the new control bone is to parent them. So let's try to parent this base finger bone to the control bone. The control bone now does rotate the finger, but remember that we want to scale this bone to curl the finger. And with this setup, the control now scales the finger. So that's not going to work. Let's go back to edit mode, select the base finger bone and reparent it to the palm bone. So what constraint could be used to make the base bone rotate with the control bone but ignore the scale? Sure, of course, copy rotation. Select the control, shift select the base bone, control shift C, copy rotation. Now I can rotate the control bone and I can scale it without affecting the size of the finger. We still may want to offset this bone manually, so I'll switch mix to add and local space to local space. Now I can also manually rotate the finger. And when I move this control, it doesn't move the finger. This can be fine depending on what you want out of your rig. So if you want to keep things realistic and not be able to move the finger, then you can just lock the location axis here, and then moving the finger will become impossible. But if you want to enable slightly unrealistic effects, then you can select the control, shift select the base finger, and add a copy location constraint. Now I can also move the finger with the control. And scaling is still ignored. Now we have to set up curling the finger when we scale the bone. Based on the things we have learned so far, what could we use to create this automation? Think about it for a minute. Okay, if you thought of drivers, you would be correct based on what you know. This automation can of course be done with drivers. Ultimately, we are going to use something else, but let's practice setting up this driver and let's see why it is not the ideal solution. The rotation axis we want to automate is the Z-axis. Our fingers are in quaternion mode, which makes setting up this driver a little bit more difficult. So let's switch all finger bones to Euler. In a later video, we are going to have a special chapter all about setting up quaternions and Eulers. But for now, we'll just select all of these bones, switch the active one to XYZ Euler, right-click and choose Copy to Selected. Now all bones should be in XYZ Euler, and that will be good for now. Now select the middle phalange of the pinky, right-click on Z rotation, and add a driver. Right-click and open Driver Editor, set expression to var, object to armature. The bone that we want is our pinky control, which is pinky.r. And we want to use its scale. We have X, Y, and Z scale, and it really doesn't matter which one we choose because we are going to be scaling the whole bone. So I'll just choose X scale. Now our mechanism starts to kind of work, but the finger is already curled when the control is not scaled. That's because the default scale value is 1. And if you're wondering why this bone rotates this much just based on a value of 1, it's because these values are calculated in something called radians, and 1 radian is equal to 57 degrees, which we can clearly see here. Now, since the default value of scale is 1, we could just change our expression to 1 minus var, so that at the default scale of 1, the bone will be rotated 0 degrees. And now our mechanism works. It is kind of slow, so if you want to make it faster, you can change the expression by placing the existing expression in parentheses and multiplying it by 2. Okay, now this curling feels good. So I could copy this driver and paste it into the Z rotation axis of the last phalange. Now we have the curling mechanism. So the only problem with this is that after setting up a driver, I cannot rotate this bone manually. The driven property is entirely automated. And for this setup, I want to be able to also manually rotate the bones. Of course, we can use a variation of our constraint plus parent technique. We can call it driven bone plus parent. But that means that I have to add overlapping bones again, which I want to avoid as much as possible to keep my rig nice, simple, and clean. So I'll delete the drivers and we'll look for another solution. So we're going to introduce a new constraint called transformation. And let's take a look at the options that it gives us. So we can map from something to something, and on each we can use location, rotation, or scale. So that means that we can do exactly what we did with our driver, but using this constraint now. So we're going to want to map from the scale of our control bone to the rotation of the constraint bone. So the scale will drive the rotation. Let's manually set up the target. It will be the armature, and the bone will be pinky.r, our control bone. We want to rotate the bone in local space, so let's switch to local space and local space. Transformation is a very powerful constraint, so let's take a minute to actually understand what's happening. So we're using the scale of our target bone to affect the rotation of the constraint bone. For scale, we have X, Y, and Z values, and by default, it is set up so the X scale will drive the X rotation, the Y scale will drive the Y rotation, and the Z scale will drive the Z rotation. We can change the source axis here, and for example, if I set this to Z, then the Z scale will be driving the X rotation. So we have these options, but luckily for us, here the setup is much simpler. We want just any of the scale axis to drive the Z rotation. So let's use the defaults. Z scale will drive Z rotation. The defaults here are set up so that initially this constraint does nothing. So we have to set the Z minimum to 0, so that when scaling this bone from 0 to 1, the rotation of the bone will be affected. So now what we are mapping is the range of scale from 0 to 1 to a range of rotation values down here. So when I scale this bone, what I want is that the finger bone curls in, which means that it has to get a positive Z value. So the closer scale is to 0, the higher the rotation value has to be. So I'm going to set minimum rotation to 90. This means that a scale of 0 will make the finger bone curl 90 degrees. Let's test it, and it works. Now, if you want this bone to curl more, you can just increase this value. So it may be a little bit confusing that the minimum value here is a high positive value, and it's higher than the max value. But try to think of it as mapping ranges, and then it makes sense. Now, if I select the middle phalange and select this one, which already has the constraint, and go to Constraints, Copy Constraints, I'll have my entire setup. The cool thing is that this constraint is set to mix add by default, so I can also manually rotate these bones, which was what I wanted. When I scale this bone down, I'm curling the finger, but when I start scaling it up, nothing happens. So if we enable the extrapolate option on the transformation constraint, then scaling up will start to affect the finger and it will start curling in the opposite direction, which to a degree is possible even for a realistic hand. So let's keep this. So without extrapolate, this range between 0 and 120 is all we'll get. When we enable extrapolate, Blender takes the range that we defined and extends it into infinity in both directions. Okay, as always, we're taking our time to understand things and to try things and to learn new things. But now the whole setup is done, so let's just apply it to the rest of the fingers. Now, of course, I could duplicate this finger again and make it bigger. That is a great option, but just to learn something new, let's isolate this rig. Select the pinky control, Shift D and duplicate it. Set snapping to vertex. Snapping is off. And then I'll move the bone with G and hold Control to snap it at the next finger. Shift D again, hold Control and snap it to the next finger. And repeat this for the next finger and for the thumb. Now the new control bones are not oriented with our fingers, but if I select the control and shift select the base finger and press Control, Alt and A, that will orient the control exactly as the base bone. So let's do this for the rest of the fingers. Control Alt A, Control Alt A, Control Alt A. Okay, aligning bones to each other is very important, so I wanted to show this. And this command is also found under Armature, Transform, Align Bones. Control Alt and A. Now let's tweak the size of these control bones. Then I'll set the copy rotation from the control to the base finger, copy rotation, and also copy location. Let's do this for all fingers and the thumb. And I want the copy rotation to be local space, and mix to add. So I'll hide all controls. Select all of these base fingers. Change the active one to local space, and mix to add. And then right click, copy to selected, right click, copy to selected, right click, copy to selected. Now all bones should have the same setup. Now, setting up the transformation constraint can be a little bit tedious for each bone, so let's select all bones that need to have this constraint. Then select one of the bones on the pinky where the constraint is already set up. Pose, constraints, copy constraints. And now all we have to do is change the target bone for each one. So let's unhide the control bones and name them properly. This will be ring.r, middle.r, index.r, and thumb.r. Okay, now I'll select both of these fingers. Change the target to ring.r, right click, copy to selected. Then the next two. Target is middle.r, right click, copy to selected. Index.r, right click, copy to selected. And finally the thumb. Now, if I select all control bones with individual origins and scale them down, all bones should curl. And also if I rotate them on the Z-axis, all bones will rotate. So I can create a quick fist. The fingers is set up, and we are going to move on and automate the palm. Now let's quickly test the palm, and you may see some weird rotation in the fingers. That is because the finger controls are not parented correctly to the respective palm bones, because of the way I created them, but let's quickly parent them. Just select the finger control bone, shift select the closest palm, and parent them with keep offset. The thumb will also be parented to the closest palm bone. The function of these palm bones may not be immediately obvious, but look at your hand and try to spread out your fingers. And you'll notice that the palm also widens a bit. And that's because the so-called metacarpal bones inside the palm are doing part of this motion. Also, if you make a fist and squeeze tightly, you'll notice that your pinky goes much lower than your index finger. And that is again because of movement of the metacarpal bones. Okay, it's just 4 bones, so we could manually animate them, but the movement of these bones is mostly automatic. What happens mostly is that the outside palm bone moves and the other palm bones move with it slightly. So the inner palm bones need to rotate with this outside palm bone. What constraint could we use? Copy rotation, of course. So select this bone, shift select the next one, and add a copy rotation constraint. Set local space, and we could set mix to add so that we can manually rotate this bone, although I don't think that would be necessary. But let's have this option. Now again, select the outside bone, shift select the next palm bone, Control Shift C, copy rotation, local space, and mix to add. If I rotate the outside palm bone, the other palm bones rotate fully with it. That is too much. So we can play with the influence slider and create a gradual fall off similar to what we did with the twist bones. So this one will be about 0.5 and the next one about 0.25. We could also add a constraint between the 2 outside bones with a very, very subtle influence, but I think that would be just a waste of time. What we could do though is to constrain these 2 bones to this outside bone as well. So if I just select this bone, shift select the next one, Control Shift C, copy rotation, local space, mix to add, and reduce the influence to about 0.5, then rotating this outside bone will also affect this inside bone. And notice how the 2 outside bones just work together. There is absolutely no conflict between these 2 copy rotation constraints, and that is mainly because we're using local space. So let's set up a constraint between this bone and this one, Control Shift C, copy rotation, local space, add, and influence of about 0.25. Now, if we look at this result, it looks kind of ridiculous. And that is because the movement of the palm is meant to be extremely subtle. A rotation of 5 degrees or so is already kind of extreme. So you could add a limit rotation constraint on the outside bones so that you impose rotation within certain realistic limits. Feel free to do so. Personally, I won't do this. I want to allow the animator to do something extreme if they wanted to, and it will be up to them to keep the rotation of these palm bones very subtle. So mainly we are going to be rotating this outside bone and occasionally the other one. And that is the full hand setup. Next, we are going to do the setup for the mechanical arm. For the most part, we can just symmetrize and reuse the mechanisms from the right arm. The mechanical arm is actually simpler in many ways. For example, it doesn't need any twist bones or palm bones. So we can symmetrize only the parts that we need from the right arm and things will be almost done. An important thing to consider here will be the slight asymmetry between the right and left arm, but I'll show you exactly how to handle it and we'll learn important differences between edit mode symmetry and pose mode symmetry. Let me unhide all bones by unstarring everything and enabling the eye icon on all collections. I'll press Alt H as well and then go to edit mode and also press Alt H because bones can be visible in one mode but not in the other. And before we go on setting up the right arm, there are a couple of bones in this rig that need attention. Let's go to pose mode and try moving, rotating, and scaling the root bone. When transforming the root in any way, the whole character and all bones should just transform with it like a single unit. If anything behaves independently, then the root is not really fulfilling its purpose. When I move the root, the arm IK doesn't move with it. And when I rotate it, all FK limbs are in their isolated state, so they don't follow the root. And also the settings bone does not move with the rig. I encourage you to stop the video here and think of the reason these bones do not follow the root. Making sense of these relationships is quite important. Okay, a little hint, all of the problems I mentioned are a matter of simple parenting. So if you could not figure it out the first time, maybe give it another shot with this hint in mind. Okay, here is the reason. All of these parts that don't move with the root are simply not part of its hierarchy. Let me reset everything and go to edit mode, and I'll start only the IK collection, for example. And so if you remember, when I created this IK target bone, I pressed Alt P and clear parent. So it is not parented to the root. And I did the exact same thing for the FK follow bones. So all I need to do is parent these bones to the root bone. And you should be able to do this easily, but let's take a look at something we haven't explored much yet. And that is the hierarchy view. If we go to the outliner and click on this triangle to see what we have under the armature, we can then expand the armature data, and that will give us a view of all of the bones that are directly under the armature. In other words, bones that are not parented to anything. And one of these bones is, of course, the root. If I expand its hierarchy, I can see even deeper into the parenting of the bones. But we also have 5 other bones that are not parented to anything. And those are exactly the bones that we saw: the rig settings, the IK target bone, and all of the follow bones. And this hierarchy view can be very important. It can tell you a lot about the relationships between the bones in your rig. Personally, I don't use it much, and that is mainly because of the way my mind works. If I just look at this view, unless I really focus at it, it kind of looks like gibberish to me. So it depends on how your brain works. Some people will find this very useful, and other people like me are more likely to just go to pose mode and move things around and try to figure out how the rig works. Something that Blender lacks compared to other 3D software such as Maya and Max is a more visual hierarchy view. Hopefully we'll get something like this in the near future, but for now this hierarchy view is the best we get. By the way, when I'm in edit mode, I see the bones here under the armature data, but when I go to pose mode, I'll kind of see the same bones under pose. This still confuses me a bit, but that is what we get. So I'll go back to edit mode. And now, instead of parenting the bones in the usual way, selecting the bones, Control P, keep offset and so on, let's do it another way. I'll just select one bone that I want to parent, for example, the IK target. Then go to the bone tab, and you should be in edit mode. If you're in pose mode, this parent field will be grayed out, but in edit mode, it's available. Now I can click on it and select the root as parent, and that will set the parenting. This is what happens when you press Control P. Now, if you look at the hierarchy, the target bone seems to be still outside of the root hierarchy. But if I click on the outliner, then it will be updated. So it was already updated, it's just that the outliner view lags behind. So now you'll find this bone under the root hierarchy. Okay, let's select one of the follow bones and also parent it to the root. Let's select the next one, parent it to the root, and the final one and parent it to the root. And now if I click, everything will be updated. Now for the settings bone, I can also parent it to the root, but I'll go back to my collections and unhide everything. And instead I'll parent it to the head bone. But let's do it from the parent field again. I'll click here and type head, and then click on the head bone. Now the settings bone will be parented to the head bone. Parenting it to the root is also fine. But parenting it to the head will give me a more stable location for this bone. It will always be near the head. Okay, great. Now everything should be fixed, and the character and the whole rig should move, rotate, and scale with the root bone. By the way, I admit that these issues that we just fixed were an oversight on my part. I could have planned the videos perfectly and just told you to click here and then click there and parent those bones. But real rigging is different from following a tutorial. It's a lot messier. You often make a mistake, then you have to go back and fix it. So the way I create this course, I have a perfect idea of the rig we are building and the major steps that we need to take. At the same time, I don't have every little step written down while recording the videos. So this gives the videos a good structure, but we also get ourselves in more real-world situations where we have to go back and fix something. You are almost out of the valley of the suck when it comes to your understanding of the rigging tools in Blender. But there is another important aspect that is not part of Blender at all, and that is your mindset. If you believe that everything has to be smooth sailing from start to finish, it can cause you to give up and fail. Accepting that you will have to bang your head against the wall occasionally is better for your long-term success. Rigging is both artistic and technical, and getting frustrated occasionally is normal. Okay, back to actual rigging. Let's set up the mechanical arm now. As I said in the beginning, about 80% of the work will be done for us by just symmetrizing the right arm mechanism. And the rest will be restoring the drivers, which are not symmetrized, and most importantly, tweaking the symmetry. Okay, so let's hide some bones that we don't need. I'm going to hide everything except for the main base bones. And now I want to isolate these twist bones on a separate layer because I don't want to symmetrize them and I want to have a nice way to just hide them away. So let's hide these big bones, which will give me access to all of the twist bones. I'll select them all, press M, new collection, and call it twists. And let's do the same for the legs. Hide the big bones, select all of the twist bones, M, and move them to the twists collection. And now I can hide the twists. I'll press Alt-H, and now unhide FK and IK bones, and the hand bones. Now I can select everything here on the right arm. Let's just box select over everything. And now I want to deselect the palm bones because I don't want to symmetrize them. I'm holding control while box selecting, and that deselects the bones. Okay, actually, I want to go to edit mode and delete the arm bones that we already have on the left side. Make sure that X symmetry is disabled here to avoid deleting any bones on the other side, and then press X and delete. Now again, select everything on the right side, including the IK pole target and so on, and then control and box select only the palm bones. Okay, this looks good. Let's right click and symmetrize. I'll go to pose mode, grab the IK target and move it a bit, and then the FK and move it as well. So I can see that the fingers weren't properly parented to the hand. That is because we didn't symmetrize the palm bones, and so part of the hierarchy and the parenting was lost. But that's okay. Let's just start the main bones. Go to edit mode. I also have to start the hand bones because the fingers are on that layer. So now what I need to do is parent all of the first phalanges and the control bones to the hand bone. Control P, keep offset. Now the fingers will move with the arm. Okay, now let's go to a settings bone and create properties for the IK-FK switching of this arm and also for the follow mechanism. So we'll go to the bone tab, scroll down, click on new twice, and then edit the property. Let's call this one left arm FK IK. Set step to 1 and press OK. And the other property will be left arm follow. Step to 1 and press OK. Okay, first I'm going to right click on the left arm FK IK property, copy data path, and to set up the IK-FK switching, I have to focus on the main bones. So I'll start them, select the upper arm, go to constraints, right click on the influence of copy transforms IK, add a driver, expression to var, single property, select the armature, and paste what we copied into the path. Then right click on the influence, copy the driver, go to the lower arm, paste the driver, and paste it on the hand as well. Now we can switch between IK and FK for the mechanical arm. Now let's start only the FK bones. Actually, before that, I want to switch IK-FK to 0 so that I'm in FK mode and I can test the mechanism. And also let's right click on the left arm follow property and copy the data path. Go to the follow FK bone, go to constraints, right click on the copy rotation influence, add a driver, expression var, single property, armature, and paste. Now if I rotate the spine a bit, I will be able to test the follow mechanism, and it works. Perfect so far. Now we just need to tweak the positions of these arm and hand and finger bones because the right organic arm and the left mechanical arm are slightly different. They are slightly asymmetrical. So let's go to edit mode and start aligning. There is not a huge amount of work that we need to do, just slight tweaks on each joint, but we have to be careful and precise because there are overlapping bones that need to stay aligned. Before you begin, make sure that X symmetry is disabled because we want these two arms to have slight asymmetry. So I'll remove all stars and I'll have the eye icon on the main bones, FK bones, IK bones, and the hand. Then I'll carefully select all bones on the arm and hand and press Shift H. The fingers will need the most tweaking, so let's quickly align the arm first and then we'll come to the fingers. So I'll hide the hand collection for now. Okay, looking at the arm, it looks well aligned, but I imagine that this mechanical arm has a ball socket joint similar to the organic one right in this area. So to tweak that, I'll select the whole upper arm, and that includes the IK pole target as well. And I'll shift click on one of the big bones, and again select everything. Now this big bone is active, and its pivot point is here. So if I switch to active element and press S to scale, I'm scaling from this point. And I'm scaling the whole set of bones as one unit, so nothing will get misaligned. So I'll move and rotate this part slightly to align it with this ball socket joint that I imagine. Next, I'll focus on the wrist. So here we have this soft part of the arm, and that is where it is supposed to bend, in my opinion. So I'll move these bones at that position. And then I'll make again one of these bones active, select all of the rest, and now if I press S, I'll be scaling from this point. And I'll make these bones slightly smaller. Other than that, it's looking good. So let's focus on this elbow joint now. I'll select 2 of these big bones. And then I want to look at these bones exactly from the top, meaning that this upper part of the bones should be aligned perfectly with my view. And Blender has a function to do just that. If we go to View, Align View to Active, we can choose from a couple of options. They're not very intuitive, so I'll right-click on this option and edit to my quick favorites. Now I can just press Q and go through these one by one. So this is a perfect front view, a perfect back view. These are side views. And here we have bottom view, and the last one will be my top view, which I was looking for. So here I see this part of the mechanical arm, and I imagine that here would be the point where the lower arm rotates on. So I'll select this joint and move it into place. And I guess this joint needs to move a little bit deeper into the volume of the arm, something like this. So I'll box select like this to also include the mechanism bones and move this point. Maybe slight adjustment of the hand as well. And this is looking good. Now I'll go to the normal front view and then back to perspective. There's a chance that these small mechanism bones lost their alignment to the big bone. So if I just select them like this, and I'll make sure that one of the big bones has the bright yellow outline, which means that it's active. And I'll try to remember the shortcut for aligning bones. It is Control Alt and A. And if I undo and then redo, you will notice this very slight movement of the smaller bones. So they were just slightly misaligned, but now we fixed it. Okay, and the last thing that I'm going to do is isolate what I have here. There is a chance that the pole target got slightly misaligned, very slightly, but still we want to fix it. So with vertex snapping, I'm going to move the bone, hold Control and snap it at the elbow, and then press G, Y, and offset it again. Okay, now I can go out of local mode and unhide the hand collection. And now I'll hide the big control bones and just focus on aligning the actual fingers. And then we'll align the controls just like we did earlier for the left hand. For the alignment of the fingers, as always, I like to use volume snapping. So let's just grab these joints one by one. And I'll snap them where the details of the model indicate that the bending will occur. Let's roll these finger bones so that they align with the geometry exactly. Then I'll do my straightening technique. I'll switch pivot point to bounding box center, orientation to normal, enable scaling, and scale on the Z-axis. Press 0 and then enter. Then from the side view, it seems like the base of the fingers weren't snapped exactly in the center of the volume here. So try this. Enable Snap Peel Object. This is a special object for volume snapping, which considers several overlapping objects. Here, the fingers and the palm are not connected. They're separate geometries. And so when we enable this option, we'll get better volume snapping. There we go. So after this, if you need to tweak the roll and straighten the fingers again, let's do the slight bending technique as well. Again, using normal mode, I'll move the middle phalanges slightly on the X-axis, and that will give all fingers a slight bend. Let's align the thumb now. In the same way, snap the bones where you see the bending details. Tweak the roll. And straighten the bones. Create the bend. Now, if I go to pose mode, the bones will move slightly. That is because we haven't aligned the big control bones yet, and so the fingers jump to their position because of copy location. Let's go to edit mode, Alt-H to unhide the bones, go into local mode, and then with vertex snapping, let's snap each control to its respective finger. And then select the control, shift select the first phalange, and press Ctrl-Alt-A to align the controls to the fingers. Go out of local mode. Now I can go into pose mode, switch to individual origins, and select all controls. And if I scale them down, I should see all fingers bend in their natural direction. In edit mode, I'll tweak the roll of the thumb just slightly, because this looks more natural to me. Okay, perfect. Let's select all bones, Alt-R, Alt-G, Alt-S. Now the alignment of the mechanical arm should be perfect. And in the beginning, I mentioned that the X symmetry for pose mode and edit mode are different. Here is what I mean. If I go to edit mode and enable X symmetry and move the left shoulder, for example, the right shoulder will move exactly with it. If I disable X symmetry here and tweak only the left shoulder a bit, then enable symmetry again, you see that as soon as I press G or R or S, the other side synchronizes with it. It gives me perfect symmetry of these bones. And often that is what we want. But for example, with our left and right arm, that is not what we want. We want the arms to keep a slight asymmetry of their origin points. So this point is slightly different from this one, and this one to this one, and so on. So if you need to tweak one of the arms in edit mode, don't forget to disable X symmetry, because if you have it enabled, that will symmetrize the bones, and we don't want that. On the other hand, if you want to tweak the legs, then do enable X symmetry. So I want to disable X symmetry just to be safe, but before I do, let's go to pose mode. And notice that X symmetry is off now, even though it was on in edit mode. X symmetry in edit mode and pose mode are actually different. If I enable X symmetry for pose mode and move the left leg IK, for example, the right leg will also move, and vice versa. And that makes sense because these two legs were perfectly symmetrical. But let's try this with the arms. I'll start the FK collection, select the upper arm and rotate it. And notice that the left arm rotates as well, even though these bones are slightly asymmetrical. So X symmetry in pose mode is just based on the bones' names. As long as you have two bones with the same name and this option enabled, then the bones with the same name will transform simultaneously. It's a bit like having a special copy transforms constraint between the two. Okay, and it doesn't matter how asymmetrical these bones are in edit mode. So for example, I can go to edit mode, deselect the X symmetry, and make a big change to this arm. Then back to pose mode. As long as I have this option enabled, X symmetry will work for these two bones. So let me undo, because this was just for demonstration. Okay, that was all I wanted to show for this chapter. We created the mechanisms for the left arm. We aligned them properly with slight asymmetry to the right arm, but at the same time we kept the symmetrical names of these bones. And that will allow us to symmetrize the poses of both arms in pose mode. And that can be useful in animation. Our rig has progressed nicely, and it's getting quite complex. So the next step will be to organize these bones on collections, and we'll also take a very special step that will make our rig easier to understand, easier to weight paint, and also easier to export to game engines and such. More about that in the next video. In this video, we'll improve the organization of the rig, which includes creating bone collections and shapes, but first we are going to apply a special technique. We'll separate the deforming bones completely from the rest of mechanism and control bones. If you remember, in level 1 and 2, we had some bones that were deforming but also acted as controls or mechanisms, and that may have been confusing at times, but it was okay because our rigs were still quite simple. But this rig is approaching professional quality and complexity, so we have to take organization even more seriously. Implementing this will take a little bit of time and effort, so it's important to understand that the benefits of this technique are great. It improves the organization of your rig by a lot, it makes weight painting a lot easier, and as a bonus, it will make your character easier to export to game engines and other 3D applications. I hope you see the positives, so let's do it. This process should be initiated when you're fairly certain that you're not going to be changing your deformed bones anymore. You're not going to change their positions, you're not going to tweak the number of twist bones, for example, and so on and so forth. The rig should be in stable state. And the first step in the process will be to identify the bones in our current rig that should act as deforming bones. So let's unhide all collections and press Alt-H, and in edit mode I'll also press Alt-H because I want to be sure that all bones are visible, and then I'll go back to pose mode. Now let's see what is definitely not deforming bones. My torso control collection contains only controls, so they're not deforming, so I can hide this collection. The MCH collection currently only contains these MCH bones for the foot. They are also not deforming, so let's hide them. The IK and FK collections contain only control and mechanism bones for the IK and FK setups, so they're definitely not deforming. Let's hide them. So now I have all of my deforming bones, but also some non-deforming ones, so let's start going through the rig and identifying our actual deformed bones. The head, neck, chest, shoulder, and the next chest and spine bones will all be deforming. So select them, press M, create a new collection, and let's call it DEF for deforming. And I'm going to hide this collection so that I can focus on the remaining bones. On the arm, the actual deforming bones are the twist bones, and the big bone is a mechanism bone. So let's select these big bones and press H to hide them. Okay, next I'm going to select all of these twist bones and the hand and also the palm bones. All of them should be deforming, so I'll move them to the DEF collection. For the fingers, I want the actual phalanges to be deforming, but these big control bones will be non-deforming, so select them, hide them, then box select the fingers, M, and move them to the deforming collection. On the other arm, we don't have any twist bones, so the deforming bones will be these big bones. Select them, M, and move them to the DEF collection. Again, hide the big control bones for the fingers. Select all finger bones, M, and move to DEF. For the remaining spine, I want to select these two bones, which go into this direction, and move them to DEF. And the two bones that remained that go in this direction are the control bones, so I'll keep them as they are. For the legs, let's do the same as for the arm. I'll hide the big bones. Then select the twist bones on both legs. And also the foot and toes on both legs. And move them to DEF. I'll press Alt-H to unhide all bones that I hid. And let's start the DEF collection to see what we have. And it's looking good. Okay, step 2 of the process is to make a full copy of all of these bones. I'll explain why in a second, but as an intermediate step, let's check the names of all of these bones. And what we are looking for is any .001 suffixes. Also 002, 003, and so on are not desirable. I can rename the names viewport display. And here I found one. You may not have this problem, but it looks like I didn't name this bone properly. It should be twist3.r. Okay, looking good. We're still going to rename some of these bones, but for now, if there are no 001s in your names, you're good to go. So step 2, go to edit mode, select all bones, and definitely disable the x-axis mirror, or you may mess up some of these asymmetrical bones. Press Shift D and then right click to cancel the movement. Now you have a perfect copy of your deforming bones, and they are all conveniently selected. So let's use that. Press M, make a new collection, and I'll call it DEF2. Okay, so now we have these two DEF collections with identical bones. Now, one of these two sets of identical bones will become the actual deformed bones, and the other set will act as a connection between the isolated deformed bones and the rest of the rig. This may seem convoluted, but there is no other way to achieve this clean separation of the deformed bones. So the bones that we initially identified as deforming bones will become the connective bones. This is a common Blender technique, and in other tutorials you may encounter it under other names such as target bones, buffer bones, intermediate bones, and so on. And my second copy of these bones will become the final deformed bones. So I'll name this collection DEF. And before we continue, I noticed something weird. And that is that these big bones are part of the DEF collection for some reason. I was very careful with my actions and I have no idea why this happened. So I assume it's some sort of stupid Blender behavior. So let's select these bones and press M and move them to the bones collection where they belong. Okay, since the bones on this collection will now become my deforming bones, I want to rename them with a special DEF prefix. And this is why earlier we checked for 001 suffixes. We made sure that we didn't have any 001s, and therefore when we duplicated these bones, all of them got the exact 001 suffix. We can use that to our advantage now. I'm going to select all of these bones, go to Edit Batch Rename, switch to Bones. I'll choose Set Name, Prefix, I'll type DEF dash, and press OK. Now these bones have the unique DEF dash prefix, which means that we can easily get rid of the 001 suffix by just doing another batch rename. Let's do find replace now. Find .001, replace with nothing, and press OK. Now all of these bones will have the DEF prefix and no 001 suffix. Now we come to a slightly annoying part of the process. We have to go to pose mode and give all of these deforming bones a copy transforms constraint pointing at their identical bone. Again, we have two sets of these bones which are exactly identical. So for example, for the DEF pelvis, I'm going to enable the connective collection. And so I want the target for its constraint to be the pelvis bone. In other words, we want to give all of the deforming bones a copy transforms constraint. The target will be the armature, and I want to set the bone field to a bone with the same name but without a DEF prefix. But before that, I actually want to get rid of all existing constraints. These constraints came from duplicating the bones, but we don't need them on the deformed bones. Each deformed bone only needs one copy transforms constraint. So let's select all of these bones and press Ctrl, Alt, and C. That removes all constraints. Now we want to set up copy transforms on all of these bones on the DEF collection. And aside from using a Python script, here is the most optimal way to do this. Select one of the bones, go to Constraints, set a copy transforms constraint, set target to the armature, and do not set the bone yet. Press A to select all other bones, go to Pose, Constraints, Copy Constraints to selected bones. Now all bones will have the copy transforms with the armature set as target, and we only have to set up the bone. So if I enable statistics here, it is 75 bones that we have to set up. Yes, it is annoying, but you can do it. It will take a minute or two. Again, the target for each of these constraints will be the name of the bone itself minus DEF dash. So for DEF pelvis, it will be just pelvis. For DEF spine 1, it will be just spine 1, and so on. So let's set it up here. This will be pelvis, spine 1, spine 2, and so on and so forth. Let's do it. Okay, it took me about 8 minutes, not too bad. Now you're going to hate me, and that's okay, but I'm going to give you a Python script that will set up all of these bones for you automatically. So if I select all bones and press Ctrl, Alt, and C to clear all constraints, split the screen and set it to text editor, I'll create a new script. I'll paste my script. And with all of these DEF bones selected, I'll just press the play button. And all bones got the copy transforms constraint with the correct target and bone fully set up. The reason I didn't give you the script right away is because it is highly specific and it may not work. So until you can write and understand script yourself, it's better to be comfortable with setting up 75 constraints manually, because it is part of rigging unless you really know scripting. I'm gradually getting better at scripting myself, so in the future we could consider Python scripting as an advanced course. So you will be able to write things like this and automate parts of your rigging process, or even create fully automated rigging systems similar to Rigify. For example, right now I'm playing with automatically generating these leg and arm setups so that twist bones, IK-FK mechanisms, and so on are fully set up for me with one click. But that is just a teaser for the future. Now back to reality. Awesome work getting to this point. The difficult part is behind us, and now we get to see and enjoy the benefits of this setup. So let's see what we get. First of all, we now have the deforming bones fully isolated on their own collection. All bones in the DEF collection are deforming, and all bones not on the DEF collection are non-deforming. So I'll start DEF, select all bones, go to Pose, Bone Settings, Deform, set it to Enable, and that will set the deforming option on for all of these bones. Then I'll unstar DEF and I'll make sure that DEF is hidden and everything else is shown. I'll press Alt-H just in case, and then select all bones, go to Pose, Bone Settings, Deform, Set to Disable, and that will disable the deform option from all of these bones. Enabling and disabling the deform setting correctly is very important, and without this separation of the bones, hunting down the deform bones would be a nightmare. But now it is just beautifully simple. Because I changed which bones are deforming and which not, I have to go to Object Mode, select all objects, Shift select the rig, Control P and reapply automatic weights so that the weights are reset correctly. Now I can be sure that this character is only deformed by its deforming bones. By the way, I think I mentioned it earlier, but don't worry about the mechanical arm not moving. The weight painting chapter is coming very soon and we'll take care of all of that. Speaking of which, yet another benefit of this setup will become more apparent when we add the bone shapes in the next video. There will be a perfect visual distinction between deformed bones and controls. And this will also lead to easier weight painting, as you'll see in the weight painting chapter, which will come after that. And the final benefit will mainly affect those of you who plan to work with game engines or export your character to other 3D applications. And it is that we can now parent these deforming bones in any way we like, which is super important when exporting the rig because it will ensure a clean export of the rig, and it can also be important for compatibility with your game engine. To understand what I mean, if I manipulate the controls of this rig, it behaves perfectly fine. But if I go to the deform bones, select all of them, disable the copy transforms on the active one, and then right click and copy to selected, this will now disable the connection between the deforming bones and the rest of the rig. So now I can move only the deforming bones. And as you can see, the hierarchy, the connection between these bones is an absolute mess. It only works because of the connection to the connective bones through copy transforms. But that is okay. It simply means that we can have absolutely any hierarchy we want in these deformed bones. So for example, I could go to edit mode, select all of them, press Alt P and clear the parent. Now all of these bones are completely disconnected from each other and from the rest of the rig. But if I enable copy transforms again, I'll select all bones, activate the constraint on the active bone, right click, copy to selected. Now the bones are connected again. And the character will deform like nothing happened. The goal of this segment was to emphasize that the hierarchy of these deformed bones do not matter. Now, what I would recommend is to parent the deformed bones in a logical hierarchy. This will be ideal for most game engines and other applications. So if you have no plans of working with other applications, you can actually skip this step, but I would recommend it. Let's go to edit mode. And I'll want to parent the head to the neck. So Control P. You can use connected, but I'll go for keep offset. It doesn't really matter in this case. Then the neck to the chest bone. Control P, and to make my work easier, I can right click on keep offset and add it to my quick favorites. Now I can just press Q and choose keep offset. Select the next two bones, Q, keep offset. The next two, keep offset. Keep offset, keep offset. Let's parent both shoulders to this chest bone, keep offset. The hand to the lower arm to upper arm. All of the first finger bones to the hand. And then we'll have to parent the rest of the finger bones for all fingers. And I'll parent the upper arm to the shoulder. Now for the right arm, which has twisting bones, here is what I would recommend. Select the last three twist bones of the upper arm, then shift select the first twist bone, and so we'll parent all of these three bones to this bone. Q keep offset, And this kind of parenting will be ideal for game engines such as Unity. This will most likely make your character compatible with the humanoid standard, although I'm not going to fully promise you that. So I'll parent this bone to the shoulder, and then I'll parent the lower arm twist bone similarly, select the last 3 ones, then shift select the first twist bone, and parent with keep offset. And then we'll parent this bone to this bone. And also the hand to the first twist bone of the lower arm. So what is happening is that this first twist bone will act as the main bone in the hierarchy, and then this bone will act as the main bone in this hierarchy. Let's parent the palms to the hand bone. Then I'll go ahead and parent the fingers. And then I'll parent each of the first finger bones to the closest palm bone. Now let's parent the legs in the same way. The last 3 twist bones in the upper leg to the first twist bone. And same on the lower leg. And let's do the same for the left leg. I'll parent this main twist bone to the upper main twist bone. And then we'll parent the foot to the main lower twist bone. And the toes to the foot. I believe I'm done. I'll have to test this the same way we did for a base armature. So I'll go to pose mode, select all bones, disable copy transforms, right click, copy to selected, and test my rig. I already noticed some problems. So notice how this first twist bone now acts as the top of the leg hierarchy. And the first twist in the lower leg acts as a parent of the whole lower leg. Okay, and the only issue I noticed in my setup is that the legs are still disconnected from the torso. So let's go to edit mode, select both of these bones, shift select the pelvis bone, Q, and keep offset. Now everything is parented perfectly for game engine export. So I can select all bones, enable copy transforms, right click, copy to selected. And now my deformed bones will be controlled by the control bones. Without any exaggeration, if you went through this chapter, amazing work. This process is not only slightly difficult and annoying, but for a big portion of this video, you probably weren't quite sure what we are doing. So I hope it made sense at the end, and I hope you see the benefits. The more complex a rig gets, the more important organization becomes. So in this video, we are focusing on organizing our bones into collections. In the previous video, we took an important step toward better organization by separating the deformed bones into their own DEF collection. And as we discussed in level 2, the 3 main types of bones in a rig are deform DEF bones, mechanism MCH bones, and control bones. So here is the plan for organizing our collections. First, we'll separate the non-deforming bones into MCH and control collections. Then we'll break the controls into smaller sub-collections, giving us full control over what we see while animating. The deforming bones are already fine on their DEF collection, but let's look at their names. Almost all names are fine except for these big bones on the mechanical arm. They have DEF MCH prefix because we duplicated them from MCH bones and then we gave them the DEF prefix. But this doesn't make any sense. We just need one prefix. So I'll rename this bone And I'll just remove the MCH part. And same for the lower arm. DEF lower arms.L. And that's it for the deforming bones. Now we'll go over the remaining collections and check if the bones there are MCH or controls. So I'll start the first bones collection. Now these big bones for the arm and leg are MCH, which we defined from the start. And so I'll select all of them and move them to our existing MCH collection. These hips bones are meant as controls. The root is also basically a control, and the settings bone is slightly special. It is not really a control in our rig, but it is part of the control system. So let's select everything here, press M, create a new collection, and call it CTRL for controls. I'll remove the star here. And instead of the stars, I'll use the eye icons and I'll disable all aside of the bones collection. Now, there is nothing on the bone collection. I can confirm that by pressing Alt-H. We also don't have anything on the twists collection. If you want to delete all empty collections, you can go to this menu here and choose Remove Unused. Okay, let's go to the FK collection now, and let's see what we have there. So the big bones for the upper arm, lower arm, hand, and similarly for the legs are all control bones. These are the bones that we are going to use to animate our rig in FK mode. So I'll select all of them and move them to our CTRL collection. And the remaining small bones are mechanism bones that we used for the follow or limb isolation mechanism. So let's select all of them and move them to MCH. Next, IK. In the IK mechanisms, we really only animate the target and the pole. So let's select them and move them to the control collection. And these remaining bones will go into the MCH collection. It is similar with the legs. We need the IK targets, IK poles, and also the controls for the foot mechanism, which are the roll bones and these two ball pivot bones. Let's move them to control. And also the toe IK is meant to be used as control. So select the IK toes and move them to control. And everything else will go to the MCH collection. Next, I have the MCH collection itself. I can select it and use these arrows to organize the position of these collections. Next, I'll go to the torso controls. And all of these bones are meant as controls. And before I move them, I also want to rename them. I name them hips control, but control in the name is pointless. Everything that is not DEF or MCH is control. So let's simplify the names and move them to the control collection. Again, I can remove unused. Next, we have the hand bones. So here we have the main finger controls. They are controls, so move them to CTRL. Next, connective. And these are the bones that we use as a connection between the deforming bones and the rest of the rig. A quick note here, you should be careful to keep these connective bones exactly as they are, so do not tweak their positions and so on, because tweaking them may have an effect on the connection between deforming bones and the rest of the rig. So we could even consider these bones as a special type of bone and give them a special prefix, but I don't find that useful. So again, we'll just check these bones and see which of them are MCH and which need to be controls. So the neck, head, and the first three spine bones and the shoulders were all meant to be used as controls. So select them and move them to CTRL. The twist bones are not meant to be animated manually, so select them and move them to MCH. And let's do this for the leg twists as well. This hand bone will also not be animated directly because we are either animating the FK hand or the IK hand. So this is an MCH bone. Move it to MCH. The palms and fingers can be used for controls, so move them to CTRL. These big arm bones are already named MCH. That also includes the hand, because again the arm is either controlled by the IK or FK, and not by these intermediate bones. So let's move them to MCH. The fingers will be controls, move them to CTRL. The pelvis and first spine are not controls. We are controlling this part of the body with the inverted bones that we created. So let's select these bones and move them to MCH. And these foot and toe are also intermediate or MCH bones. What we actually use to animate the foot and toe are the IK and FK foot bones. So let's move these to MCH. And remove unused. And now we are just left with deforming, MCH, and control bones. Nice. Now I'm going to take a look at the MCH bones, and I mainly want to check their names. I want to make sure that all bones on this collection are actually named MCH. There are quite a lot of bones, and they are overlapping, so working here can be a little bit difficult, but here is what we can do. I'll disable these names, and in the outliner, go to search and type MCH dash. This will display all MCH bones in the outliner. And now I can just control click on them, and that will select them. Ignore the vertex groups, we just want the bones. Once you have all of these MCH bones selected, press H to hide them. And now what we have left is all bones that need to be MCH, but don't have the prefix yet. So select all of them, go to Edit Batch Rename, switch to Bones, set name, prefix, MCH-, press OK, and that's it. Okay, now we can focus on the controls and split them into nice and easy to understand collections. Organizing the controls will be relatively easy. They are quite obvious, and we simply want to isolate each function of the rig on a separate collection. Let me remove this search here and also disable access. And let's focus on the left arm, for example. I'll select this bone, which is the IK target, and the pole. And that's everything I need to control the left arm in IK mode. So I can press M, create a new collection, and call it left arm IK. Click create, and I'll hide the new collection. Next, I'll select these three bones. They are all I need to animate this arm in FK mode. So I'll create a new bone collection, call it left arm FK, and create. So that is what I meant when I said that we'll separate the bones based on the rig functionality. Next, I'll select all finger bones, M, and let's call it left hand. On the right arm, select the two IK bones, new collection, right arm IK. Then the FK arm bones, right arm FK, and then everything on the hand will be right hand. Let's work on the legs next. So for the left IK, I need the IK target, IK pole, this roll bone, and this ball of the foot control. And this will be my left leg IK. Next, the FK bones. This is actually the IK toe, which I did not move. Let's select it and move it to left leg IK. Okay, let's do the same for the right leg. Don't forget the IK toe. I'll have to press Alt-Shift here and choose toe IK and move it to a new collection. Next, the FK right leg. Okay, next I'll select all of these main torso controls, and I'll also include the shoulders. I don't see a reason to separate them. And we could even include the neck and head, or you can give them their own collection. It's up to you. I'll move all of these bones to a collection called Torso Main and hide it. And these remaining spine bones will go to a new collection, Torso Secondary, because I expect to mainly animate with these main torso bones, and the secondary are just meant for fine adjustments. The root and settings bones, I'm going to move to a new collection and just call it root. Of course, you can also give the settings bone its own collection. But the root will always be visible, so I think keeping the settings there is okay. Now let's unhide all of these collections, and the control collection is actually empty. So we could delete it, but we could also use it as a container of sorts, and we could nest these individual control bones collections that we just created by dragging and dropping them into the control collection. Okay, so even though the control collection does not contain anything, if I disable its visibility, it will automatically disable all sub-collections. We could also create sub-collections. So technically we could organize all of the left arm collections into a sub-collection, and then right arm, left arm, torso, and so on. Or we could split them into IK mechanisms and FK mechanisms and so on. But for now, we'll keep it simple and just use these sub-collections under the control collection. And as a final tweak to the collections, I'll select the control collection and use the arrows to place it at the top and the DEF at the bottom. This is optional, and also optionally, I'll organize my MCH layers a little bit. I'll press Alt-H to unhide everything, and I'll split the MCH bones into MCH IK, MCH FK, MCH twists, and other bones. This will make your work easier if you decide to tweak any of the mechanisms. The main goal is to be able to easily hide and unhide bones that are meant for a specific mechanism. You don't need to follow this part very precisely or at all, it's kind of optional. So it's going to be a time lapse, and you can try to do more or less what I'm doing, or just do the kind of organization that makes sense to you. I'm done organizing, so I'm going to drag and drop these new collections into the main MCH collection. Now I can unhide the sub-collections and just hide the main collection, which will hide all MCH bones. And then I'll enable my controls. And that is it for the bone collections. Next, we are going to set bone shapes for the control bones. Our rig will look nice and become user-friendly. And once the shapes are in place, I think you'll also really appreciate the split between controls and deform bones that we worked on. Bone shapes are not just a nice visual touch, they are essential for making the rig more readable and easy to understand. You already learned about 90% of bone shape techniques in level 2, but there is one important new technique called override transforms. You'll also learn how the orientation of your shape objects is related to the orientation of the bones themselves, which can save you a lot of time and clicks. So stay tuned for that. And to save time, I'm going to provide bone shapes for you. In your downloads, you'll find a file called wgts.blend. Let's go to object mode, and we can append the content of that file by going to File, Append, find the WGTS file, double-click it, go to Collection, select the WGTS collection, and press Append. And that added this whole collection with a variety of shapes into our rig file. For the most part, these are the same shapes we used in level 2 with a couple of new additions. If you want to use your own shapes, that's alright too, but I'll be using these ones. And let's start working on the shapes. Select the rig and go to pose mode. And many bones in this rig are going to get this circle shape. So I'll try to isolate the bones that need this circle widget. I'll hide the IK bones, because I want to give most of the FK bones, most of the spine bones, and the finger bones the circular widget. So I'll select the main finger controls, the main torso controls, and hide them. I'll also hide the root and the settings bone, and I want all of these bones to have the circular widget. So just select one of them, then press A to select the rest, go to the bone tab, and I'll contract everything and expand viewport display. And for custom object, I'll look for circle, then right click and copy to select it, and that will set the circular widget for all of these bones. Actually, I didn't want to set it for the shoulders, so let's unassign the shape and hide the bones. Now all I need to do is tweak the size and position of these circles, and I'll have a big portion of the rig set up. But before that, here is a tip that I think is very important. Notice that all circles were oriented exactly as I want them. I will not need to rotate them much. I'll only need to scale and move them. And here is why. I'll go to object mode, select the circular widget, and under M panel tool, enable origins. And pay attention to the y-axis. As you probably know by now, the length of a bone is always aligned with its y-axis. And the axis of the bone shapes aligns with the bones, which means that when this circle is applied as a bone shape, it will be aligned to the bone like this. This will be the head of the bone, and this will be the rest of the bone. So when creating bone shapes, always pay attention to the y-axis. If you need to tweak it, you can enable origins in object mode, and then using the rotation gizmo will actually rotate the origin, so you can align the y-axis any way you like. Once you're done, don't forget to disable origins. Okay, that is why all of our circles are aligned almost perfectly now. So next, I'm going to go into a little time lapse All I'm doing is selecting shapes that should have similar size, and then I'm tweaking their scale. Personally, I hold Alt and Shift, which tweaks all shapes at once. If that doesn't work for you, just tweak one shape, then right-click and copy all to select it. Okay, this is what I'm getting for now. Some important notes. Here I have the palm bones, and I'm going to want a different shape for them. So I'll select all of them, remove the shape of one, right-click, copy to select it. Here these two shapes are overlapping. I'll move this one slightly up and this one slightly down so that I know which one is controlling which direction. And next, I'm going to go to the Armature tab, Display, and Disable in Front. Because my goal for this shape is that they're easily visible without any transparency. Now I can enable transparency temporarily in pose mode by clicking on the X-ray button. And I'm going to do it with my pie menu. So I can quickly make the bones transparent so that I can see these bones, for example, which don't have shapes yet. And I can also turn off transparency to check the final state of my shapes. Okay, I'll press Alt-H and enable X-ray to see what other bones I need to set up here. I'll set up the finger controls next. Select all of them on both hands. Set custom object to WGT finger. Right-click, copy to select it. And that gives us these Rigify looking finger controls. For the torso, I'll use the cube widget and just shape it a bit using scale and transformation. Now for the hips and chest, I'll use the curvy shape similar to what we did in level 2. But here's an important difference and an important new technique that I want to share with you. I want this shape to be up here in the chest area. So of course I can use the transformation to move it up here, and initially it looks fine, but if I actually use this control, you'll see that it kind of becomes disconnected from the actual geometry. Blender has an amazing tool to fix just that, and that is this Override Transform option. In here, I can enter another bone, and the shape will then appear at the position of that bone. So I kind of want this shape to appear at the position of this chest bone. So if I just press F2 and copy its name, then go to the shape and paste it here and select it, the shape will now offset a bit. That's because I have some custom values here. So let's set Y to 0. And now it just automatically appears exactly here at the chest. And when I rotate this control, it looks just right. It sticks to the chest of the character perfectly. So now I can tweak it a bit with the usual tools. And it looks great. So let's do the same for the hips control. I want it to appear at the hips 2 bone. So copy the name, select the main hips control, and let's set override transforms to hips 2. Then just tweak the size and the position of this bone slightly. And it's done. Okay, great. Let's set up the root to use the root widget. For the settings bone, I have a special gear widget. And once I set it up, I don't really like the position. I can tweak it here, of course, but I think I'll go to edit mode and just tweak the position of this actual bone a bit. Okay, something like this. Next, let's select the shoulders. Use the shoulder widget, right-click, copy to selected. And now because of the symmetry and orientation of these bones, their shapes are inverted. So using Alt and click does not work quite right. So what I'm going to do is just tweak one shape. Something like this. Once I'm happy with it, I'll go to edit mode. And because these two shoulders are perfectly symmetrical, it's okay to select this one, right click, symmetrize, and that will symmetrize the shapes as well. But be careful not to symmetrize the bones of the left and right arm. We still have the palm bones to set up. Let's select this one, which will be the main palm control, and give it the palm shape. Then for these next two, I'll use the palm secondary shape and copy to select it. This indicates that this is a main control and this is a secondary control. And for this side, I'll also use the main palm control, but I'll make it slightly smaller to indicate that this is the main control, this is slightly less important, and these are secondary controls. Now I cannot see these bones without transparency, so I'll select all of them and move them slightly on the x-axis until I can see them. Okay, something like this looks good to me. Now I'll hide the collections that I already set up and unhide the IK collections. So we still have a couple of bones to set up. All of these pole targets will have the sphere widget. So set it up for one, right click, copy to select it. And I think the poles are close to the knees and elbows. Tweaking them from here is only visual. If I actually want to tweak the distance between the poles and the knees, I'll have to go to edit mode and offset the actual bones. And the shapes will move with them. For the IK target, I'm going to use the rectangle widget. And as in level 1, I'll align it with the sole of the foot. Once it looks good, I'll go to edit mode, and this is one of these bones that I can just symmetrize. For the toe controls, we can use the circle again. And if I unhide the FK controls, the IK and FK controls will look kind of similar. So let's offset the IK toe controls slightly and keep them slightly smaller. You can use a special shape if you like, but this will work for me because when I'm using FK, I'm going to hide the IK controls and vice versa. For the foot roll, I prepared a special foot roll widget. So I'll set it up and copy to select it and increase the size of both a little bit. And for the ball pivot, I think I'm going to use the finger and shape it a bit. So I think this is nice. It's visible and intuitive enough. And lastly, the IK target for the arm. I'll use the rectangle widget and shape it a bit. Let's copy that to the other side. And I'll need to do some manual tweaks because I don't want to symmetrize these two bones. They are slightly asymmetrical. Looking good. Let's unhide all controls. Now you can play with the rig and check if the shapes feel right. If not, make adjustments. The shapes are looking good to me, so next step, of course, is to also set bone colors. Now here is an additional step you can take when setting up the pose bone colors. These presets have a specific color for the default color of the bone, for the color when it's selected, and for the color when it's active. And these three colors are very similar. So something that many Blender users like to do is to unify the selected and active color of the bones, meaning that the shapes will have a specific color only when they're not selected at all. And when they're active and selected, they'll have a unified bluish color. We can do that by going to Edit Preferences, Themes, and expand Bone Color Sets. And these are the presets that we get here. And we'll tweak the selected and active colors on all of these sets. And I'll actually give you the hex value for these. So go to the color sets, click on selected here, and set the hex value to what you see on screen. Then set the active color to this hex value. Once you set up the first set, you can place the mouse over the selected color, press Ctrl C, and then move the mouse over the selected of the next set and press Ctrl V. And keep doing that for all sets. Next, copy the active color of the first set and paste it into the other sets. Okay, now the presets will be updated. So let's select all of the secondary spine bones, the neck bone and the head bone, and make them yellow, and use this button to copy the theme. Now I have to click away to actually see the color because of these changes of the selected color we did. For the main torso controls, I'll use the orange color to make them more prominent than the secondary controls. And this orange color is too reddish for me, so I'll tweak it a bit. It's the second set, and I'll just tweak it slightly. You can see my hex value here. Now I'll select all controls on the left side and give them the blue color. And now let's select the right side and give them the red color. The root will be purple. And for settings, I can use another special color such as green. Then select everything, set wire width to 2, and right-click, copy to selected. This will make the wires slightly thicker, which I like. If you don't like it, then tweak the value. And with that, the colors and shapes are fully set up. Now let's unhide the DEF collection and enable X-ray. And check out this clear distinction between controls and deformed bones. If I go to object mode, select the armature, shift select the mesh, and go to weight paint mode, see how easy it is to select only the deformed bones. It is perfectly clear. And if I want to select one of the controls, I can do that, pause the character, and keep painting. And the next chapter will be precisely about weight painting. I wanted to have everything nicely organized before diving into advanced weight painting. Now we are ready, so let's move on. When I started working on this course, I asked the CG Dive community for feedback, and the number one difficulty that many people seem to share was weight painting. If you followed level 1 and level 2, you already have a very simple but highly effective recipe for weight painting, which will allow you to paint most characters. Let's say about 80%. In level 3, we are covering the remaining 20%. Take this seriously and you will never have weight painting issues again. A quick word about visibility settings. Personally, I will no longer use in front. If you want to use it, that's okay, but here is what I do. In pose mode, I can enable and disable X-ray to make my bones see-through or not. This is the same as pressing this button here. One drawback that this has is that it doesn't work the same way in edit mode for whatever reason. Here I cannot make my bones see-through. If I switch to solid shading, then I can use X-ray. I really don't like these Blender inconsistencies, but anyway, for the purpose of this character, what I want to do is weight painting. So I'll select the rig, shift select a mesh, and go to weight paint mode. And now the bones are basically in pose mode, so my X-ray workflow does work for this. This is the workflow I would recommend, but you are experienced enough. If there is another workflow that you like, then use it. So let's see what we are dealing with. We already applied automatic weights, but the mechanical arm does not move with the rig. That is a special problem that we are going to handle, but even if automatic weights did work, it would never be perfect on the mechanical arm. So we need to do special weight painting there. As for the rest of the body, it was weighted, but there are plenty of problems. This deformation of the hips. Similarly, deformation of the chest when I move the arm. And also, there are a bunch of places where the geometry is actually disconnected. For example, between the foot and pants. So you can see a gap in the character. And we have something similar here at the butt, the hand, and neck. Other than that, automatic weights gives us nice results, so I'm going to use it as a base. But we are going to work on all of these problem areas and also everything in between. Let's get into it. Now first I'm going to give you an interesting technique which we won't use at the end, but it can be useful, so let's explore it. It is called support bones. We can add additional bones in areas which are weighted incorrectly, and that can give us nicer results with just automatic weights. So I'll select this spine bone here, and let's isolate. I'll go to edit mode. I'll have the same bone selected now in edit mode, and I'll press Shift D and duplicate it. I'll name this bone defspine.r and right-click and symmetrize it. Now, if I go to pose mode, the duplicated bones had a constraint, so they jump back to this position. So let's go to edit mode, select both of these bones, go to pose mode and press Ctrl, Alt, and C. And that will remove the constraint. Now I'll shift-click this deformed bone, This is a technique I like. It's easier to select these bones in pose mode, but then I can go to edit mode and have the exact same bones selected and active. Now I can press Ctrl P and keep offset to parent these bones to the main spine bone. And I'll do the exact same thing here in this area. So what I'm trying to do is improve the bed deformations here and here that we saw while testing the rig. So same process, go to edit mode, and I'll have to isolate. I'll duplicate the DEF chest 1 bone, place it here, name it .R, symmetrize it, go to pose mode, remove the constraints, select both of these bones, shift select the middle one, go to edit mode, Ctrl P, keep offset. Okay, now with these additional support bones, I can select the character, shift select the rig, Ctrl P, and automatic weights to add those new bones to my deformation bones. Now in pose mode, if I move the arm, you'll see that the chest does not compress as before. And the hips also deform much better. But we still have these geometry disconnection issues. So we are going to have to weight paint anyway, and so the support bones will not save us that much work. In fact, when painting the body, they may make the process a little bit harder, because now we have to paint all of these additional bones. But this technique can be useful nonetheless, especially when you need to do something that doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be done quickly. So keep it in mind. Now I'll go to edit mode, delete the support bones, and update my weights by using automatic weights again. Okay, time for serious weight painting. Select your rig, shift select the body mesh, and go to weight paint mode. Go to tools, and let's set our settings as usual. Blend to add, weight to 1, strength to a low value. Under symmetry, this character is not symmetrical, so we are going to disable all of these options. Under options, enable auto normalize. Now under advanced, there is a setting called front faces only. And if it's enabled, disable it, because when it's enabled, it is more difficult to paint overlapping or occluded polygons such as what we have here and in the shoe area and so on. And by the way, disabling this option does not mean that you will be painting all the way through the mesh. So for example, if I enable this bone and paint a bit, there will be nothing on the backside. So I'll undo, and I'll go to fall off and switch fall off shape to projected. Now if I paint, I'll be painting all the way through to the other side. So if you want to paint through the mesh, disable front faces only and enable projected. Now you have to be a little bit careful with painting through the mesh. It can behave a little bit unpredictably in perspective view. So I usually only use it in front and side view. And it's also very important to remember to switch back to sphere when you're done painting through the mesh. So I'll switch back to sphere and undo. And as in level 2, we're going to go to the weight paint overlays and switch 0 weights to active so that we clearly see the 0 weights. And we'll also enable show weight contours. This will show these lines. I don't use them all the time, but it can be useful. For example, if I paint here, without the contours, this area here looks fully red. But if I enable contours, I can see that here it's actually close to red, but not quite red. So it's another indication of weights, and also the lines can tell us the smoothness of our painting. I'll undo here. So contours are not essential. I don't use it all the time, but let's practice with it. Okay, now we're just going to start at one end of the rig. It really doesn't matter which one. It can be the head or the arm. But I'll start from the feet and work my way up towards the arms and then the head. So let's start with this toe now. I'm going to remove some weights here, but it's mostly okay. And move to the foot. In the foot, you will almost always get this. The heel needs to be painted fully red. Otherwise, the heel will deform incorrectly. Okay, now we get to this gap that we get between the shoe and the pants. So here the problem is most likely that this bone has influence over this area. If the weights here were distributed only between the foot bone and the last twist bone, then we shouldn't see a gap. And by the way, there are other ways to fix this. For example, you can just fuse or merge the vertices so that the geometry is not disconnected. And that will fix the whole problem. But we want to practice here, so we are going to solve the more difficult problem. The first thing I'm going to do is activate this bone and control and click to erase any influence of this bone over this area. Then I'll activate the foot and paint some weights so that it also affects the pants. And that is basically it. The disconnection between the two parts will now be solved. We now just want to soften the transition. So I could activate the foot and smooth a bit. I'm shifting clicking here. And that's it, solved. I'm going to test the ball pivot and it's looking good. So now I'll do the exact same process on the right foot. The character is not symmetrical, so we have to paint on both sides. Get over it. By the way, you have to be careful not to paint on the left foot while painting the right one and vice versa. So here's what you could do. I'll go to edit mode for the mesh, enable X-ray, and with circle selection, I'll select this leg. Then back to weight paint mode, I can enable this toggle here, which limits the area I can paint only to the selected vertices. So even if I click here on the left foot, I won't be able to add any weights. The slight problem with this is that when I want to select another bone, I need to disable the toggle and then select the bone and then enable it again. The shortcut is 2, so I'm going to use that. So I'll select this bone, 2 to enable the vertex selection and paint. Then 2 to disable and select this bone. I'll paint the heel nicely. And then paint some weights on the pants. Disable vertex selection, select this bone and remove any weights from the bottom of the pants. Then select the foot again, vertex selection, and smooth this transition with shift and clicking. It looks okay. Here I can see some clipping, so let's try to fix it. I'll enable the foot, press 2, and click lightly, and it's fixed. So you should test carefully, and if you notice any clipping, just go back to weight painting and add, subtract, or smooth the weights. Now we'll go further up, and the twisting of the legs is perfect. There's really nothing I want to tweak here. But if I select the main torso control and move it down, the knees will most likely need some work. They're not too bad, but let's try to work on them a bit. Now here is a technique you can use while weight painting. I'll go to object mode, select only my rig, go to pose mode, reset the rig, and then I'll press I to keyframe the torso. Then go to frame 10 or 15 or so and move the torso down. And press I to add a keyframe. Okay, now back to weight paint mode. I can now change the pose like this, or even better, in the viewport, hold Alt and scroll the mouse wheel, and you can go back and forth in your animation. Now I'll activate this bone, I'll press 2 to activate the vertices and Control I to invert the selection so that I can focus on this leg. And now let's see what happens if I add some weights in the knee area. This actually gets worse, so I'll undo. And I'll move to the next bone and paint some weights. And then smooth a bit. So this will not make a huge difference, but it can restore some volume in the knees. Let's do the same on the other side. Okay, and the other issue is the intersection between the upper leg and the lower leg. So here with this pose, I'm going to shift and click lightly, and that will improve things a little bit. Now, some intersection is inevitable here, unless we add more bones and automate them and so on, but I think this is quite acceptable. As I said earlier, I prefer hard weights that overlap a little bit compared to soft weights which may look too wishy-washy. So if you keep smoothing here, you may get very soft deformations which may not look good. I'll do some smoothing on the other side. And that will be all for the knees. Next, we'll focus on this area between the pants and the upper body. This is probably the toughest area in this character. It's going to be good practice and we'll learn some new techniques. I'll disable vertex selection. And now, one of the things we want to avoid is messing up areas that we already worked on and we are happy with. For example, if I select this bone and by accident paint on the foot, that won't be nice. We already learned about vertex selection, but there is another way to prevent changes to existing weights, and that is to lock the weights. If I Alt and click on the foot here, I can go to the vertex groups and click this lock icon. The bone will become red, and I won't be able to change these weights anymore. I don't want to click here to test it because there are still many unlocked bones. So let's do this. I'll Alt click on this bone and then Alt Shift and click on other bones in this area. I want to select all bones all the way up to the knee where we worked on. And with all of these bones selected, I can go to Weights, Locks, Lock Selected. That is a convenient way to enable the locks on multiple bones. Now I can click here all I want, but I won't be able to change these weights. This will make sure that our existing weights will not be changed. And for extra layer of security, you can go to edit mode, or in current versions of Blender, you don't even have to go to edit mode. You can use box select, enable selection, and just drag a selection here. And this will be the area we'll be working on. Now I'll create another quick animation to help me assess this area and to make sure that the tweaks I'm making are done in the context of actual deformations. So let's go to object mode, select the rig, go to pose mode, select everything, and then select the existing keyframes and delete them. Now I'm in IK mode for these legs, and I have X symmetry enabled. I'll select both IK controls, and at frame 1, press I to insert the keyframe, then go to frame 10, and let's enable auto keying here. Now I can just pose one leg, and the other will be moved and also animated automatically. So I'll create a pose like this. This will expose important deformation problems. Then I'll go to frame 20, and I'll create something like a full split. So we are creating some extreme poses that will help us troubleshoot this rig. Then on frame 30, I'll create this pose, similar to the previous one. And then on frame 50, I'll move both legs all the way back like this. And on frame 40, I'll place the legs in their default state. And now I have this test animation. Let's go to weight paint mode. And I'll switch to my brush. Now I want to activate this bone. And there are weights that I can tweak without even testing my animation. I know that this leg doesn't need to affect this area here. So I'll control click. And I'll increase the strength and just remove a lot of these weights. Also, it doesn't need to affect the opposite leg. So I'll do something like this for now, and same on the other side. And also, I'm going to want this area here to be affected only by the first spine bone and the first leg twist bones, and nothing else. So if I select this bone here, for example, I can see that it has some influence over this area, so I'll get rid of it. A lot of these disconnecting issues that we have here are because multiple bones are fighting for influence over the area. So we'll try to simplify it as much as possible and just leave it to these 3 bones. Same on the other side. This bone seems fine. And now let's select the second spine bone. And I also want to remove any influence in this area. Okay, now I can start going through the animation and checking for problems. Let's disable auto keying. And let's see what we have here. So this bone is still affecting too much of the hips. So I'm going to control click in this area. And I'll go back so that I have access to the area that I want to tweak. I can shift and click a bit to smooth the weights. Let's do the same here. I mostly just want to shift and click to smooth the weights. Now in this state, you're very likely to see some volume loss in here, in this area. So with low strength, I'm going to click in this area to restore some of this volume, and then shift and click a bit. Automatic weights already did a lot of the work for us. What we are doing is very slight and subtle. Here, I probably want to click in this area for the first spine bone. Basically, I wanted to control the middle of the crotch quite strongly, but I'll also shift and click a bit to smooth. Okay, this is looking good. Let's go to the split. And this is also not too bad. I probably want to remove more weights from the hips for this twist bone. So control and click and then shift and click a bit. Okay, and this is starting to look good. Again, I'm following my rule that hard weights and slightly overlapping geometry is better than too soft geometry. So if I shift click here, it will create very soft transition, which I don't like. So I'll undo. Let's go to the next pose. And here we see an important problem on the back of the character. I believe the legs are affecting too much of this area. So with the spine bone selected, paint positive weights here. And let's move a bit. When you make any changes, go back to the previous poses and check how the newly painted weights affect the previous pose. Here I may want to add very light weights for the leg, and same on the other side. Now if we check the final pose, I find that we need a little bit more volume in the butt of the character. So I'll paint some positive weights for the legs, very lightly. In the front, I'll paint some positive weights for the spine bone to straighten the jacket. Here it seems I painted weights in this area, which I didn't want to, so let's just paint it out. If you notice any spikes, you can try to shift and click to smooth the weights. Now the main issue is again at the back. I'll make my brush big and my strength very low and click in this area. I'll switch to another light probe to see better. Now I'm removing a little bit of weights for the spine. It's just a lot of back and forth. Smoothing a bit. Now here's what I'm going to do. I'll go to edit mode and select only the jacket, and then in weight paint mode, enable vertex selection and paint lightly to straighten the jacket. Then I'll go again to edit mode and Control I to invert the selection. And now I'll work only on the pants. And I'll make sure that they fuse with the jacket. Now going through all of the poses, it is starting to look quite good to me. Maybe I just want to restore some of the leg volume here. So I'll select this leg bone and click lightly. And I'll call this area done. Let's go to object mode, select the rig, pose mode, select all bones, and delete all keyframes. The upper body was painted nicely with automatic weights, so we don't have to do a lot of work. What I'll try now is to select the chest control and from the side view bend it down. And I believe the weights are a little bit too soft here. There is a rib cage in this area and it should feel a little bit harder. So let's go to weight paint and select this bone. And now I see that its influence goes way too much down into the pelvis area. So let's paint it out a bit. And also select this bone. And it seems to also be affecting all the way down to the end of the jacket. So I'll paint it out. It really has no business affecting this area. Okay, now select the first chest bone and paint some positive weights here in the chest area. And let's paint in the deformed state to see what we are doing. And so I'm bringing more of the volume of the rib cage. I may want to paint on the sides as well, so that when I rotate this control sideways, again, the rib cage would keep its volume. And this spine bone should probably affect more of the hips here. So we're getting a bit of a hard transition here between the hips, where there is some bone, and the chest, where we also have some bones. Now we have the deformation of the chest, and this is mainly because some of the twist bones are affecting the body. So all we need to do is paint out this influence from the twist bones over the body, and it will be fixed. I'll tweak the first twist bone now. It has to affect only the arm and nothing else. Then the next twist bone. And maybe even the third one. The rest will not reach that far. And that basically fixes the chest. I can paint some positive weights here at the transition and smooth a bit. Okay, we'll come back to the shoulder and neck area, which will also be a little bit difficult. But first, let's take care of the wrist, because it disconnects quite a lot, but it will be easy to fix. I'll go to my rig pose mode, settings, go to item, and I want to switch my arm to FK. I left the value to 0.86, which is almost IK, but the arm will also be affected a little bit by the FK. So this is just a reminder to be careful and always use either full 1 or 0 values. So let's switch to FK because I think it will be a little bit easier to test. And let's work on the wrist. Go to weight paint mode. And again, I don't want too many bones to fight for the influence over this area. I only want the last twist bone and the hand to affect it. So for this bone, I'll remove all influence. And let's see the next one. It's fine. But the palm bones probably affect this area, so let's paint it out. Okay, now let's fix the wrist. I'll create a little test animation. Go to my rig pose mode. Set a keyframe at frame 0. Then on frame 10, I'll bring the arm down and insert the keyframe. Really, the problem is with the down and up movement. The twisting is actually fine. So let's focus on up and down. Frame 20, I'll bring back to the default position, I to keyframe, and 30, and bring the arm up, and keyframe. Let's go to weight paint. So we can fix this as usual by just clicking, adding, removing, and smoothing weights, but I found a very efficient workflow. I'll go to Tool, and I'll switch Blend to Mix, which is the default. Mix and Add work almost the same in most situations. What I don't like about Mix is that if I try to control click here, I get to this very low weights, probably 0.001, which I simply cannot remove by controlling clicking. Whereas if I use add, they will be removed. So that's the main reason we are using add. But when I switch to mix, I can set my weight to 0.5 and strength all the way to 1. And this will actually paint exactly a weight of 0.5. So with this setting, I'm going to paint in this transition area between the hand and the jacket. Okay, I'll paint until it turns fully green. And then I'll switch to the twist bone and do the same. We could probably switch to projected here and just paint through. That should be quite efficient. I can even increase the strength to 2. That should make it faster to paint this area. So let's switch back to sphere and strength to 1. Okay, and this should be good. Now let's go through the animation. And the geometry stays connected. Now what I don't like is that I'm losing some of the volume of the hand. So let's select the hand bone and I'll switch back to my usual settings, blend to add weight of 1 and strength to a low value. And let's go to frame 10 and start to click in the areas where we lost volume. Be careful not to click too much on the sleeve. We mostly want to restore the volume of the hand itself. Then go to frame 30. Here, enabling wireframe might be a good idea. It will allow me to see better what I'm clicking on. What we are really painting on is the vertices. So just click on a vertex. You can also press Shift H to hide all bones except for the one we are painting on. And then click lightly. I'll undo a bit and reduce the strength even more. I'll try some smoothing and it seems to work. Okay, let's give it a go. Down looks good. Hand up looks good. So I think we're in good shape. Now to unhide the bones again, I have to go to object mode, select the armature, pose mode, and Alt-H to unhide. For whatever reason, I can hide but not unhide in weight paint mode. So back in weight paint mode, let's try to move the hand freestyle. And it seems quite good in all sorts of poses. So I'll enable the hand and increase the strength, and I'll just paint out most of the weight from the jacket and just leave these weights at the very end. Yeah, this is looking good. Let's call it down. And now we can focus on the head and neck. Let me go to pose mode, select everything, and delete these keyframes. The head and neck will be another tough area. We have the neck disconnecting from the shirt. We also have this collar, which doesn't behave too bad actually. So in advanced rigging, you might add additional bones here to fully automate it. But at this level, we'll just make it into a weight painting exercise and try to make it behave as plausibly as possible with just weight painting. Something I find distracting here are the teeth and eyes. They don't quite follow the head, so let's take care of them. I believe we already fixed something like this in level 2. We could remove all vertex groups here, parent again with empty groups, and assign all vertices of the teeth to the head bone. But we can do it another way. I'll go to edit mode, select one vertex on the teeth, and then press A to select the rest. Then go to item, and let's click on another vertex, and on the vertex weights, make sure that you see DEF head. So I'll set DEF head to 1 here, remove all other vertex groups, then press A to select all vertices, and then press copy. This will copy this setup, which means only assign to DEF head to the rest of the selected vertices. So in edit mode under item is another area where you can tweak vertex groups. So I wanted to show it to you. So now if you click around, all vertices will have a weight of 1 to DEF head. They also have these 0 weights, which are technically fine, but if you want to get rid of them, go to weight paint mode, go to weights, clean, switch to all groups, and a limit of 0 is fine. This means that all 0 weights will be cleaned. You can also increase this value to say 0.001, and that means all weights below this value will be cleaned. Now back to edit mode, I can click around, and you'll see that I only have the DEF head vertex group. Let's do the same for the eyes. Select one vertex, A to select all the other ones, set DEF head to 1, delete all other vertex groups, click copy, go to weight paint mode, weights, clean, and now everything should be perfect. I'll press Alt H. Now the teeth and eyes move with the head bone, but the head itself is not moving with it fully. So let's fix that. I'll go to weight paint mode for the head. I'll check my settings, blend to add, strength to a low value, front faces only off. The head should be mostly symmetrical, so you could use symmetry, but I'll disable it because I won't need it. Auto normalize on. And now I'll go to the side view, make my bones see-through, and enable the head vertex group. And now I want to paint from the side view and all the way through to the other side so that I can paint this head in one go. So I'll switch to projected, front faces only is off. So now I can just click and I'll increase the strength and just really quickly assign these vertices to the head bone. For some reason, I have vertex groups for my control bones. Most likely because I parented the character to the rig before we separated the deforming bones. We are going to clean this up in a later video. But now the head geometry will move fully with the head bone. So that's good. However, the head deforms a little bit of the neck, which I don't want. So let's just get rid of these weights and switch fall of shape back to sphere. Because projected can be dangerous, I only use it intentionally in front and side orthographic views. I'll smooth this transition a little bit. I'll see if adding weights for the head bone in this area helps, and it looks good. The head is in good shape now, so let's work on the neck and the connection with the shirt and the body. Currently we have the head as a single object and the body as a different object, but when painting these overlapping meshes, it's better to have them as a single mesh. And that is extremely easy and perfectly non-problematic in Blender. If you have experience with other software, this can make you feel uneasy, but in Blender, you can just select one object, shift select the other, Control J to make this a single mesh, and all weights will just work as before. Right? Absolutely no problem. So now what I actually want to do is focus on the head and shirt. So I'll go to edit mode and press L over the head and then L over the shirt to select these meshes. And now if I go to weight paint mode, I have to enable and disable this toggle. So instead, I could just press P to separate these into a separate object. And then later I can join them back to the body or keep them separate. Again, in Blender, joining and separating meshes is totally fine and not a problem. So now I'll select the rig and the head and shirt, slash to isolate, and go to weight paint mode. Now, I already removed any influence of the head over this area. So now again, similar to the previous parts, I want to simplify this area and I want to make sure that only the head bone and this chest bone are affecting it. Currently the shoulders are affecting it. This chest bone is fine and the head bone we cleaned earlier, so that's also fine. So let's select the shoulders, increase the strength, and paint out all influence. Next, I'll use the same approach we used on the sleeve and hand. So I want to switch blend to mix. And by the way, I can create my own brushes. So with the paintbrush selected, I'll choose duplicate asset. Let's call this mix brush. Press OK. Switch it to mix. And I want to set weight to 0.5 and strength to 1. And now I'll click in this area where the shirt and neck overlap, and I'll try to make it fully green. I'm increasing the strength to a very high value, and that will help me paint faster. Now this should basically fix the disconnecting problem. I'll paint the same 0.5 weights for the chest bone. Now this should look fine, but you can experiment with setting this weight to 0.75 or so and painting this area with this weight. So the neck bone will get a weight of 0.75 here, which means that the chest bone will get 0.25. And I think this is looking good. Now, the neck bone seems to have influence over the jacket. So let's combine these two meshes into a single mesh again and go to weight paint mode. I'll enable the neck bone, enable vertex selection, and press L over the jacket. And then with my paintbrush, I'll increase the strength and just remove influence from this area. And also from the shoulders. The neck shouldn't really affect the shoulders and the back. But the influence over the collar I'll leave for now. Now the neck is not influencing the jacket. And we are almost done here. Everything is looking quite nice. We can get occasional intersections here. So with a low strength, I want to paint this area for the chest bone. And possibly a little bit for the shoulder as well. Same on the other side. So this is actually looking nice. If you find that the collar is rotating too much with the neck, you can activate the chest and paint some weights on the collar vertices. And you can also distribute some of this weight to the shoulder bones. Okay, something like this. Also, there's the shoulders, and it looks like they affect the collar too much. So I'll go back and paint more weights for the chest, which will remove weights from the shoulders. And yeah, this is looking better. Some more smoothing. I'll remove some weights lightly, smooth. And yeah, this is starting to work all around. When I rotate the shoulders forward, there is some intersection here, so let's try to fix that. The shoulder does not have any influence over the shirt here, so that's why that happens. So let's just paint lightly for both shoulders and do some smoothing. Distribute the weights and smooth until it's fixed. Let's try to remove all weights from the shoulders from this area. This might just solve it altogether. Yeah, so now we don't have this problem. We just need to smooth the weights here a little bit. And the shoulder is probably affecting too much here, so I'll remove even more weights. I mostly want the shoulder to affect this traps area. Okay, distribute the weights until it looks good, and keep in mind that the shoulder does not have an incredible range of motion. You can raise the shoulders to about this height, and you can move them forward to about this much, probably around 20 to 30 degrees in each direction. Okay, the organic part of the body is starting to look really good. You could certainly spend more time on the very difficult areas, such as the hips and the neck area. The more time you spend, the better results you'll get. We got it to a really good state, almost perfect considering that we are just relying on weights and not so much on automated bones. You can probably squeeze another 10% of quality if you keep painting for another hour or two, but since it is just a repetition of the same process over and over, I'll skip that and move on to the mechanical arm. In this video, we'll weight paint the mechanical arm of the character, so you'll add even more weight painting tools and workflows to your skill set. Now, let's disable wireframe. I'll also hide these widgets. And let's see how we can handle the mechanical arm. First of all, if we try to parent the mechanical arm to the rig with automatic weights, as we saw earlier, it doesn't work, and it doesn't work because of this error that we are getting. If I click on it, I can expand this window and you'll see bone heat weighting failed to find solution for one or more bone. I mentioned this problem all the way back in level 1 because it is fairly common. As your characters get more and more complex, you'll definitely see it. This simply means that the automatic weights algorithm failed. It didn't work, so you will not get any weights. I have a specialized video about this problem, and now you're definitely advanced enough, you can watch it and find out all solutions to this problem. But the solution we'll apply in this video will be to simply set the weights manually. The bones for the mechanical arms are relatively simple. We just have the upper arm, lower arm, hand, and finger bones. So I'll go to the mechanical arm and I'll try to split it into parts because most of it is a hard surface object and it doesn't need to bend. So we'll split it into parts and just assign each part to a specific bone. Let's go to edit mode and I'll place my mouse over parts of the upper arm and just press L. I'll also select this pipe here. It might be easier to select in polygon mode. This is my upper arm. I'll press P and separate it into a separate object. Now, this part here will be slightly special. It will be semi-soft and it will bend in this area. So let's press P and separate it into a new object and we'll handle it separately. And similar to this cable here, I'll split into a separate object and I'll see how I'm going to handle it. Now I'll select these parts here for the lower arm. And this part, but not this one. Now I'll split these into a separate object. And this will be another soft part. So I'll split it as a separate object. Next we have the palm. It's a single object, so I'll just select it and separate it. And I'll keep all fingers as their own object for now. The deforming bone for the upper arm is called DEF upper arm.L. So let's copy this name. Go to the upper arm geometry, edit mode, select everything, go into data, vertex groups, expand the search field, and paste the name here. Select it and press assign. Now the upper arm will be controlled by this bone. Let's do the same for the lower arm. Just select all vertices, find lower arm.L, and assign. Now this part will be assigned to DEF hand.L and press assign. So now we have a big portion of the mechanical arm moving. Now let's see what we can do about this soft part. I'll select the rig, shift select the soft part, and go to weight paint mode. I'll alt click on the lower arm bone and shift alt and click on the upper arm. And then I'll go to weights, assign automatic from bones. This is basically the same algorithm as automatic weights, but it will only be applied for the selected bones here. Now this seems to kind of work, but the lower arm has too much influence over the soft part. So let's select the upper arm bone and paint positive weights here. And at the same time, I want to remove weights from the lower part of this soft transition. It's starting to work. Maybe it will need a little bit of softening here. Just distribute the weights until it looks good. Now I can rotate this mechanical arm in all sorts of direction, which doesn't make sense. It should only be able to rotate on a single axis. So in pose mode, select this lower arm control bone for the FK, go to Item, switch rotation mode to XYZ Euler, and test which axis the arm should rotate on. For me, it's the X-axis, so I'll lock Y and Z. Now this rotation works quite well. We have a little problem here with this mechanical part. We'll fix it with additional rigging. And the soft transition is also behaving nicely. Now for this soft transition, I can just go to edit mode, select this outer loop, press Ctrl+ to select about half of this part, find DEF lower arm.L and assign it to it, because this part of the soft transition will be affected by this bone here. Click Assign, then press Ctrl-I, find DEF hand.L, select it and assign. Now I really like this effect. We have this slight pinching because there's no smooth transition between the weights, but that kind of works to our advantage. It kind of makes it look like there is something hard underneath this soft material. However, if you want to soften it a bit, select the rig, shift select this soft part, go to weight paint mode, select these two bones that affect the weights of this part, go to weights, smooth, and choose selected pose bones. This will smooth the weights between the selected bones. You can increase or decrease the iterations. I'll just keep it to 1. And now we have slightly smoother weights, and I kind of like this. So I'll keep it like this. Now let's go to the fingers. Select the rig, shift select the fingers, go to weight paint mode. And now we can use the assign automatic from bones technique. What I could do is select these 3 fingers, go to vertex selection, press L over this finger to select the vertices, and then assign automatic from bones. And that will assign weights only for the selected bones and only to the selected vertices. Let's repeat this for the remaining fingers. And now let's test. The weights can be improved and made a little bit harder. Here, the topology of these fingers itself will not allow us to achieve perfect deformations, but we can get pretty close. And in fact, I think this is looking okay already. Now, the bigger problem here is that my point of rotation of the base of the finger is a bit off. So unfortunately, I'll have to go to edit mode. I'll switch to solid shading and toggle X-ray. And I'll select the base of the finger and offset it a bit like this. As you do this, try to keep the fingers as straight as possible. And let's do this for the remaining fingers. And I would recommend selecting all finger bones and pressing Shift H to avoid selecting and moving any unrelated bones. Okay, if I rotate all fingers on their local Z-axis, I'm now getting something much better. Now I don't exactly like how these fingers bunch together. This is because of the roll of the bones, so let's try to fix it. I'll go to solid shading and enable X-ray, and just select all bones of this finger, for example, and then press Ctrl R and roll them slightly. And same here. Okay, now I'm getting something much better. I'll try to tweak this one a little bit still. Okay, nice. Let's test the thumb now. The thumb can disconnect from the hand. There are two solutions here. Either we model some additional polygons here so that this disconnection is not that apparent, or we can take this black part here as soft and we can assign the outer vertices to the hand bone so that they don't disconnect. Here I'm going to go for the modeling approach. So I'll isolate this, select the outer vertices, press E to extrude them, scale them down, F to fill, Control T to add triangles, and that will probably do it. Okay, so this is a very simple fix, not exactly perfect. I can probably improve it a bit by tweaking the origin or rotation point of this finger. And it's not quite there, so let's try to fix it with weights as well. I'll go to weight paint mode, activate the hand bone, and I'll paint some weights here at the base of this thumb. And this should make it feel more grounded and connected. Yeah, this is starting to get there. So we solved the rotation of the lower arm in FK mode, but let's test it in IK mode as well. I'll switch the left arm to IK and rotate, and it's mostly okay, but we can improve it by unhiding the MCH bones, and I want the MCH IK. I'll select this bone, and as we did for the legs, I want to log the Y and Z axis in the inverse kinematics settings. And this will ensure that this arm rotates only on its local x-axis. So the mechanical parts will stay connected as they should. I can do the same for the organic arm, and I will. It is not as important as for the mechanical arm, but for a realistic character, I'll generally lock these axes. Okay, I'll remove the star and hide MCH. Okay, our mechanical arm is now working. Let's see what else we need to tweak. This cable is not weighted yet. And as a final touch, we'll also work on the connection between the mechanical arm and the cloth here. Because at certain poses, they might disconnect. Let's work on the cable first. So select the rig, shift select the cable, and go to weight paint mode. Now I'll alt click on the upper arm deformation bone. I'll go to tool and I'll check my settings. I want blend in add mode. I'll reduce strength a bit. This mirror setting doesn't do anything, so I'll disable it. And now I'll simply click and paint most of this cable red for the upper arm bone. Then switch to the lower arm bone, and I'll paint weights for it at the end of the cable. So now I have something like this. I'll shift and click to smooth a bit, and then I'll test my deformation. So this is looking okay. We probably need a little bit more weights here for the lower arm bone, and then some smoothing. And this is looking quite reasonable. Now, of course, we could add additional bones here or some other mechanism to actually rig this cable, but I'll keep this for a specialized mechanical rigging course. At this level, weights will be enough. And let's move on to the connection of the arm and the shoulder. For that, I'll go to object mode, select only my rig, go to pose mode. I'll select everything and delete any existing keyframes. Then go to frame 1 and keyframe the IK target and pull. Then at frame 10, I'll bring the arm down and keyframe. Go to frame 20 and I'll extend the arm forward. Something like this. Let's keyframe the IK controls. And then at frame 30, I'll press Alt-R, Alt-G to reset, and then move the arm up. Now for the arm up movement, I also want to engage the shoulder. So let's go to frame 20, press I to keyframe the shoulder control, and then at frame 30, I'll bring it up to about minus 95 degrees, and I to keyframe, and then raise the arm. And keyframe, and then at frame 40, I'll tweak the pole to achieve a different rotation of the upper arm. And again, keyframe. Just tweaking the animation slightly. But the most important thing is to have these main poses so that I can test and tweak the deformations. Okay. Let's select the rig, shift select the body, and go to weight paint mode. So now mainly we'll have to tweak the balance between weights coming from the upper arm and the shoulder and the way they affect this area here. To ensure that we don't see this disconnection between the geometries, we want to assign this outer edge of the body geometry fully to the upper arm bone. So I'm going to select this whole open loop by holding Alt and clicking twice on the loop. This selects all vertices. Now back to weight paint mode. I can select the upper arm bone, enable vertex selection, and then I can increase my strength and just paint on all of these vertices. Okay, now I can press Ctrl+ to select the next row of vertices. I'll reduce the strength quite a bit, and then click on these vertices so that they're also affected by the upper arm. Okay, now I'll disable vertex selection and smooth a bit in this area. I also know that the upper arm shouldn't affect too much of this part of the body below the armpit, so I'll just paint it out right away. And I'll also remove weights from the back of the character. Now the arm and cloth should stay connected. I see a little overlapping here, so let me try to just shift and click, and it seems to fix it. Here I see some slight overlapping. I can improve it a bit by adding weights for the shoulder in this area. I don't want to become too obsessed with these details. They are very small, and you won't see them unless you really zoom in. Here I see that cloth disconnecting, so I'll enable vertex selection, and I still have these vertices selected. So I just need to enable my upper arm, enable vertex selection, and click in this area until everything connects. Then I'll disable vertex selection and smooth a bit. I need to paint some positive weights for the upper arm, for these vertices as well, until they connect fully. And this is already looking quite reasonable. Let's see what I can do to improve it. I think adding some weights on these vertices will improve the deformation when I raise the arm. But I need to smooth a little bit as well. I can go here to the blur tool and reduce its strength. Usually a strength of 1 is great, but here I want to be really subtle and just blur very lightly. So here there is overlapping between the geometries, but that is fine with me. There is some stretching in the texture here. If I assign this part to the upper arm, then when I lower the arm, I may get undesirable deformations here. So instead, I'm going to assign these weights to the shoulder bone. And I'm going to paint plenty of positive weights for the shoulder in this cloth area. But I'll make sure not to paint on the very edge, because it needs to stay connected to the upper arm. So now I'm smoothing. And now we are getting really good deformations, even at extreme poses. Things are looking really great. But let's go back to the fingers for a second, because I think we can learn one more weight painting tool. I'll select all of the finger controls, and with individual origins, scale them to see the deformations. And they're not too bad. And as I said earlier, because of the topology of these fingers, giving them perfect mechanical deformations may actually be impossible. But we can try to improve them as much as possible. So let's go to Object Mode, Shift select the fingers and go to Weight Paint mode. Alt and click on one of the finger bones, and then Alt, Shift and click on the remaining ones. Also include the thumb bones. So now what we want is to harden these weights, meaning that each bone will deform a precise part of the fingers and there won't be much of a smooth transition between the bones. So with all of these finger bones selected, I can go to Weights, Levels. If you have experience with the level tools in photo editing programs, this is kind of similar, although the interface is a little bit different. We saw this subset selection in the Smooth tool as well. I think it's fairly intuitive, but Active Group means the currently active bone and group. Selected Pose Bones means all of the currently selected deforming bones. Deform Pose Bones means all deforming bones in the rig. And all groups means all groups that we have here on the vertex groups, regardless of their function. In this case, we want selected pose bones, so that levels will work simultaneously on all selected bones. Now, if I play with the offset, you'll see that a positive value increases the weights. This is actually the opposite effect of what we want. Instead, we're going to take the offset to a negative value, and that will start to harden the weights. Notice the difference that it makes. Now, if I check the weights, it will look like we got lower values. What I'm expecting to see is fully red bones, but instead I see this yellow and green. This is a problem with normalization. These weights are really fully red, but the levels operation seems to mess up the normalization. So let's undo until I have all bones selected again, and I'll go to Weights, Normalize All, and disable Lock Active. If Lock Active is enabled, then normalization will be applied to all bones except for the active one. So we disable this option to include all bones. Now the weights will be normalized, and I'll see the correct red color here. Great, now we have much harder weights on the fingers, and they look nicer. Only this one needs a little bit of work. So I'll enable this bone, set my settings, and I'll just click lightly here and smooth a bit, and that's it, fixed. This concludes the weight painting of the mechanical arm, and also the main weight painting portion in level 3 of this course. Congratulations, that was a lot of weight painting, but we did it. Your weight painting skills should be really solid now. In the next video, we'll focus on rigging the mechanical arm. And as part of that, we'll learn a new constraint that is so powerful and easy to use, it kinda feels like cheating. This is the last video in level 3 of Rigging Isn't Scary. For now, there is one more topic that I want to cover within this course, and that is shape keys. But it is not recorded yet, so the next video will not come out right away, and you may have to wait a couple of weeks for it. If you want to get notified when the video is out, please subscribe and choose the all notifications option. That is the only setting that ensures that you'll get notified for future videos. Okay, now enjoy this section, which is all about mechanical rigging. In this video, we are diving deeper into mechanical rigging. We'll set up an automatic rotation for this mechanical elbow piece. Notice that we haven't even talked much about mechanical rigging so far, and yet our mechanical arm actually works. That is because the fundamentals of mechanical rigging are no different than the fundamentals of any type of rigging. Whatever you may be doing, good bone placement, proper bone roll, and solid weight painting are essential, and they will take you a long way. So before we dive into the cool mechanisms, let's make sure that we are standing on solid ground. I'll switch the mechanical arm to FK, and I'll also disable the follow option. Disable wireframe. And now I want to test my upper arm. So I'm happy with the behavior of this upper arm. If yours doesn't behave quite right, it really comes down to only two things. One is the weight painting in this area, which we did in the previous video. So if you need to, go back to it. But also the pivot of rotation of the upper arm. So if I switch to solid shading, go to edit mode, enable X-ray, and Alt-H to unhide all bones. This is the pivot of rotation of my upper arm. So if you need to tweak it, make sure that you unhide all collections and press Alt-H, and I would probably select all of these bones, including the mechanism bones, and adjust this point. At the end, the mechanism bones may be a little bit misaligned, so select everything here, shift select one of the big bones, and press Ctrl, Alt, and A to align all bones. With the lower arm, it is similar but slightly more complicated. Again, we have to pay attention to the weights, the pivot of rotation of the lower arm, but also the role of the lower arm bones is super important. So if I go to edit mode and select all of these lower arm bones and roll them a bit, now the rotation of my lower arm will be way off. Okay, so I'm going to undo. And so my pivot of rotation is here. I'll enable in front so that you can see it in material preview. The bone roll is also aligned with the rotation of the arm. And therefore I get a plausible rotation here. And of course we also switched to XYZ Euler and we locked Y and Z so that this arm only rotates on its local x-axis. And in the hand you mainly have to pay attention to the pivot point. And that was FK mode because it's easier to test and demonstrate, but your arm should behave correctly in IK mode as well. And if you followed all of these guidelines for the pivots of rotation and the bone roll, then it should be all good in IK mode as well. And as I mentioned in the previous video, you should lock the Y and Z axis under inverse kinematics for the MCH lower arm IK. Alright, before moving forward, make sure that the basics of your mechanical arms are in place. And let me disable in front again. In pose mode, if you have any keyframes, select all bones, select the keyframes and delete them, and then reset the rig. And let's quickly fix something that I noticed earlier. And that is, in pose mode, most of my controls had vertex groups, which shows weights here. They don't really do anything, but they are distracting. So let's fix it. Under vertex groups, we have all of these root and MCH groups, whereas we only want the DEF groups. So of course we can select an individual one and delete it, but that would be time consuming. There is a better way. We already learned about locking groups. And so if you lock some groups and go to this menu and delete only unlocked, that will allow us to quickly delete a lot of vertex groups while keeping specific ones. And the easiest way to lock all of the actual deforming vertex groups is this. Go to this menu and first unlock all. Then I'll hide the rig. And this is one of the widgets. So let's move it to WGTS. And now I'm actually going to join all of my character meshes into a single mesh so that I can treat its vertex weights in a single go. Now unhide the rig. Start the DEF collection. Select the mesh. Go to weight paint mode. Now I only have the deforming bones visible. I'll press Alt-H just in case. Then press A to select all bones. Go to weights, locks, lock selected. And now we have exactly the deforming vertex groups locked. Now I can simply go to delete all unlocked. And that's it. So now I'll also unlock all groups. Okay, now we are ready for the mechanisms. First, we'll work on this elbow piece. And so what we want is to add a new bone here. And as the arm rotates forward, this bone will automatically rotate backwards. Okay, so first we need to create this additional bone. And so as a challenge, try to think of how you can get this bone, on which collection it should be, what it should be parented to, and so on. The behavior of this elbow piece will be based on the rotation of the lower arm. So the new bone will need to be well aligned with the lower arm. So I most likely want to duplicate it from the lower arm. But which bone of the lower arm? Let's enable the MCH collection and star MCH other. These are the bones that are constrained between the IK and FK. So it would be ideal to make our automation on this level, because then the automation will work in both IK and FK mode. So in edit mode, I'll select this MCH lower arm.L bone, Shift D and duplicate it, and I'll switch to normal orientation. And now with the move gizmo, I can move this new bone around, but keep it perfectly aligned with the original lower arm bone. I'll move it out and align it with the elbow piece. With individual origins, scale it down to about the size of the piece, and then press Alt-F to flip the bone. Now I'll align it a little bit better. I can also use rotation. And it will look something like this. The pivot point is important and it needs to be around here at the base of the piece. Let's rename this bone. So it could be MCH elbow.L, which is perfect if you want to keep this bone fully automated. But as always, if possible, I want to keep manual control over the bone. So I'll just name it elbow.L, which means that it's going to be a control. Now for the basic parenting, I'm going to parent the elbow bone to the MCH lower arm. And in pose mode, it will jump to this position because it still has the constraints that we copied from the MCH lower arm bone. I'll remove them. And now the elbow bone will move with the lower arm. So this is a control bone, but we also want a deforming bone to correspond to it. So let's go to edit mode, Shift T and duplicate it. With individual origins, I'll make this bone slightly smaller. The size won't really matter. And I'll call it def-elbow.l. In pose mode, I'll select the elbow.l, shift select def elbow.l, Control Shift C and give it copy transforms. Again, this is something we do for all deforming bones. We want them to be constrained to an MCH or control bone. Then select the DEF bone, press M, and move it to the DEF collection. Let's start the DEF collection. And now I also want to parent this bone inside the deforming bone hierarchy. And obviously I want it to be parented to the lower arm. Select this DEF bone and don't forget to enable the deform option for it. Okay, now the elbow.l bone controls the DEF elbow bone. Next, let's set up the weights for the elbow piece. I'll go to my mesh, press L to select the piece. It is currently weighted to lower arm.l. So select lower arm.l and click remove. And we want to assign it to the new elbow bone, which is not there yet. So we have to go to object mode, shift select the rig, Control P and parent with empty groups. Empty groups keeps all of our custom weight painting unchanged and also adds any new deforming bones as empty vertex groups. Now if I look for the elbow vertex group, I'll find it and I can assign it. Now elbow.l controls this piece. Now I'll switch to local rotation. And I only want this piece to rotate on its local x-axis. So test it, rotate it on the x-axis, and make sure it works reasonably well. If it doesn't, you'll have to go to edit mode and possibly tweak the roll of both of these bones, their orientation so that it's perfectly aligned with the piece, and finally the pivot point here. Make sure you haven't selected any other bones, just these points here, and adjust them. Looking good. For the elbow.l, I'll switch rotation mode to XYZ Euler and lock Y and Z so that I can now only rotate on the x-axis. Now, when I rotate the arm, I can simply come to this bone and manually rotate it. We are going to automate it, of course, but automation takes time and it is not always necessary. So before you try to automate something, ask yourself, is it worth it? Because for example, for this piece, I can just animate the arm and then as a second pass, I can come through and adjust this piece manually. It won't be a huge amount of work to animate manually. I'm just mentioning this in passing, but of course, for the sake of practice, we are going to automate this guy. At this point, you should know at least 3 ways to accomplish this. So here is a challenge you can take on multiple levels. On level 1, just try to think of all of the possible ways to automate this bone. If you want to go for level 2, Actually implement one of your ideas, and level 3, implement all ideas you come up with and choose the best one. Okay, if you're not coming up with any ideas, here is a hint. The possibilities are a driver, copy rotation constraint, or transformation constraint. Okay, first, let's see how we can achieve this using a driver. I'll start the MCH Other collection because I want to automate this elbow bone based on the MCH lower arm bone. So I want to automate the x-axis. I'll right-click on it, add driver, right-click again, open driver editor. I'll set my expression to var, object armature, and the bone that will drive this expression will be MCH lower arm.L. We want to use the X rotation of this bone in local space. Now, if I unstart this and test the automation, it already kind of works, except that it is a little bit too strong. So let's go back to the driver. And I think you know one way to fix this. I can multiply the variable by a fraction, such as 0.5. And that's looking better, but I think even lower value will be better. So let's multiply it by 0.2, and it's starting to look good. Yeah, this is awesome. There is no intersection, and it really looks like the elbow is gliding over the upper arm. Nice. Now, I'll open the driver editor again, delete the multiplication, and here I'll control and middle click on this area, or I can also press A to select everything and delete on the numpad to zoom in. And this gives me this graph. And I can actually grab parts of this graph and move it around. So here, select this point, press G and Y and move it down. And adjust it until the elbow looks good. So this graph here is another way to control the effect of your driver. And what we did is the simplest way of affecting this graph. We just move the endpoint up and down, which is more or less the same as multiplying the expression by something. You can add additional points here and make your driver act non-linearly. For now, I'll just make you aware of this, and we'll see, we might have the opportunity to work with that later in the course. Okay, so this driver automation is awesome, but similarly to our previous experience with drivers, we are now unable to control this bone manually, which in this case is kind of fine. You can also apply the automation plus parent technique to avoid this, but let's check out the other solutions to this problem using constraints. The constraint solutions will allow us to keep control over this bone naturally and easily. So reset the rig, right-click and delete the driver. And let's start MCH Other again. Now let's try a solution with copy rotation. I'll select MCH lower arm.L and then shift select elbow.L and press Ctrl-Shift-C copy rotation. Go to constraints, set them to local space and local space. Unstart MCH Other. And the automation already works. It's just too strong, so let's go to the constraints and reduce the influence. Influence of about 0.2 or even slightly below that is perfect. We can disable Y and Z here because they don't do anything. Depending on the role of your bone, you may have to invert the x-axis. That is not the case for me, so I'll keep it disabled. If I switch mix to add, I can even keep manual control over this bone. So that's it. That's the copy rotation solution. Let's reset the rig and delete the constraint. because I want to explore the last one, and that is the transformation constraint. Let's start MCH other again. Select the lower arm bone, shift select the elbow bone, Control Shift C, transformation. Go to constraints. We want to use local space and local space. We want to map from rotation to rotation. And because I carefully created this elbow bone, it has very similar orientations to the lower arm bone. And therefore we can simply map X rotation to X rotation. And that is also why the copy rotation solution works so effortlessly. Now to create the relationship between the driver, which is the lower arm, and the driven, which is the elbow, I have to map from X0 to, let's say, 100, and then to minimum 0 again, and maximum around 20. If you remember, in the copy rotation constraint, we set influence to about 0.2, and by mapping 100 to 20, we achieve the same result. And there it is. Awesome. We'll keep going deeper into mechanical rigging, and you will learn a constraint that is so easy to use and at the same time so powerful that using it feels a bit like cheating. It allows us to create complex automations like this, with multiple parts moving with complete precision. This magic is based on the action constraint. Action is Blender's word for animation, and so this constraint makes the transform or the movement of one bone play an animation on other bones. For example, here, moving this control up triggers this animation on these other 4 bones, and moving it in the opposite direction plays the animation in reverse. And I have also linked the scaling of this control to an animation of the fingers, so that scaling this control down will create a fist pose. Let's learn how to do this. It's really not difficult. First, let's see how the action constraint works in principle. In a new blend scene, I'm going to create an armature, go to edit mode, and make a couple of copies of the default bone. This bone will be the control for the action constraint, so let's name it control. The names of the other bones are not that important, but it is important to create an animation for them. I can keyframe these bones at frame 1 by pressing I, and then I'll go to frame 10, and I'll just give a random animation to each of these bones. I'll move, rotate, and scale each one. Now select all bones and press I to keyframe the animation. And now we have something like this, completely random and freestyle. Before we set up the constraint, it's important to understand Blender's action editor. Let's switch this window to Dope Sheet. Dope Sheet is one of the animation editors, and it has a submode called Action Editor. In here, I can see the currently active animation for this armature and its name, so I can rename it here. And I'll name it AC underscore. AC stands for Action Constraint. And in this case, I'll just give it a random name like anim. If you're using Blender 4.4 and later, you're going to see the new slotted actions here. They are a new way to organize our animations. So the action acts as a container for sub-actions, and the sub-action is what actually contains the keyframes. So in this case, I'll simply name the action something like action constraints, and the actual action I'll name anim. And the cool thing about this new system is that if you have additional action constraints, you can place them all under the action constraints top action. So it's a nice way to organize your scene. Now the action is almost set up, but if we switch to Graph Editor and zoom in on the curves, As we discussed in level 1, by default, Blender creates ease in and ease out between the keyframes, which means that the action starts slow, then speeds up, and then at the end it slows down again. To avoid this, select all bones. In the graph editor, select all keyframes, press T and choose linear. Now the animation of this bone will move linearly. And this is important for the action constraint because the movement of the control will be linear. So we don't want the animation to have ease in and ease out. If I go back to the action editor, I can also select the keyframes here and press T and choose my interpolation. Now the action is set up. I'm also going to enable the shield to make sure I don't lose this action. Then go to one of the animated bones, go to constraints, and set up an action constraint. The target will be the armature, and the bone will be a control bone. So the control bone will trigger the animation. On the target, we can define what exactly will trigger that animation. Here, I'm going to go for Y location in local space. The local Y axis of a bone is the one that runs along its length. Then under action, we have to specify which action will be played. It will be our AC anim, of course. In Blender 4.4, at this point, you'll have to select your top action, and that will give you access to a slot, which in this case is automatically set to anim because it's the only one. But if you had more than one sub-action, you'll have to select it from here. Other than that, you can keep following the tutorial, so please keep this in mind for the actual practice session, which will start shortly. And then we have to define the start and end of the animation. So I'll set it from 1 to 10, which is our full animation. But just keep in mind that if you set this to 5, then you can tell the constraint that you only want to play half of the animation. And finally, we have to specify the range of values that will trigger this animation. Min will of course be 0 because that is the default position of the bone before it is moved. And for max, I'm going to try 1. Now, moving this bone up will play the animation for the constrained bone. If you want the animation to be triggered faster, you can set max to 0.5. So this bone only has to go up by 0.5 units to trigger the entire animation. Or if I set it to 2, then I have to move the bone further up to trigger the entire animation. Let's say I'm happy with this. I'll select all bones, shift select the one that has the constraint, go to pose, constraints, copy constraints, and now moving this bone up triggers the animation for all bones. Now the AC animation is still active, which is not necessary and also not desirable, because if I go through the timeline, the animation will play, which I don't want. I just want to trigger the animation using this control bone. So let's just unlink the animation. Now it won't play, but the constraint will still work. And something really cool about the action constraint is that even though these bones are constrained and they're performing a very complex movement, I can still move them freely at any point. And that's why I said that the action constraint feels a bit like cheating, because you can create very complex automations and there are no real gotchas. Now you understand the action constraint, so let's go back to our character and implement it for real. As you saw in the demo, we'll be working on these elements here. So we are going to need 4 bones for each of these pieces. So if you want a challenge, try to create them yourself. These bones will not depend on the movement of another bone, so aligning them perfectly to another bone won't be necessary. But try to orient the bones to the surface of the arm. This is not essential, but it will make animating them easier. The bones will be fully automated, so they will be MCH, and as always, they'll also have a DEF counterpart. So try to parent, constrain, and organize all bones accordingly. Let's go to edit mode, and I want to create a bone from here to here, and then another one from here to here, and so on for each element. So I'll place the 3D cursor here and press Shift A, and that will give me a new bone. I'll scale it down. And now to orient it to the surface of the arm, I can place the 3D cursor here at the end of the first element, then select the tail of the bone and press Shift S, selection to cursor. Then select the whole bone, Ctrl R, and roll it to orient it better. And I'll rotate it slightly. And you can keep adding bones for the remaining sections. I can also place the cursor all the way at the end, select the tail again, Shift S, selection to cursor, then select the bone, right click and subdivide it. I think that would be an efficient way to do this. Then I'll switch orientation to normal. This orients the gizmo exactly to the bone in edit mode. Now I can just select parts of these 4 bones and move them on the y-axis to align them with the sections. These bones will be fully automated, so they will be MCH bones. First, I'll select all of them, press M, and move them to MCH, MCH Other. I think that will be a good place for them. Now I'll start MCH Other, and I want to set up the parenting of the bones. So I'll select all of them, Shift select the lower arm, press Ctrl P, and keep offset. I think this makes sense, because these elements are part of the lower arm, so we want them to generally move with the lower arm bone. And because we use the MCH lower arm bone, this ensures that the entire mechanism will move with the lower arm in both IK and FK mode. Now let's name these bones. I'll name them MCH-Secret. I'm just not coming up with a better name. 1 because this is the first bone, and then .L because it is on the left side. I'll copy this name, go to the next bone, name it Secret2.L, Secret3.L, and Secret4.L. New bones are deforming by default, but these are MCH bones. They should be non-deforming. So I'll disable deform, right-click, and copy to selected to make all of them non-deforming. Okay, next I want to create the deforming counterparts of these bones. So I'll select all of them, Shift D, and duplicate them, press M, and move them to the DEF collection. I'll remove the star from MCH Other and star DEF. Now we want to parent these bones again to the DEF lower arm. It just makes sense. We also want to rename them, so let's use batch rename. I'll go to Edit Batch Rename, switch to Bones. I want to find MCH and replace it with DEF. Press OK. And batch rename one more time. Find .001 and replace with nothing. And finally, select all of these bones, go to the Bone tab, enable Deform, and right-click, copy to selected. Next, I'll go to Pose Mode, and I want to set up a Copy Transforms constraint for all of the new DEF bones. To avoid all of the Blender's selection issues, let's just set it up manually here. I'll set up Copy Transforms to the first bone. Target is the armature, and for target bone, I'll type Secret and choose MCH Secret 1. I'll set up the remaining bones in the same way. Okay, everything is set up. Let's test it. The deforming bones seem to be moving with the arm. Nice. So now I want to select my mesh, Shift select the armature, Control P, empty groups to add the new deforming bones to our vertex groups. And then on the vertex groups, if I search for secret, I should find my new secret vertex groups. Okay, in edit mode, I'll enable polygon selection, deselect everything, then press L over this part. I want to find lower arm and remove all weights for this part. And actually, I want to remove it for all four. So select all four parts, highlight lower arm.L and click remove. Now these parts will just hang in the air because they are no longer weighted. So back to edit mode, select the first part, search for secret, highlight secret 1 and assign. Deselect, select the next part, secret 2, assign. Third part, secret 3, assign. And fourth to secret 4. Okay, and now if we start MCH other, where we have the MCH bones, I'm able to move these bones and not move their respective piece with it. Okay, let's reset the rig. Now we are ready to set up the actual mechanism. I'll start MCH other, go to edit mode, select this last secret bone, Shift D and duplicate it, and I'll move it up a bit, scale it up a bit, and that will be the control bone that will trigger the secret animation. I'll press Alt F to flip it, because I'm going to want to move it in this direction. This way I'll be able to use positive values for the constraint. After flipping it, I need to adjust the roll. It's not essential, but I always try to pay attention to roll. Let's name this bone simply secret. And it doesn't have a parent because I flipped it, so I'll use the parent field to set the parent to MCH lower arm.L. Next, we're going to create the animation of these four bones. That will be triggered using action constraint. So let's go to pose mode. Unhide all collections, press Alt H just in case, press A to select everything and delete any existing keyframes. Then I'll go to frame 1, start MCH other, because it contains the bones I want to animate. I'll select all four of them, press I to keyframe them, and then go to frame 10. Using frame 10 as end frame is just a convention. It's easy to remember and it gives you enough space here for the animation. But you can also use frame 100 as end frame or even frame 1. It really doesn't matter. So I'll go to frame 10. I can enable auto keying and I can start setting up the final pose of these secret bones. So you can animate it any way you like. One variation could be just pulling these bones back like this. It looks all right, but I'm going to undo. And I'll recreate the animation that I showed you at the beginning. So I'll rotate this bone like this, and then move it to the side. You have full freedom to move and rotate these pieces any way you like. Okay, next I can actually copy these keyframes and select the third bone and just paste the keyframes. And this will animate the third bone in the same way as the first one. But I'll adjust the position a little bit at frame 10. Okay, next I'll animate the second bone. Once I like it, I'll copy the keyframes, go to the fourth bone, and at frame 1, paste the keyframes. This one needs to be tweaked. And now we have this animation. Select all 4 bones. Select the keyframes. Inside the animation editor, press T and choose linear. And our simple animation is ready. I'll disable auto keying, go to dope sheet, action editor, name the animation AC secret. Now setting up the constraint will be super easy. Just go to constraints. Actually, I can select the control and shift select one of the bones that will have a constraint. Control shift C, action. That will set up the target automatically as always. Now I want to use the Y location of the bone in local space. Min, of course, will be 0, but instead of eyeballing or guessing the max value, I can just move this bone all the way to here, where I want the full animation to be triggered, and note or actually copy this value that I got. Then I'll go to the constraint and just paste this value into the max field. In the action field, I'll set AC secret, frame start 1 and end is 10. And the constraint is already working on one bone. Let's select the remaining bones, shift select the one with the constraint, pause, constraints, copy constraints, and done. I can give the control bone a control shape. Let's say the rectangle one. Adjust it. I may want to make it a little bit more square. Wire width of 2. For theme, I have to check. On this side, we have blue, so let's set it up to blue. And I may want to make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so we want this bone to only move on the y-axis, so let's lock X and Z. We also don't want it to rotate. Here, one of my locks disappeared. It could be a bug. Let's just switch to XYZ Euler and lock XYZ. And in a minute, we'll set up another action constraint that will create a fist for the fingers when I scale this control. So scale will be unlocked. You can also go to constraints and give the control limit location in local space and enable the y-axis. And minimum at 0 is fine so that this control cannot move back. And maximum will be the value that I copied earlier. So now this bone can go only to this position and back to this position. Here is something to keep in mind. I can keep moving the control back. It will look and act as if I didn't move it, but the location value has actually changed. So if I set it to a very high negative value, and then I try to move the control to activate the action constraint, it will look like nothing is happening. That is because the actual value is still negative and I haven't reached the value that will trigger the constraint. So if I press Alt-G, that will zero out the location and now it will work as before. After recording this, I realized that the Effect Transform option is specifically designed to address this issue. So just enable it and the whole problem with the values will be solved and the values will only go between 0 and 0.109. Now let's do some organization. This control here is still on the MCH collection. So let's press M, go to control, and I want it to be part of the left arm. But we have both IK and FK. So first I'm going to move it to IK, and then press Shift and M, and again go to control, and now I can also add it to FK. So it will be always available. And similarly from the previous video, we have the elbow, which is a control, So let's move it to left arm IK and then Shift M and also add it to left arm FK. And while I'm here, I'll give it a shape, such as the finger shape. And when I hide MCH and DEF, we'll have this clean looking control. Now I'll set up the fist pose, which will be triggered when I scale down this control. We still have the AC secret action active, so I can disable it and create a new action for the fist pose. And that would be a better practice, but here I want to show you how you can reuse the same action and trigger different parts of this action using different transforms of the same control. So let's just keep AC secret as it is, select all finger controls, press I to keyframe them, go to frame 10, switch orientation to local and individual origins, press R, Z, and rotate the fingers down, S to scale and bend, then grab the thumb control and adjust it, something like this, select all controls and I to keyframe them. Then select the keyframes, T linear. Okay, now I'll select this control, shift select one of the finger controls, Control Shift C action, go to constraints. The target will be one of the scale axes, it really doesn't matter which one, and world space and local space will not make much of a difference. Range min will be from 1 to 0, because the default scale is 1, and we want to scale the control down to trigger the fist animation. So actually, max will be not 0, but something like 0.5, because I don't want to scale this bone all the way to nothingness to trigger the entire animation. 0.5 will be nice. Then we'll set action to AC secret, and start to 1 and end to 10. Now select the remaining finger controls, shift select this one, pose, constraints, copy constraints, and our fist automation is done. As I said earlier, action constraint does not prevent you from manually animating these controls that have the constraint. Okay, so the scale part of this control is a little bit illogical. If you wanted something like this, you would probably add another control in the hand area and use it as a trigger for the fist animation. My main goal here was to show you different workflows that are possible with this constraint. That is why I reused the same action and the same control. The idea was to show how one control can trigger different parts of the same action on exactly the bones we choose. Hopefully that gives you a better understanding of this amazing action constraint that you can apply for yourself. And that will be all for this chapter, and it also concludes the mechanical rigging part of level 3. I hope it was a good introduction to mechanical rigging. Again, I want to stress the importance of fundamentals, which are the same for mechanical rigging, human rigging, horse rigging, and so on. Your understanding of major rigging techniques like armatures, bones, mechanisms, and weight painting is now quite solid. This last section of Rigging Isn't Scary is dedicated to another key tool, Shapekeys. If you come from another software, you may already know Shapekeys as morph targets or blend shapes. We'll use Shapekeys to improve difficult deformations in our rig, as well as for creating a new type of a face rig. So let's dive in. To explain the basics of Shapekeys, I'll be using a simpler object like Suzanne, and then we'll go back to our character model and apply what we learned in practice. So Shapekeys are a predefined deformation of your mesh. To create a Shapekey, we have to go to the Data tab, Shape Keys, and click on the plus button. The first shape key is always called basis, and it represents the default state of the mesh. Shape keys are vertex offsets from this basis, so this default shape is essential. Therefore, as a best practice, you should start working on shape keys when your character is finished. Similar to weight painting, Blender is quite forgiving in this regard, and you may be able to do some changes to your mesh even after you started working on shape keys. But you may run into problems such as your shape keys looking weird or not working at all. So the best practice is finalize the modeling, rigging, and even weight painting, and then do the shape keys. To create our first actual shape key, I'll click the plus button here again. And that gives us key 1. I can rename this key by double-clicking on it. And here I'm going to stretch the ear, so I'll name it ear stretch. Now, if I go to edit mode, I can select vertices that I want to tweak for this shape key and start moving them around. Using proportional editing can help you achieve more organic deformations. And I can control the fall off by scrolling the mouse wheel here. And I'll stretch this ear on the x-axis. Now, if I go back to object mode, the monkey will be back to its basis shape. That is because value here is set to 0, but if I set it to 1, it will assume the shape of my shape key. The next shape I'm going to create is designed to teach you some of the main properties of shape keys. Namely, that shape keys can be combined. When they are combined, they are actually added on top of each other. And finally, that the offset of the vertices that a shape key produces is linear. Let's see what that means. I'll set my ear stretch to 0 and create a new shape key. And let's call it ear rotate, because I'll try to rotate this ear. Now I'll go to edit mode again, and I have the vertices selected and proportional editing. So now I'll set the 3D cursor around here and set the pivot point to 3D cursor. And then I'll try to rotate the ear up like this. So now in object mode, if I increase the value of this new shape key, it may kind of look like it's rotating, but really, if we take the position of this vertex and move a bit and record it again, you'll see that this vertex moves in a straight line. So for shape keys, it doesn't matter how you edit your vertices. Once the shape key is established, the vertices will just move linearly from the basis towards the final shape. Now let's cover the mixing of shape keys. We have this ear moving up and then stretching horizontally. So stretching brings it up to here, and the other shape keys moves it up to here. So when we blend these together, you may expect that you'll get the average of the two shape keys, but that is not what happens. What happens is that both shape keys are added together. In other words, the linear offset of both shape keys are added together. And this is very important. This is what will enable us to create the face rig later on. And it will be possible to, for example, open the mouth and create a smile at the same time. And the linear nature of shape keys allows us to do cool stuff like going beyond the initial shape key we established. So for example, for the stretch key, I'll need to select it and then I can set max to 2. And now I'll be able to stretch this ear even further. This just means that the vertices keep moving along their linear path. We can also set negative values. Let's go to the other shape key and I'll set range min to -1. And now I can set the value to -1, which will bring the vertices in the opposite direction. So if the direction of the vertex is like this, they can simply move in the opposite direction like this. Next, I'll cover a couple of tools and scenarios that can be confusing while working with shape keys. Okay, let's set this to 0 and let's select the ear stretch. And until now, we edited these vertices in edit mode. And as soon as I switch to edit mode, the mesh will assume the shape of the selected shape key. So if I select another one, the mesh will switch to this shape. Now, shape keys are very organic, so you may wish to sculpt them. But if you switch to sculpt mode with this ear stretch selected and set to 0, first you'll see the basis shape. And if you try to sculpt, absolutely nothing will happen. That is because value needs to be set to 1 in order to sculpt this shape. Now I can use my sculpt tools to edit this shape. So now in sculpt mode, I can also activate another shape key and keep sculpting. It's important to understand that what you are editing is the selected shape key only. Having another shape active which is mixing with the one you're editing may not be what you want, so you may want to set this to 0. But in other cases, you may actually want to see how these two shapes will mix together, and then having both shapes active can be useful. In edit mode, you will only see the active shape unless you select another shape that you want to mix and click on this button. Now I can go to the stretch key and edit it in edit mode and see how it will mix with another shape. Okay, I'm not sure if we'll use these techniques exactly, but I want to give them to you because they can be useful and they can cause confusion. And I believe this will be more than enough to start applying shape keys in practice. I'll just quickly create a new shape key, set value to 1, go to sculpt mode, and let's name it Smile, and shape the mouth of Suzanne as a smile. And I think you'll begin to see how we can use shape keys for facial animation. But before that, we'll cover another common use of shape keys, and that is improving the deformations of difficult areas like elbows, knees, and even shoulders. Now that we understand shape keys well, let's put them into practice on our character to improve the deformations of elbow, knees, and to some extent the shoulder. This video is sponsored by Brilliant. I'll start with the elbow, and I seem to be in FK mode, so I'll rotate the lower arm. You can also be in IK mode, you just need to see how the elbow looks when you bend the arm to an extreme. So the problem I see right away is that the elbow is a bit soft. It should be more pointy and protruding, and there is quite a bit of overlap between the lower arm and the upper arm. And this can be fixed very easily with a single shape key. So let's try to implement it. I'll go to object mode, select my character, go to data tab, shape keys. A quick reminder of our best practices. You should start working on shape keys when most other aspects of the character are finished, such as modeling, rigging, and weight painting. If you need to do additional weight painting here, please do it before you start working on the shape keys. So to create my first shape key, I have to press the plus button. That will give me the basis shape key. And by the way, don't worry that the rig is currently deforming the character. That is okay. The basis shape key is actually based on the undeformed character. Or in simple terms, adding shape keys is fail-safe. You don't have to worry about it too much. And now I'll go right away and add the first actual shape key with the plus button. And let's name it CS Elbow Fix. CS stands for Corrective Shape. It's just a naming convention I like. Let's set the shape to 1 so that I can also edit this shape in sculpt mode. And now with the grab brush, I'll start moving the vertices of the elbow and shape them exactly as I want. You can use any shading settings that make working on your character easier. Now here I may want to use smoothing in the transition between lower arm and upper arm. And to be more precise, I'm going to find the smooth brush, go to Tool, and set the strength to something low like 0.2. And then smooth lightly here. Okay, so this is before our shape key and this is after. A significant improvement. Shape keys can be extremely powerful. If you want to edit this shape in edit mode, you'll see that the shape looks very weird. I'll explain why in a second, but for now go to your character, modifiers, and make sure that these options on the armature modifier are enabled. Now I can go to edit mode and tweak my vertices with even more precision. Okay, I'll check my shape, tweak it a little bit more, and I'll call it done. Now, if I reset the pose of my rig, you'll see that this shape key, which we have enabled now, looks extremely weird. And that is because this shape only works in the context of the bent arm. Outside of it, it's nonsense. But that's okay. We're going to make this shape appear only when the character is bending the arm. So I'll set my elbow shape to 0. Now the easiest way to apply this shape is if I have an animation of the elbow, I can then also animate the value of this shape key. But that is obviously very impractical. So we are going to create a driver which says whenever the lower arm bends, enable this shape key. And the lower arm is really perfect for that because it only rotates on a single axis. So let's undo here until I remove the animation. And now let's see how we can create this driver, which will trigger the elbow shape key when the lower arm is rotated. You already have some experience with drivers, so I recommend stopping and thinking about it for a minute. Okay, we're going to want this driver to work in FK mode, but also in IK mode. So we don't want to use any specific FK or IK bones. Let's unhide the MCH bones and start the MCH other collection. And this is where we have the MCH lower arm. This is the bone that switches its position depending on whether we are in IK or FK mode. So this bone will serve perfectly as our driver. I'll switch to rotation and local orientation. And I can see that the rotation axis I'm looking for is the local x-axis. So we want to say when this bone is rotating on its local x-axis, activate the vertex group. Let's go to object mode, select our character, go to data, right click on the value of this vertex group and add a driver, and then right click again and open the driver editor. So we want this value to be driven by the armature and in particular the MCH lower arm .r bone. And we'll switch type to X rotation in local space. And as soon as we do, our shape key is going to start taking effect. In fact, it is taking effect too strongly and too fast. So now we have to tweak that. I'll reset the visibility of my rig for now. And it's going to be easier to test in FK mode, so I'll switch the arm to FK. And I'll create a quick test animation again. I'll keyframe the lower arm at the default state. And then on frame 20 or so, I'll rotate it on the x-axis to an extreme and keyframe again. Let's also select these two and press T inside this editor and choose linear. So let's go back to our model and open up the driver editor and see what's happening. So the shape key is driven by the rotation of this bone, and the rotation unit is radians, which I think we discussed earlier in the course. And here in the value section, you can actually see the conversion. 5 degrees is equal to 0.9. So by the time I reach 60 degrees, I already have a value of 1, which is the full shape key. What we really want is that this shape key does not really take effect at first, and then only when the lower arm and upper arms start to get close to each other, then the shape key will kick in. So one way to kind of achieve this, which you already know, is for example to divide this expression by 2. And this is start to look much better. In fact, I could take this as a solution. But let's learn something new about drivers, and that will allow you to control your drivers with a lot of precision. I'll set this expression back to just var. And then we are going to start tweaking this curve here. And I recommend disabling snapping for drivers. With snapping, I can only move this key in increments, which gets a little bit confusing. So I like to disable it, but the caveat here is that once you're done, you should enable it again, because this is the same setting for your animation editors. And when snapping is disabled in the animation editor, you may end up keyframe your character in between frames. With snapping, you will always keyframe at exactly frame 8, 9, 10, 11, and so on, but without this snapping, you may end up keyframe between these values, which is possible, but generally not what you want. Okay, so now let's see how we can tweak this curve. So we have this test animation, which will help us a lot. And notice how as the lower arm rotates, there is this indicator which shows us what value we are getting for this driver. So now what I can do is get this first keyframe and rotate it, or I can grab its bezier handles. And now we have this curve which starts flat, which means that there will be very little value change at first. And then the shape key value will start increasing very quickly. So let me go all the way to 20 to the full rotation of the arm. At this point, the value is already 2, which is way too much. So I'll grab the second keyframe and press GY and move it down. So now I can see that the value is around 1.2. So let me move this further down. And now for this rotation, I'll be getting exactly a value of 1. Actually a bit more than 1, but our shape keys max is 1, so this will work just fine. So I like this now. I think it looks really nice, but just for practice, I'll show you that you can do even more. For example, if you shift and click around here, you can select this curve and press I and choose only selected channel, and that will give you an additional keyframe, which you can move. So for example, I can completely flatten the curve at first. Although I don't like this much, so I'll tweak this key lightly. But definitely try to understand this curve because it gives you a lot of power. For example, I can move this keyframe so that the value will increase at first and then decrease again. That is not what I want here, but I just wanted to show you that it's possible. And that will be all for the elbow. I think it was an excellent exercise. And we can do the same for the knees, and the process is very similar, so try to do it yourself. This kind of problem-solving ability without following instructions is very important for rigging. The more you practice, the more you'll develop it. But if you want specific exercises to polish this skill, you'll probably enjoy Brilliant, who is sponsoring this video. Brilliant helps you get smarter every day with thousands of interactive lessons in math, science, and programming. It's built around problem solving, not memorization. So as you're learning about things like geometry, rotation, or systems, you're also becoming a better thinker overall. Their hands-on lessons are designed to be clear, fun, and effective, even if you only have a few minutes a day. Brilliant will also nudge you to keep learning with daily emails. And I personally have a 60-day streak at this point. To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/cgdive or scan the QR code on screen or click in the link in the description. You'll also get 20% off an annual premium subscription. Okay, here is how I would do it. I'll create a quick test animation. Keyframe the body at the default position, and then at a later keyframe, bring the body down to see what the knees look like at an extreme angle. Then select the body, create a new shape key. I'll call it CS knee fix.R. Let's work on the right side first. Looks like my body is tilted a bit. I'll fix it and record the keyframe. Now I'll set the value of the knee fix R to 1 and start working on it in sculpt mode. Because the character is wearing pants, I feel like the shape is mostly fine, but I'll try to fix it as best as I can. You can enable auto-masking topology for the grab brush, and that enables me to grab only the connected parts of the mesh. Once I'm happy with the shape, I can actually copy the driver from the elbow fix and paste it into the knee fix. Open the driver editor and just change the bone from MCH lower arm to MCH shin.R. Now here, because of the roll of the bones, the resulting value seems to be negative, which means that this driver doesn't do anything. So I just need to set my variable to -var, and then it will start to take effect. And it seems to be working. You can see how, as I scrub through the timeline, the knee fix shape key is activated. So now I'll do the exact same fix for the left side. And when we work on the face rig, I'll show you what we can do to mirror shape keys. It's not very straightforward, but it can be done with some caveats. So look forward to it. Let's create the next shape key and call it CS fix.l. Activate it, select it so that it is exactly what we are tweaking, and then start tweaking your left knee. I'm not going to spend too much time on this shape. It's exactly the same as on the right side, but when you're doing this for real, then spend as much time as you need on the shape. It is the most important ingredient for making your shapes look good. Once I'm happy with the shape, I'll simply right-click and copy the driver from the right knee fix, paste it here, open the driver editor, select my knee fix L, and just replace mch shin.r with mch shin.l. And now my shape keys should be working perfectly, and I can confirm that they also work when I move the leg. And they also work in FK mode. Okay, now as a bit of a bonus, let's say that we want to do something similar for the shoulder, especially for when the character raises his arm. So let's create the test animation. I'll keyframe the upper arm and the shoulder at their default position. And let's remove the body animation. And then on frame 20, I'll raise the shoulder and the arm. And let's keyframe them as well. And make the interpolation linear. Okay, now let's go to the character, create a new shape key, call it shoulderfix.r, set it to 1, go to sculpt mode, and start sculpting. We can change anything we like here. Okay, let's call this good, and let's try to set up the driver and the automation of this shape key. So let's copy this driver and paste it into the shoulder fix, and open the driver editor. Now for the shoulder, we'll first test driving it using the mch upperarm.r. And let's check the orientations. So with the rotation gizmo in local mode, I can see that the main axis that rotates this arm up is the Z axis. So let's set this to Z rotation and test the animation. And it seems to be working. The value here is only 0.6, so I may want to move this end keyframe up a little bit until I get a value of 1. And this may look okay, but in reality it is a little bit easy to break, because the upper arm does not rotate on a single axis. We can also twist it, and now I'm testing it, and it's mostly okay, but in some extreme cases you may see this weird deformation happening, or a sudden flip. That is because we are using the Z axis to drive the constraint, but when I twist the upper arm, I can achieve a pose which is technically arm up, but the Z axis is not really doing the raising of the arm. And here I was going to suggest that we create a whole new bone specifically to drive the shoulder shape key. This bone needs to be oriented the same as our MCH upper arm, but not twist with it. And creating additional bones may be necessary sometimes, but I realized that we already have a bone like that. That is our upper arm twist 1. So let's go to the shape key and simply replace the driving bone with MCH upper arm twist 1.r. So now I can try twisting this arm in very extreme poses but my shape key is very stable. As a reminder, our first twist bone here has copy location and dumped track with head tail set to 1 so that it points towards the tail of the bone. It also has copy rotation set to a very low value, almost negligible. So if you had to create this additional bone specifically for driving the shoulder shape key, then you would have created it with copy location and dump track. And I said that we should enable snapping for the animation editors once we are done with the drivers. The reason is, if I disable snapping and I zoom in, see how I can move this frame between the keyframes. And that can cause a lot of trouble. So let's undo it and enable snapping. And now the frame will snap to the keyframes. Now I'll reset the rig and unlink the action. So this is it. This is all you need to know to create shape keys with a lot of control. The examples of the elbow and knee are the more common ones. And with the shoulder, we also covered quite a complex one. So I'm happy to move forward to the shape key face rig. Welcome to this video on blender face rigging using a combination of bones and shape keys. This is probably the only complete guide of this kind on YouTube. This video is part of my course Rigging Isn't Scary, so if you found it randomly, you may be wondering, can I follow it without the rest of the course? The short answer is yes. If you have enough basic rigging knowledge, you can. I'd recommend checking out the video on shape key basics if you're new to the subject. So let's dive in. It's a long video, but it covers a lot of ground. Shape keys offer a number of advantages when it comes to face rigging. They are easier to create, more reliable, and more artistic. And most importantly, they can produce high-quality results. From hobby films to massive Hollywood productions, shape keys have been the industry standard in face rigging. Probably the most important consideration now is, what shapes should we build? There is no single right answer here, but I'm going to suggest two main approaches. First, if you want to use facial mocap, I recommend looking up the 52 ARKit shapes. You can find detailed guides about them online, and you can sculpt and name your shape keys according to these guides. Then you can use apps to record and retarget the facial animation. That is not the focus of this course, but I wanted to mention it quickly in case it's something you're interested in exploring. The approach we are going to use instead is based on the book Stop Staring, which is a highly respected guide to facial rigging. We'll build the essential shapes recommended in that book. Here is a list of the shapes we'll be building, and you can animate the whole face using shape keys. But for some parts, especially the jaw and eyes, using bones may actually be better. And because the goal of this course is to maximize learning, we are going to go for this approach and learn a lot in the process. And to not just maximize, but supercharge your learning, check out Skillshare, an online learning platform with thousands of classes made specifically for creatives like you. Skillshare is kindly sponsoring this video. My content is all about rigging, so if you're looking to expand your skills with related topics, like animation, or maybe character modeling, or even character design, Skillshare is a great place to explore. I've been diving into Unreal Engine lately, and I like how Skillshare brings together everything from blueprints to visual effects, all in one place and available on demand. Personally, I'm interested in using Unreal for cinematics, not for games. So I'm currently working through some in-depth courses by 3D College. I also have a great playlist of other Unreal classes lined up. The first 500 people to use my link in the description will receive 20% off their first year of Skillshare. Get started today. And now let's get back to facial rigging with shape keys. So first we are going to focus on rigging the jaw, eyes, and even the tongue using bones. Okay, now we are going to create the bones that we need for the bone portion of our face rig. And that will be a jaw bone, 2 eye bones, and a chain of 3 bones for the tongue. Let's go to edit mode, Shift A to create a new bone. I'll call it jaw for now, and place it in the jaw of the character. I'm paying special attention to this point, which will become the pivot point of the jaw. Now I'll create a copy of this bone, place it where the tongue is, and call it tongue 1, and then extrude 2 more bones all the way to the tip of the tongue. And let's name these bones tongue 2 and tongue 3. Create a copy of one of the bones. In global orientation, I'll press S, then Z, then 0 to straighten it. And this will be the eye bone. Let's call it I.L. I'll go to my mesh, edit mode, and Alt and click on this loop, which is the middle of the eye, then press Shift S, cursor to select it. Back to my rig, select the eye bone, Shift S, selection to cursor, and now the bone is exactly in the middle of the eye. Right click and symmetrize it. Okay, now these bones will be our deforming bones. So let's select all of them. Edit battery name, switch to bones, set name, prefix, DEF dash. And then press M and move them to the DEF collection. Start the DEF collection, and I want to parent these bones logically. So I'll select the jaw and the 2 eyes and shift select the head, Control P, keep offset. And then select the tongue and shift select the jaw, Control P, keep offset. And as we learned in the chapter about organizing our rig, we want to create copies of these bones and constrain the deforming bones to them. We don't want any parenting between the deforming bones and the rest of the rig. So select the new bones, Shift D, duplicate them, and let's press M and create a new bone collection for now and just call it face. Now in pose mode, we're going to give copy transforms constraint to our deforming bones. Right, we are in the DEF collection now. Then set target to armature. Shift select the rest of the bones, pose, constraints, copy constraints, and then I have to set the target of the jaw to be the jaw 001 bone. We'll rename these bones in a second. Okay, that's it for the DEF bones. Let's unstar them. Now all of these bone copies will become MCH bones, so let's name them appropriately. Battery name, bones, find and replace, find DEF and replace with MCH. And then one more time, find .001 and replace with nothing to remove the 001 suffix. And these MCH bones are still parented to the DEF head. That's not a huge problem, but I'm going to parent them to the head bone. So select them, shift select the head bone, edit mode, Control P, keep offset. And the tongue is parented to the MCH jaw, which looks fine to me. Next, we're going to set up the weights. But before that, I'm going to separate the face from the body. It's really cool that we can do that in Blender without too much worry. So I'll just select some polygons roughly and then press Ctrl L, selecting the whole face with the eyes, teeth, and so on. P and separate selection. Next, I'll go to data and delete all shapes. I don't need these shapes for the face. They only affect the body. Then I'll go to edit mode again, select only the face with L and separate it. Then I'll select the eye and separate it, and then the right eye and separate it as well. So now we have the face, each eye, and the teeth as a separate object. Now select the rig, go to pose mode, and let's start the face collection because I forgot to disable the deform option from the MCH bones. Select them all, untick deform, right click, and copy to select it. Next, I'll select all of these face parts, but not the body. Shift select the rig, Control P, and parent with empty groups to add the new groups like jaw, eyes, and so on. Let's go to the eye, select all vertices, go to vertex groups, find the DEF I.L group and click assign. Then on the other eye, select all vertices, Find I.R and assign. To weight the jaw, I'm going to select the face, go to edit mode, select one of the central vertices on the lips and press Ctrl+ to expand the selection until I have the whole mouth covered. Then in side view, toggle X-ray and select all jaw vertices like this. Next, I'll go to Weight Paint, select the jaw vertex group, enable vertex selection. I'll check my paint settings, set blend to add. Strength can be kept to a high value. I don't need mirroring, but I do need auto normalize. And then I'll just paint on these vertices that I selected. I can also enable projected here and disable front faces only to make sure I'm getting all of the vertices, including the occluded ones. Then shift and click to smooth these weights. Now let's test the jaw. That is not too bad. I'm going to open the mouth and go back to weight paint mode, disable vertex selection, and start smoothing the edge of the mouth. This is looking good. We're going to take care of the teeth as well. But let's test the eyes. I need to switch to bounding box center and rotate them around. Okay, it looks like the eyes are also weighted to the head. That is why we're getting slightly weird deformations here. So let's fix it in one of the ways we know. I'll select a vertex here, then press L to select all other vertices, set DEF head to 0 and press copy. And let's do the same for the other eye. Now the rotation of the eye is good, but the problem is that we have half an eye. So at a very extreme rotation, we kind of see the end of the eye. So I'll go and do some quick modeling here. I'll just extrude some edges and scale them. That will be enough. Same on the other side. Okay, now the eyes are looking fine. The teeth are already fully weighted to the head. So what I need to do is weight the lower part of the teeth to the jawbone. Let's select the teeth first. From this menu, remove from all groups, find the EF jaw, and click Assign. And I can press H to hide them. Now I'm going to select the central vertex on the lower part of the gums and start pressing Ctrl+ to expand the selection to about here. Then I'll remove from all groups, select the DEF jaw group and assign. In weight paint mode, I can smooth a bit. I can set smooth to an even higher value. Okay, now all we have to do is take care of the tongue. Let's go to edit mode, select the central vertex and start expanding the selection to about here, and then remove from all groups. Next, I'll go to my rig and let's just isolate the rig and the teeth. On the rig, start the DEF collection, go to pose mode, and select the tongue bones. Oops, I want only the DEF. And then I'm going to select the tongue bones. Go to object mode, shift select the teeth, go to weight paint mode, enable vertex selection, and go to weights, assign automatic from bones. This will assign the selected tongue vertices to the selected tongue bones. Disable vertex selection and check the weights. Some smoothing will probably be needed. But this was an efficient and precise way to add weights to these teeth. Let's unstart the DEF. And now I can test the deformations of the tongue. Some smoothing will be needed here. By the way, if your teeth are missing textures like mine here, select the teeth object, go to shading, select the gums material, find the UV map node, select map 1 from it, and just plug it into all of the textures. Okay, now that everything is weighted nicely, we can start building some mechanisms. Let's unstart DEF and reset the rig. Now we'll create an eye setup similar to that in level 2. Let's go to edit mode, select the 2 eye bones, Shift D, duplicate them, and move them on the y-axis. I'll name this bone eyetarget.L and the other one eyetarget.R. In pose mode, select one eye target and the respective eye, Ctrl-Shift-C dump track. Now the eye bone points to the target. Let's do the same on the other side. Select the eye target, Shift-select the eye, Ctrl-Shift-C dump track. Now in edit mode, duplicate one of the bones, move it on the x-axis, and under item set head to 0 and tail x to 0. That places this bone exactly in the center of the world. Let's make it a little bit bigger and call it eye master and parent the 2 targets to it. Now this bone moves both eyes, but we can also move the individual targets. This eye setup may actually be a little bit better and a little bit easier than the one we did in level 2. The jaw we can just rotate around if we wanted to, but here is something else we can do. I'll go to edit mode, with individual origins, scale the jaw a little bit bigger, then select the tail of the jawbone, press E and Z to extrude another bone, Alt P and clear parent, and let's name this bone Jaw Master. In pose mode, select the Jaw Master, Shift select the jawbone, Ctrl-Shift-C dump track. Now I have this jaw control, which I can control by moving instead of rotating. And before I forget, let me parent this Jaw Master to the head. Ctrl-P, keep offset. Here, when I rotate the head, I'm noticing some problems. It seems to be because some of the surrounding bones are affecting the jaw area. So let's go to the rig. Start a DEF collection. Shift select the face mesh, go to weight paint mode, Alt and click on the jaw to select it. And with a paintbrush setup like this, we'll just Control and click to paint out the influence. The chest bone also affects the jaw a little bit and also the shoulders. So I'm just removing all of these unnecessary weights. And the problem is solved. Now shift select the head and smooth a little bit in this area. And also a little bit of smoothing for the jaw. And this should be good. Our jaw and eyes are looking good. Let's give them some shapes. For the eye master, I'm going to use the rectangle and orient it. For the eye targets, let's use a circle. Looking good. And for the jaw, we could use another circle. you'll notice that you can kind of disconnect the circle, but we can use override transform and make it stick to the MCH jaw. At first that will place it all the way here, but then I can slide it on the y-axis. And now the control will look a lot more stable. Next, we are going to work on the tongue, and this is going to be very cool because we are going to implement some squash and stretch mechanisms, which we haven't done so far. Let's reset the rig and isolate it. Go to edit mode, and I'll hide the jaw so that I can focus on the tongue bones. I'll select the connection between the first and second tongue bones, press E and Z, and extrude a new bone, and Alt-P and clear the parent. And let's name this bone Tongue Control 1. Then, with vertex snapping, I'm going to duplicate this bone and snap it at the next intersection, and then Shift-D and snap this copy at the tip of the tongue. Let's name these bones Tongue Control 2 and Tongue Control 3. Now, in pose mode, I'll hide the jaw, and I'm going to make this main tongue bone stretch to the position of the control bone. So I'll select the control bone, shift select the tongue bone, Control Shift C, and for squash and stretch, we have a constraint called Stretch 2. So let's enable it, and now if I move this bone, you'll see the constrained bone squashing and stretching. The remaining bones are also squashing and stretching with it because of parenting. So let's just repeat this setup for the remaining bones. With this control selected, shift select the tongue bone, Control Shift C, Stretch 2, and one more time here. And now we have this stretchy chain. This is the basis for squash and stretch chains in Blender. Now let's go out of local mode and test this. So now if I open the jaw, the tongue is not moving with it. So let's isolate again, go to edit mode, Alt-H to unhide the jaw, select all of these control bones, shift select the jaw, Control P, keep offset. Now the control bones will move with the jaw, and therefore the tongue will move with the jaw. And now I can grab these controls here, and I can pose the tongue in pretty much any shape I want. And this is a nice setup, but we can improve it a little bit. Let's isolate again, reset the rig, select the tip control and shift select the next control, Control Shift C, and give it copy transforms. Switch target and owner to local space. And let's do the exact same setup for the other control. Control Shift C, copy transforms, local space and local space. Now when I move this control, the other ones move with it. And now if I just play with the influence, I'll set this one to 0.5 or so, and the next one to 0.25. And this gives me this nice automatic stretching of the tongue. Okay, so that means that I can pose this tongue by just moving this one single control. Occasionally, I may want to move the other ones. I should switch to a different mix mode, such as after original. Okay, this gives us really good control over the tongue. Let's set up the shapes. For the tip, I'm going to use the curvy shape and adjust it. And for the additional controls, I'll use the sphere. Let's set some bone colors as well. And make the wire width thicker. The eye bones may be too close, which means that the eyes react too quickly. So let's go to edit mode and offset them a bit. Yeah, this feels nice. And with that, our bone setup for the face is done. Let's move on to the shape keys. We'll create a highly optimized set of 16 or so shapes. But the cool thing about these limited number of shapes is that they will allow you to create lip sync and show major human emotions. And they also work for a variety of styles, from realistic to cartoony and anime. Again, these shapes are based on the book Stop Staring, with slight modifications from me just so that we can learn some cool tricks. So step 1, let's create these shapes. And some of them need to be split into left and right side, but we'll model and sculpt the shapes with symmetry first, and then I'll show you a trick how to get the right side and left side separated automatically. So I'll select the face model, go to data, press the plus button to create the basis key, and one more time to create our first key. And first we'll be working on a shape called mouth wide. And before we start, let me share the main modeling techniques I'll be using, because creating the shapes is just a lot of vertex pushing. So there will be a lot of time lapses where I'm just using the same techniques over and over. I can tweak the mesh in edit mode. And when I do, I'll definitely want to use symmetry. So let's go to End Panel Tool, and we can enable mirror here. And if our character is perfectly symmetrical, just moving one side will also affect the other. And of course, we don't want to move one vertex at a time. So a big help here is the proportional editing tool. When I enable it, I can move large portions of the mesh at the same time. Now, right now, this is too much, so I need to scroll the mouse wheel up to lessen the effect to only the mouth area. By default, proportional editing will affect all vertices near the selected one. But if you press Alt-O, then you can make proportional editing affect only connected vertices. And that can be very useful in areas like the mouth, so that I can only affect the upper lip and not the lower lip. So that's more or less all I'm going to be doing in edit mode. But actually, most of the time, I'll use sculpt mode. Sculpt mode is really nice because even if the topology of your character is not symmetrical, the symmetry in sculpt mode will still work. Don't forget that if you want to create a shape key in sculpt mode, you have to make sure that the active shape key is set to 1. If it's set to 0, then nothing will happen when you try to sculpt. So set it to 1. And I'll mainly be using the move brush. Occasionally, I may want to lightly smooth something, but by default, the smooth brush is way too strong. So activate the smooth brush, and by default, it will be set to 0.7 or so. I'll set it to 0.2. It kind of depends on your mesh density. My character is quite low poly, so I need a very low value here. The default behavior of the grab brush is that it will move unconnected geometry. If you want to avoid this, enable the auto-masking topology option. And now, as long as you're not too close to the other surface or you don't use too big of a brush, this will only affect the connected geometry. Other than that, I might use inflate and the crease brush occasionally. And I believe those are all of the techniques that I'll be using while creating shape keys. Oh, and one more tip, go to End Panel View and set focal length to something much higher than 50. Something around 85 or so. It will give you a more natural and less distorted view of your character. One final tip that has nothing to do with Blender, get a little mirror that you can set on your desk and observe your own face while creating the shapes. Now let's hide the rig and disable wireframe. And we can start sculpting our first shape, mouth wide. Okay, so mouth wide will be slightly special. It's not a real expression. It's just the mouth stretching sideways without really creating a smile or any other special emotion. So of course I can stretch it sideways, but keep in mind that the teeth have a horseshoe shape. So the mouth doesn't really just go sideways. It also moves back at the same time. In solid shading and using X-ray, we can actually see the teeth. Although I won't be using that. So from this angle, I'm going to stretch the mouth like this. Something like this. Don't worry too much about this initial shape. We'll very likely have to go back and fix these shapes as we try to combine them with other shapes. And speaking of combining shapes, the next shape will be the smile, and we are going to do something special with it. We're going to use this initial mouth wide shape as a base for the smile. So let's create a new shape, call it mouth smile, and set it to 1, and do not set mouth wide to 0 yet. Make sure that mouth smile is enabled, and let's try to shape this mouth into something that looks more like a smile. So I'll mainly raise the corners of the mouth to make it more like a smile, but I'm not going to affect the wideness of the mouth too much, because that is controlled by the mouth wide. Also, I should set my automasking topology off because I don't want to open and close the lips here. I just want to pull the entire mouth up and down. Something like this. And an important point is that the smile will also affect the cheeks. It will raise and kind of puff them out a little bit. So I'll raise the cheeks slightly, and then with the inflate brush, puff them out a little bit. Also all the way here, and that will make the smile a little bit more genuine. It won't look very genuine yet because it's just a mouth, but really a genuine smile involves showing a little bit of the teeth and also squinting a little bit. Just the smile will look kind of weird. We have to combine it with the wide, but when we build the interface for the face, you'll see how it will be very easy to control. Okay, so this was a special technique, and we kind of started with the most difficult thing in this section. Okay, now let's set wide and smile all the way to 0 and create a new shape, and that will be our mouth frown. Set it to 1 and sculpt it. Frown is a lot easier to create than the smile. I guess as humans, we pay a lot more attention to what a genuine smile is, whereas with the frown, if we just move the edges of the mouth down a little bit, it kind of looks like it. One thing you can do is use the inflate brush to puff out the area just below and around the edge of the mouth. Or you could use another brush as well. Oh wow, this is way too strong. Okay, this will be our frown. Let's set frown to 0 and create the next shape. Mouth narrow, which will be kind of the opposite of our mouth wide. Set it to 1 and start sculpting. So as the name suggests, we'll make the mouth narrower. The lips are a muscle, they have volume. So when the mouth becomes narrower, the lips will kind of become a little bit taller and they will poke out. So this shape can also be called pucker or a kissy mouth. And the mouth gets this kind of diamond shape. I can use topology masking to separate the lips very, very slightly. Okay, let's move on. Set all shapes to 0, and next we'll do upper lip up. This shape raises the upper lip of the character, and for it, definitely use automasking, or in edit mode, use the hollow circle for proportional editing. And I want to move the upper lip like this, exposing the teeth up to around the gums. Okay, this should be a good base. We might tweak it later, but let's move on to the next shape, which is the opposite, lower lip down. Which will be something like this, again, lower lip going down to the gum level. Next, we'll do upper lip in. And for this shape, I'm going to use edit mode. I think it's a little bit easier because I have to rotate the upper lip and kind of tuck it in under the upper teeth. So I'll select these vertices and use proportional editing. I'll rotate the lip and then move it around here under the teeth. Now here in edit mode, I'll select the lower lip and hide it, and then go to sculpt mode. That way I can keep sculpting the upper lip without affecting the lower lip. Here I really want to focus only on the upper lip. Okay, so the upper lip will go in and it will look very, very thin from the outside. Let's press Alt-H. And yeah, this is more or less what I'm looking for. Let's make the next shape, which will be lower lip in. So the same thing for the lower lip. It's a good idea to test both upper lip and lower lip in. They should look good together. If you want to edit them in this state, make sure that you are selecting the shape that you actually want to edit. So now I'm editing the lower lip and now the upper lip. Okay, these shapes are important for various things, especially for lip sync, for sounds like F, B, M, and so on. And hey, we are all done with the lip shapes. Here we may want to reorder these shapes so that the upper lip shapes are next to each other. So I'll select upper lip in and press the up arrow. That will move it up, and it's just for organizational purposes and it doesn't change anything in our shapes. Here might be a good idea to test some of the shapes. Let's try to create a smile and also open the mouth, and that should start to create a more natural smile. If it doesn't, you can select the shape that you need to tweak. Here, I believe it's the smile that needs to be tweaked a little bit. And I can tweak it until it looks good with this combination of shapes that I expect to use. I may want to tweak the wide a little bit to make it follow the teeth a little bit more, and the smile to go up a little bit more. And this kind of tweaks will make a big difference in the final quality of your shapes because they need to combine well together. But for now, we'll move on to other shapes. First, we'll create the closing of the eyes. So let's create a new shape. Call it eyes closed. And here we can use masking to mask out the brows. If masking is not visible, you can enable it here. All right, and now with the grab brush, I can start closing the eyes. When the eye closes, it's mostly the upper eyelid that does the closing, but there is a little bit of lower eyelid movement as well. You can also make this into two separate shapes. That is up to you. Here, I'll keep it a little bit simpler and use one shape to close both the upper eyelid and the lower eyelid. I'll smooth out the wireframe a little bit and make sure the eye closes all the way. Okay, good. This should do. I'll press Alt-M to remove the mask. We're very close now. We just need some brows shapes and a couple of other subtle shapes around the face. The next shape will be brows up. And here again, I'll use masking to mask the eyelids, because I only want to affect the eyebrows. And now we'll start raising the eyebrow, favoring the outside, because there will be another shape favoring the inner side of the eyebrow. With the eyebrow, it's important to keep in mind that there is the skull under it, so take that into consideration. The next shape will be brows down. And sometimes with these kind of opposite shapes, you can actually set range min to -1 and set the value to -1 and see if it works well. In this case, I don't think that is what we're looking for because there is skull here and the brows kind of need to go sideways a little bit. So I'll set this to 0 and range min to 0. And let's create the next shape and call it brows down. Set it to 1 and sculpt it. Something like this. Next, we'll do the inner part of the brows. Again, they can go up and down. And the inner part of the brows actually convey a lot of emotion. You can see by just creating this shape, our character starts to look kind of sad. And here, I think we may be able to use the range min to create the inner down shape. So let's set range min to -1 and set the value to -1. And again, see how right away the character kind of looks angry. So if that looks perfect to you, you could just use the negative value, but here we're going to do something else. Make sure that only brow inner up is set to -1 and everything else is 0. And then go to this menu and create new shape from mix. This will basically duplicate whatever shapes we have into a new shape. Now I'll set brows inner up to 0, set range min to 0 as well, and enable this new shape. And that will be the base for my brows inner down. So now I'll just tweak it a little bit. Having it as a separate shape gives me more control. Okay, something like this. The next shape is brow squeeze. This is a subtle shape in which the brows kind of come together, and it tends to convey thinking. You may not see much of a difference here for two reasons. First, the shape is subtle, but second, it's not so much the movement of the brows, as there are some subtle wrinkles that appear on the character. So we'll finish up with two more subtle shapes. One will be called sneer, and that is probably exactly as you imagine it, kind of moving the nostrils up and conveying disgust or anger. So raise the nose and the surrounding areas, and maybe puff them out a little bit. And finally, we'll do a squint. In the squint, the lower eyelids will move up, but actually this is driven by moving the facial muscles below the eyelid up. You may want to create a crease here and puff out the lower eyelid a little bit. Here I'm dealing with very little polygons, so I cannot really do that. A little bit of a squint combined with a smile can give a more genuine smile. And these will be our basic shapes. Of course, keep tweaking your shapes as much as needed until you get the kind of results that you want. I'm sure many of you are better artists than me, and you will achieve better results by spending more time tweaking your shapes. But now we'll move on to creating the left and right side of the shapes that need that. And that is extremely easy to do. Shape keys have a vertex group, so we'll just create a vertex group splitting the face into two halves, and we'll use it to extract left side and right side for each shape. So let's see which shapes will need that. All mouth shapes except for narrow will need it. So I'll name each shape with the .l suffix first. Actually, the lower lip and upper lip in will not need symmetry, so we'll leave them without a suffix. Eyes closed and the brow shapes will need .l, but the squeeze does not need it. Sneer will need it, and squint also. Okay, now let's go to edit mode, isolate the face, use solid shading mode and X-ray, and select exactly one half of the mesh. By the way, an easy way to do this is to select a central point, go to select, side of active. So this selected the left side of the face. So I'll create a new vertex group and call it shape key left. With a weight of 1, click assign. Now press Ctrl I and Ctrl plus to select the whole right side, create a new shape, call it shape key right, and assign. Then switch to weight paint mode. And for each of these shape keys, I'll go to weights, smooth, and iteration can be 1 or 2 at most. Let's do the same here. Okay, now we can go to the shape keys. And for each shape that needs left and right side, here are the steps that we are going to take. Enable that shape key and only that shape key. From this menu, use new shape from mix. And because we only have one shape activated, this will essentially duplicate the shape key. Let's move the two copies together. Copy this name, paste it here and replace it with .r. And in the .l1, use vertex group, shape key left. And for the right one, we'll use shape key right. And now the .r shape key controls the right side of the face, and the .l shape key controls the left side of the face. So let's repeat this for all shapes that need left side and right side. I'm sure there must be a script somewhere to do this automatically, but in this course we're doing everything manually in order to learn. One pitfall to watch out for is that you may just select a shape and try to duplicate it using new shape from mix, but that is not how it works. What you duplicate is the exact shape that you have active, so you have to set only one shape to one and then do new shape from mix. Good job going through this whole process. Now we are getting to the exciting part, creating the face interface, which will allow us to tweak and animate these shapes in a very intuitive way. While it is possible to animate by just dragging these sliders here, it's really not a great idea because usually we'll be animating the rig. So if I want to tweak the shape keys, I would have to switch to the head model and tweak them here. So what else can we do? Another possibility would be to use properties again, but as the number of properties grows, this area gets cluttered, and it will get almost as difficult to work with that as with the shape key values here. So instead, we are going to create an interface using bones right inside our rig. Let's go to edit mode for the rig and create a new bone. This will be just a quick demonstration. Let's call this bone shape key control or something like that. And let's say that by sliding this bone on the x-axis, we want to activate the mouth smile shape key. We could right click on the X location value, copy as new driver, go to our head, go to mouth wide L, right click and paste as new driver. Now if I slide this bone on the x-axis, you'll see how it activates the shape. And if I give it a circle widget and lock most of the transforms, I could also duplicate this bone and shape it like this and lock all of its axes. And now this whole thing becomes like a bit of an interface. We could also free up the y-axis and copy it as a new driver and paste that into the smile. Now moving this control up will activate the smile, and sideways makes the mouth wider. So that's definitely a step in the right direction, but instead of creating these joystick-like interfaces, which are quite popular and you could use them for other purposes, in fact, you could replace these properties here with sliders like that. So they're definitely useful, but for the face, we could add bones right in the face, in the area that they affect, and make controllers out of that, and that will be so much more intuitive. So this was just to show you the basic principle and a way to create rig interfaces. I hope it's useful. But now we're going to delete these bones and we're going to start creating the actual interface right on the face. So let's start by placing the 3D cursor at the mouth corner and Shift A and create a new bone. With individual origins, scale it down. And let's name all of these interface bones with the SK prefix. So something like SK mouth corner.L. And this bone is going to control the wide, smile, and frown of the character. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this bone, place the cursor around here, Shift S, selection to cursor. And let's name this bone SK upper lip up.L. And I'll place another one at the lower lip. And I can press Alt F to flip this bone. This will make it so moving it in this direction gives us positive Y values for the bone. And that will make it slightly easier to set up the driver for the shape. This is lower lip down.L. Now I'll place the 3D cursor here in the center and go to View, 3D cursor, and place it exactly at X0 and press Shift A to add another bone. Scale it down, bring it out a bit, and let's call this one just mouth. Okay, now I'll add a bone here for the sneer. So let's call it SK sneer.L. One at the eyelid for closing the eyelid. One bone in the middle of the brow. I named it just brow.L. And one at the inner edge, and let's name it inner brow.L. For the brow squeeze, I want a bone right here in the center between the eyebrows. So I'll duplicate this bone, right click to cancel the movement, and then bring this bone up because it's already in the center. And that will be a brow squeeze. I'm checking what other bones we need. We need one around here for the squint. And 2 more bones, one at the upper lip for the upper lip in action. And one below it for the lower lip in. And I'll flip this bone because for this shape, I'm going to want to move the bone down. Okay, I believe this will do. So let's select all bones that need a right counterpart. Right click and symmetrize them. And then select all of these new bones. And parent them to the head bone. Actually, the bones at the corner and at the lower lip will move down with the jaw, so I'm going to parent them to the jaw. It will make our rig more intuitive. Now I'll select all of these new bones and give them a simple circle shape. I'll make the shapes a little bit smaller. And only the mouth one, I'm going to make a little bit bigger and stretch it a bit like this to indicate that this is the mouth control. I forgot to add the .L suffix to the squint, so now I'm fixing that and symmetrizing the bone. Okay, again, let's start with the most difficult area, and that will be the mouth corner. I'll go to my head mesh and remove these drivers by right-clicking and choosing Delete Driver. And now let's add a driver for mouth wide.L, and again right-click and open the driver editor. I'll set my object to be the armature, and the bone that will be driving this is the mouth corner.L. You can select this bone, enable the move gizmo, and switch to local orientation, and that will tell you the axis of the bones. So for the stretch, we want to use the x-axis, and for the smile, the y-axis, and for the frown, we are going to actually use the negative y-axis. So as you see, we have a lot less controls than shape keys. That is because we can control multiple shape keys with one control, which is not only efficient, but also very intuitive. So X location here is good. We just need to switch to local space. And now we can actually test the shape. Now the problem is, if you zoom in, you'll see that the driver already works, but I need to move this control a couple of meters to activate the whole shape. You should already know how to solve this. In fact, you should know 2 ways. One will be to multiply the variable. Here we're going to need a large value like 100. So now moving the control to here activates the full shape key. I may want to go to 120 or so. Yeah, this is looking nice. But instead of this, we could move the shape to around here, which is where I want the full shape key to be activated. And then I'll go to the face, set this expression to just var, and then grab the second keyframe and press G and Y and start moving it up. And I'm going to have to move it up quite a bit. I can do G, Y, and then type 100 on the numpad. And that wasn't quite enough, so I'll keep moving it to here. Okay, good. Okay, now we can go ahead and set up smile.L. I can actually copy this driver and paste it into smile.L. and then open the driver editor. And for smile.L, I just want to switch type to Y location. And it will probably work right away. So now I can stretch the mouth and enable a smile. And for the frown, I should be able to just copy this driver, paste it into frown L. Now, if we test this, something weird will happen, and I recommend stopping the video and trying to figure out what happened. Okay, so what happened is we have the exact same driver for smile L and frown L, and when I move this control up, it activates both shape keys. But smile and frown are not supposed to be added together. It's super easy to fix this. Just open the driver editor, and for frown L, set the expression to -var. Now, moving the bone up in the Y direction produces positive values, so it only activates the smile. For the frown, it actually produces a -1 value, but our frown is clipped between 0 and 1. So for anything less than 0, we just get a 0 value. And vice versa for the frown. And that is how we got this intuitive mouth corner control. Now there are some things that we may want to change. This control is not meant to be rotated or scaled, and it only moves on the Y and Z axis. So we are going to lock all of these axes. In fact, let's select all of these controls. And I'm going to hold Alt and lock these axes. If Alt clicking doesn't work for you, as always, you can use right click and copy all to select it. Now all of these are locked. So as I work with these controls, I'll unlock only the transforms that I want. And again, let's select all of these controls. And finally, I'll shift select the corner one. And I'll give it a limit location constraint. Tick Effect Transform and choose Local Space. And I'll also activate all limits. And then go to Pose, Constraints, Copy Constraints to selected bones. So now all of the bones will have this constraint. And then as I set them up, I'm going to tweak the settings. So now for this bone, I want to unlock X and Y, and a value of 0.54 or so activates the full wide. So let's set maximum to this value. Y of 0.8 or so activates the full smile. So let's paste it into the maximum Y value, and minus the same value will be perfect for the frown. And now if I activate this constraint, which I had disabled, the control will only move within these limits. If I go to edit mode and symmetrize this bone, it will actually symmetrize the constraint, which gives me perfect limits for the bone on the other side. So let's just set up the right side of the face in the same way. I'll just copy and paste the driver. And edit it to use the opposite bone. This will almost work, but the x-axis is inverted on the other side. So for the mouth wide.r, I need to set the expression to -var. Okay, this was by far the most difficult setup. Now let's set up some of the easier ones, like the mouth, sneer, and so on. They will just move in a single direction. So we'll set up upper lip up together, and then as a challenge, you'll do the rest yourself. Let's add a driver, open the driver editor. Object is the armature. The bone is upper lip up.l. Type Y location. If you need to check, go to your bone and unlock the location transforms. So here I want the Y. So type Y location and local space. I'll set Y maximum to 0.05. Or 0.8 or so. move the control all the way up. And then move this keyframe as much as needed. Okay, if I just symmetrize this bone, copy this driver, paste it into the .R counterpart, and make it be driven by the .R bone, then we'll have the opposite side set up. Okay, now this big mouth bone is special, so just leave it aside, but try to set up the remaining controls yourself. They just need to move in a single direction, and they control exactly the shape that they're close to. I recorded the whole process of me setting up all of these controls, but I don't think it's going to be very useful to you, so I'll just show you what I did. I did set up all of these controls, and most of them, the lips ones, the sneer, the squint, the eye blink, and the brow squeeze, are set up exactly as the upper lip up control, which means that each one drives a single shape key and it drives it using its Y value. So for example, for the lower lip down, if I open the driver editor, I can use the search here, by the way, to filter my drivers. So if I look at the lower lip down driver, I'm driving it using a bone with a similar name. It's this bone using its Y location in local space. And the expression is simply var. And that is because I flipped my bones so that they are oriented in the direction they are supposed to move. If your bones weren't flipped and they're pointing in the opposite direction, then you may have to set your expression to -var, for example, but I don't need to. Okay, so it's the same for all of these other controls that move in a single direction. The brows are slightly more complicated. Moving this control up activates the inner brow up, and moving it down activates inner brow down. So this is very similar to the mouth corner with the smile and frown. In the mouth corner, we also have a wide, so the brows are similar to the mouth corner, but slightly less complicated. But if we look at the brows inner up, you'll see that they're driven by the inner brow bone, which is this one, and the expression is var. And if we look at the inner brow down, they're driven by the same bone, same axis and local space. The only difference is that the expression is -var. So that moving this control down will activate this shape key. And it's the same for the other brow control. And I also locked any axis that I don't want to use for these controls. And I also gave them a limit location constraint with affect transforms and owner set to local space. And then I just set the necessary minimum and maximum values so that the controls do not leave their intended space. Okay, now let's set up the mouth control, and it is supposed to drive the mouth narrow shape. I'm going to use the local X scale axis to drive this shape. So let's lock Y and Z, and also add limit scale to this bone. Activate all limits, and affect transform, and switch to local space. And for limit scale, we have to set maximum to 1, because the default scale is always 1. And I want to scale this bone to about 0.5, and that should trigger the mouth narrow shape. So let's set minimum to 0.5. Now it's just a matter of setting up the driver. Find mouth narrow, right click, add driver. Object is armature, and the bone will be SK mouth. We're going to use X scale in local space. Now here the expression will be slightly more complicated. Again, the default scale value is 1, so in the default state of the bone, we get the full shape key. This is definitely not what we want. To invert the value of 1, I can change the expression to 1 minus var. This sets the default value to 0, and as I scale this bone down to about 0.5, it will become 1 minus 0.5, so 0.5. So it is triggering the shape key, but not all the way. Let's go back to the driver. So we'll place this expression in parentheses and multiply it by 2. That way, when I reach the scale of 0.5, it will be multiplied by 2, which is 1. So now just pressing the S key creates this shape. Just for fun, I'll create some additional shapes for the mouth. So let's go to the face, create a new shape key and call it mouth left. And I'll select the whole mouth, enable proportional editing, and here disable mirror. And I want to move the mouth to the side like this. We may want to sculpt it a little bit as well. Okay, so this gives us this sideways movement of the mouth. Now, here is another way to mirror a shape key. I'm going to have the mouth left activated and everything else set to 0. Create a new shape from mix, which creates a copy of mouth left. Set this to 0, and let's call this one mouth right. Set it to 1. Then select mouth right, go to this menu, and mirror the shape key. And that will give me mouth right. There is this vertex, which probably wasn't quite symmetrical, so I'll just smooth it a little bit. And that is mouth right now. I'll create one more shape. Call it mouth up. And in edit mode, I'll move the whole mouth area or the lips up. Sculpt it a bit. And now let's set range min for mouth up to -1. And this should work for our mouth down. So let's name this shape mouth up down and set the value to 0. Now I can make this mouth control these additional mouth shapes. So I'll unlock its X and Y location values. And I'll have to set the maximum X to 0.01 or so, and also the Y, and the minimum to -0.01. Now I can move this control within these limits. Let's add drivers. Mouth left will be driven by the SK mouth bone. X location makes sense for left and right, and Y location for the up and down movement. Space to local space. And I'll just multiply this expression by 100. Because my maximum movement value is 0.01, multiplying by 100 will give me a value of exactly 1. So now moving this control left creates the mouth left expression. Let's copy this driver, paste it into mouth right, and edit this expression to be -var multiplied by 100. And this gives us this mouth movement that you often see in facial motion capture. Let's paste the driver into mouth up down as well. This time we want the Y location in local space to drive the control. And this sets it up right away. Now I think the full shape key is a little bit too extreme for this semi-realistic character. So I'm going to change the expression for mouth up down to var multiplied by 80 or so. So this shape can be triggered only up to 80%. Okay, this made the tutorial a little bit longer again, but I think we managed to learn some cool new tricks. I really want this to be the one tutorial that you can just watch and you'll know all there is to know about shape keys. Here I decided to tweak the weight paint around the mouth just a little bit. You really need to test how the different shape keys interact with each other and also how the bone deformations on the jaw combine with the shape keys. And you may need to tweak the weight paint a little bit or the shapes a little bit to get the exact shapes that you want. But I think even with this relatively limited number of shapes, this face is capable of achieving a lot of natural expressions, lip sync, and so on. But at the same time, it is just a solid base that you can keep building upon, and you can add any shapes that you feel your character needs. And with that, you completed Rigging Isn't Scary. I hope it has been a great learning experience. So what's next? Would you like to keep learning rigging with me? I'll release videos about that soon, so stay subscribed with the all notification option. I'll talk to you soon, but feel free to let me know in the comments below what kind of rigging topics you would like to explore in the future.